The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to another episode of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. This is your host, Matt from the Past, and the date is August the 16th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1896 AD, gold first discovered in Klondike. Found at Bonanza Creek in the Yukon, Canada, by George Carmack. In 1930, British Empire Games open in Hamilton, Canada. In 1945, Huai, the last Chinese emperor and ruler of the Manchukuo, is captured by Soviet troops. In 1946, Direct Action Day, widespread riots erupt in Calcutta between Muslims and Hindus over whether Pakistan should be a separate state, killing over 4,000 and leaving 100,000 homeless. In 2012, WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange is granted political asylum by Ecuador. In 1930, the first color sound cartoon, Fiddlesticks, by Ib Irwix, is released. In 1974, American punk rock band The Ramones concert debut at CBGB's in New York City. In 1743, Champion of England title holder Jack Burton publishes Rules of the Ring, earliest boxing code. In 2008, Jamaican sprinter Usain Bolt sets new world record of 9 seconds 69 milliseconds to win the coveted 100-meter gold medal at the Beijing 2008 Summer Olympics. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbot and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbot and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, quiet down.
It's a morning cookie.
All right, quiet down. What are you doing with those boxing gloves?
I'm going to enter the Golden Gloves tournament. I've been training.
You, a prize fighter?
Yes, I'm known as Butcher Boy Costello.
Butcher Boy Costello.
Yes, I gave my opponent a left to the heart, a right to the kidneys, a left to the chops, and a right cross to the short ribs.
And then?
He knocked me on my pot roast.
You don't even look like a fighter. Being strong is all in the mind, you know, Costello.
It is?
Sure. You have to think strong. Think of Atlas, and you'll have a shape like him. Think of Hercules, and you'll have a shape like his.
That method won't work with me, Abbott.
Why not?
I keep thinking of Rita Hayworth.
What do you think will happen to you if you got knocked around and got punched, drunk, and goofy?
I can always be a straight man like you.
Sure you can. How do you think you'd look with a cauliflower ear, a mushroom nose, and a squash face?
I'd be the only guy in Hollywood with a built-in home garden.
Costello, you're a moron.
What's that?
You're a moron.
That's enough, Abbott. One more word out of you and I'll fight.
Idiot.
That ain't the word.
Costello, you're in a class with an imbecile.
I know. Want me to help you out with your homework?
I'll get him out of here. Terrible. I never saw you looking so bad, Lou. What happened to you?
What happened?
Yeah.
You know what happened.
What?
I don't get a chance to do nothing on the show.
Oh, stop.
Oh, I went to that quiz show. Truth or coincidences? They asked me a question. When I didn't give them the answer, they hit me over the head with a crowbar and ripped my clothes off and hit me in the face with a pie and squirted dirty water all over me.
Well, that's terrible.
Yeah, but the joke was on them.
It was?
Mm-hmm. I knew the answer all the time.
You should quit hanging around quiz shows trying to win something for nothing. You ought to get yourself a job and go to work.
I tried to. I studied to be a bartender. I went to the bartender school for 2 years, and I still can't get a job.
Why not?
I can't fix a television set.
I thought so. You're just stupid. Your whole family is stupid.
Oh, how can you say that? My Uncle Mike is a very brilliant man. He invented the cotton gin, the telephone, and the steamboat.
What about Whitney, Bell, and Fulton?
Leave the Andrews sisters out of this.
What is your Uncle Mike doing now, Lou?
He's part-time lifeguard at the Del Mar Hotel swimming pool.
Are you kidding? Uncle Mike can't even swim.
That's why he's only working part-time. He had a lot of trouble with Aunt May last week.
He did?
Yeah, he got her a new set of false teeth, and he told her not to take them out. He begged her not to take them out. He pleaded with her not to take them out, but she did.
What happened?
Her head collapsed.
Well, your Aunt May is quite a woman, Lou. She raised quite a family.
Oh, yes. 3 years ago at the Patterson Fair, she won first prize for having the most little boys in one family. She had 15 little boys.
What was first prize?
A little boy.
Never mind that. Whatever happened to your Aunt May's younger sister?
Oh, she graduated from high school this year, and she's so excited she's going to Harvard.
Harvard? Harvard is a boys' school.
Yeah, that's why she's so excited.
she's going to Harvard. That's ridiculous. None of your family ever went to college.
Is that so? I'm taking a night course right now at UCLA.
Well, no, I'm glad to hear
In other words, that's UCLA.
Oakland. Well, disregard UCLA. I'm glad to hear it, Lou. How are you making out?
Not so good. Monday night, the teacher asked each pupil to bring something that would show what they want to be when they get out of school.
Well, now, it sounds interesting.
Yeah, one guy wanted to be a policeman, so he brought a button off a policeman's uniform. One girl wanted to be a nurse, so she brought a button off a nurse's uniform. Another guy wanted to be a fireman, so he brought a button off a fireman's uniform.
And what did you bring?
Nothing.
Why not?
I wanted to be married. How are you going to get a button off of that?
You want to be married. You don't know the first thing about marriage. You don't even know what it takes to make a marriage.
I do so. It only takes two people to make a marriage.
Well, that's right.
A single girl and an anxious mother. As far as I'm concerned, marriage is a three-ring circus.
What do you mean a three-ring circus?
Well, first the engagement ring.
Yes.
Then the wedding ring.
Yes.
And then suffering.
Oh, stop. Are you still going with that striptease dancer at the burlesque show?
Oh, sure. Every night I bring her 3 roses.
Does she wear them?
She has to. It's her custom.
What about that new girl that moved into the apartment next to you?
Well, I tell you, Abbott, I had a date with her, and she's a bachelor girl.
Well, what makes you think she's a bachelor girl?
She looks more like a bachelor than she does a girl.
How old a girl is she, Lou?
Abbott, asking a girl's age is like buying a used car.
What do you mean?
Well, you know the speedometer has been set back, but you don't know how far.
Where did you take her on the date?
Well, we went to a soda fountain and had one of those fancy dishes. You know, ice cream and bananas.
Split?
No, I paid the whole check.
Well, she doesn't sound like the kind of girl for you, Costello. Tell me, do you still date that cute little blonde from Pomona?
Oh, sure. I had a date to go horseback riding with her last night.
You did?
Yes, we rode along through the moonlight. It was beautiful. Her horse was nuzzling my horse. My horse was nuzzling her horse.
Ah, it must have been fun.
It was for the horses. My girl didn't show up. I guess she saw it me because I bought her mother a girdle, and her mother got mad, too.
Well, what size does her mother wear? Small, medium, or large?
Oh, no. Women's girdles don't come in those sizes, Abbott.
They don't?
Oh, no.
What sizes do they come in?
Large, larger, and here comes the showboat.
Hello, Uncle Bud. Hello, Uncle Louie.
It's Abbott's nephew, folks. I left orders with the doorman not to let you in. Now, how did you get past him?
I held your script under his nose and then stepped over his body.
There must be a way to keep this guy out of here. Now, I've got it. I'll hypnotize him. Come over here, Norman.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Costello. What are you going to do to him?
I'm going to hypnotize him and put him to sleep. Look me straight in the eye, Norman.
Okay.
You're going to sleep. Abba-dabba, sleep. Abba-dabba, sleep. Abba-dabba, sleep.
I think it's working, Uncle Louie.
It is?
Yeah, my Abba-dabba is asleep.
Now, you lay off, Norman. He's my sister Olive's boy. And Olive's a very lovely person and a big woman in this town.
I noticed that. Your sister Olive is built like the state of Indiana.
Just what do you mean?
She has a large South Bend.
My sister Olive is a leader of society. Before she moved to Hollywood, she was the rage of Kansas City.
Your sister Olive would throw any city into a rage. She came to the right place when she came to Hollywood. She's a typical Hollywood girl.
What do you mean?
A Hollywood girl at 30 has wrinkles. At 35, she has gray hair. And at 40, she becomes a blonde and starts all over again.
Say what you want about my sister Olive, but she's a very well-educated woman. She's a college graduate. And she has a sheepskin.
I noticed that. She ought to try using Jergens lotion.
You know, you have no business ridiculing my family. Now, last week you were picking on my wife. My wife comes from one of the finest families in California. She's a Tracy.
Any relation to Dick Tracy?
Certainly not. Certainly not. Dick Tracy is a character in a comic book.
Your wife is no oil painting.
Hello, boys.
Hey, look, Costello, it's our secretary, Viola Vaughn.
Well, Viola, you certainly look lovely tonight. What is that you're wearing?
Oh, do you like it? This is my nightclub dress.
Nightclub dress?
Don't you get it, Abbott? No cover.
No cover. You look gorgeous tonight. You and I would make a lovely pair. We'd be just like a couple of lovebirds.
Would we?
Well, I'll show you. First, I put one wing around you like this.
Uh-huh.
Then I put my other wing around you like this. Then I beak up close to your beak. Then I coo softly.
Oh, what do I do?
Don't stand there, Viola. Drop a worm in his mouth.
Cut it out. I'm serious about her. And you're not. Why, Viola, I'd bring you the moon on a silver platter.
Oh, that's wonderful, Abbott. How about you, Costello? Would you bring me the moon on a silver platter?
What do I look like, a waiter?
The moon on a silver platter is a poetic expression like they use in song.
Oh, you know I wrote a song about the moon? A very beautiful thing, too.
Oh, what's the name of it?
I call it Carolina Moon, What Are You Doing Over Glendale?
Stop, Costello. You know nothing about writing songs.
Oh, I not only write songs, I sing them. Why, when I was in kindergarten, every morning I would get up in front of the class and sing Rockabye Baby all the way through.
Well, that was marvelous.
Yeah, there was nothing to it. I was 21 years old at the time.
You know any other songs, Costello?
Oh, every night I lay in bed and I sing an Irish lullaby.
Did that put you to sleep, Costello?
Certainly. You don't think I'd stay awake and listen to that howling, do you?
Well, I saw you last night, Costello. I saw you. You had a cat on a leash. Hey, that certainly is a funny-looking cat. Is he yours?
Yes, he's mine. He's a football cat. I call him First Down.
What do you name the cat First Down?
Every night he's got 10 yards to go.
Well, instead of being out walking a cat on a leash, a boy your age ought to be out with a girl.
Well, I like cats better. They're smarter than girls anyway.
What makes you say the cats are smarter than girls?
Well, Abbott, no matter how a girl tries, she can't wash her face with her tongue.
Pay no attention to him, Viola. Why don't you come over and see the preview of our new picture, Viola? Huh? I do some love scenes in the picture, and I want you to see my fade-out kiss.
You mean she'll see your faded-out kisser? Anyway, Viola has got a date with me.
Well, I don't think I'm going to keep it, Costello.
Why not?
Well, last Sunday he took me riding, and he insisted I wear a riding habit.
Naturally.
Monday he took me hiking, and he insisted I wear a hiking suit.
Naturally.
Tuesday he took me to dinner, and he insisted I wear a dinner gown.
Well, why are you breaking the date tonight?
Tonight he wants to take me to a birthday party.
Well, that did it. It's been a lot of fun, and it's been a beautiful evening up to now, Mabel.
Mabel? My name is Viola.
Well, whatever your name is, it's certainly been fun.
Get him out of here!
Ladies and gentlemen, Abbott and I heard a young singer in New York several weeks ago, and we liked him very much, and we brought him back to Hollywood to join our show, and here he is, and we hope you like him too, Hal Winters.
El cumba, 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 cumbanchero. A bongo, 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 bongo cero. Brigati che va suonando cumbanchero. Bongo cero che se va. Bongo cero che se va. El cumba, 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 cumbanchero. A bongo, 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 bongo cero. Brigati che va suonando con boncero, bango cerro che se va, bango cerro che se va. I sueños ritambo brigati, bom 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 ba. I sueños ripica brigati, bom 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 ba. El cumba 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 cumbonchero, a bango 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 cero. Brigati che va suonando con boncero, bango cero che se va, bango cero che se va. El cumba 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 cumbonchero, a bango 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 cero. Brigati che va suonando con boncero, bango cero che se va, bango cero che se va. A cumba 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 cumbonchero, a bango 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 cero. Brigati che va suonando con boncero, bango cero che se va, bango cero che se va. I sueños ritambo brigati, bom 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 ba. I sueños ripica brigati, bom 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 ba. El cumba 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 cumbonchero, a cumba 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 cumbonchero. Brigati che va suonando con boncero, bango cerro che se va, bango cerro che se va.
Costello, something's got to be done about the parking conditions around this studio. Tonight I couldn't see a parking space in front of the studio, in back of the studio, or even across the street from the studio.
Could be worse.
What do you mean?
Abbott, suppose you had a car.
Yeah. Well, never mind that. Did your Uncle Mike drive you down here tonight?
No, my Uncle Mike just took his California driver's test today. You should have seen him. He got in a car with the inspector, backed into a truck, bumped into a streetcar, and then he crashed into a stone wall.
Did he pass?
We won't know till next Wednesday.
Why not?
That's the day the inspector gets out of the hospital.
Did your Uncle Mike go to see his favorite program, What's Doing, Ladies?
Yes, and there was a line in front of that studio 2 blocks long.
Never mind that. How did he like What's Doing, Ladies?
I don't know. By the time he got in, they were through doing it.
I don't know. You know, your Uncle Mike is an ignoramus. He ought to get himself an education.
Yes, he's got one, Abbott. Why, 10 years ago, Uncle Mike was a garbage collector without an education. Then he went to night school and he graduated. And what a difference that made in him.
What is he now?
A garbage collector with an education.
Well, never mind him, Costello. What is your Sam Shovel detective story for tonight?
It's a fascinating case, Abbott. I call it the case of the curbstone murder, or Gertie, get out of the gutter. And let the water go by.
Sounds intriguing. Let's get on with the case.
Yeah, let's do that.
And now the makers of Smudge Pot cigarettes present the further adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective. But first, a word about our product, Smudge Pot cigarettes. Smudge Pots are the only cigarettes that contain no nicotine, no harmful tars, no tobacco. These cigarettes are made only from the finest domestic and Turkish towel. And remember our slogan, Smudge Pots are the only cigarettes that contain alum. Our slogan is, pucker while you puff. Now go to your cigar store tonight. They will give you a package of Smudge Pots for nothing. The package has no sharp edges. Take them home and throw them in your dresser. What a cigarette, so free, so easy on the drawers. And now to the adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective.
Yes, I'm Sam Shovel, Private Detective. I'm sitting in my little office looking at my new office safe. This time I got a real office safe. When I go home at night, I lock my office in it. I see a piece of string around my finger. Suddenly I remember what it's for. It's to remind me to take the string off my finger. I reach in my pocket for my tobacco. There's a big hole in my pocket. That's the last time I'll buy chewing tobacco. It always chews a hole in my pocket. This detective racket is plenty tough. You've got to work in all kinds of weather. Just listen to that wind howling outside.
I'll give you that if you'll give me this.
I'll give you this if you give me that.
It's a trade wind. It was such a nice night as this that I was called to solve the famous farmyard murder. A fiendish farmer had cut off his hired man's head. He hid it in the alfalfa. What a tough case. It was like finding a noodle in a haystack. I decide to shave. I lather my face. The razor hums through my whiskers.
St. Louis woman with all her diamond rings.
I always use Gillette Blues blades. I decide to dial up a little in case a client should come in. I put on my swallowtail coat. I take it off. Seems silly for a man my age to wear a coat made of swallowtails. I noticed the headline in the morning paper. The country is in a strange position. On the next page it says eggs are going up. Chickens must be in a strange position, too. Suddenly the phone rings. Hello? Yes, this is Sam Shovel, the detective. Somebody that wants me to handle a case. Yes? No, I can't work that cheap. No, you know my price. What's that? 5,000? Okay, I'll take the case. Right, 5,000. But remember, all Tootsie Rolls, no jelly beans. I thought of my friend, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad. I might get him to help me on this case. Some people think Lieutenant Abbott has a screw loose in his head, but I know different. I tightened that screw in his head only yesterday. One thing I will say for Lieutenant Abbott, he knows his onions. He can walk in any vegetable store and say, that's an onion. But he's a real cop. Abbott don't know the meaning of the word intimidation. And that's only one of a million words he don't know the meaning of.
Hello, Sam Shovel.
It's my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad.
Sam, I'd like to leave my new cowhide briefcase in your office.
That's a pretty briefcase, Lieutenant.
Yeah, it's genuine cowhide. Open it.
Moo.
The cow is still hiding in it.
There's a picture of your wife in it, too. She looks kind of different in this picture.
It's her hair. She's wearing a page boy. Don't she look nice?
It's hard to tell. The page boy's feet are hanging down over her face.
Enough of this nonsense, Sam. The cops caught an old friend of yours last night. Shirley, the shoplifter.
Beautiful Shirley, the shoplifter. I once trailed her through a department store, through the shoe department, through the jewelry department, the furniture department, then I caught her in men's underwear.
This is serious, Sam. Shirley is in the prison hospital. She's unconscious. She keeps moaning, Perry. Perry! Perry!
You must be in the state of Como.
Sam, if you want to see Shirley alive, we better get over to the hospital at once. Let's go.
We arrived at the hospital. We were walking down the corridor. I was reading the signs on the door. Dr. Kildare, surgery, back in 10 minutes. Dr. Nichols, surgery, back in 15 minutes. Dr. Condon, perjury, back in 20 years.
Sam, here comes the doctor that's taking care of Shirley the shoplifter.
He looks like a phony to me.
I heard that, young man. I'll have you know that I've operated on over 300 patients, and I never lost a single one of them.
You didn't?
No, I know where each one of them is buried.
Doctor, can we go in and see Shirley now?
Yes, but don't stay too long, please. The patient must not have too much excitement.
Why not?
How do I know? All the radio doctors say that. My goodness. Aren't you Sam Shovel, the detective?
That's me.
Man, from the looks of you, you need medical attention. Shovel, if you'll come here tomorrow between 2 and 4 or between 6 and 8, remember, between 2 and 4 or 6 and 8, I'll examine your head.
Why can't I come between 4 and 6?
That's when they're examining my head.
Come on, Sam Shovel. Here's Shirley's room.
Oh, poor Shirley, my poor Shirley.
Sir, who are you? And what are you doing here?
I'm Shirley's father. She's in the next room. She's got appendicitis. None of the doctors will operate on her. I'm afraid she'll die.
Cheer up, friend. I will operate on Shirley.
You? I thought you were a detective.
Before I became a detective, I was known as young Dr. Shovel.
Are you sure you can do it, Sam?
Am I sure I can do it? Certainly. I'll skin out to the car and get my satchel of surgical instruments.
Thank goodness he's got his satchel. She's right in there, Sam.
Here I go. Has anybody got a hammer?
Here's a hammer.
Thanks. Anybody got a chisel?
Here's a chisel.
Anybody got a blowtorch?
Wait a minute, Sam. Sam, hammer, chisel, blowtorch. What are you doing to Shirley?
What, Shirley? First, I got to open my satchel.
Costello, as Sam Shovel, you were really digging him up tonight. Get it? Shovel, digging him up? It's a joke, son. I dug up a joke.
Yes, and you'd better bury it again. Abbott, let's leave the jokes to our writer.
You mean we got writers?
Oh, he's only kidding, folks. He knows our writing staff. We're headed by Eddie Foreman with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello, Martin Ragaway, and Len Stern.
And I know that our producer is Charles Vander.
That's pretty good for Abbott, folks, when you consider Vander's only been on the show 2 years.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
Love, Grand. Me, oh me. What is this? I'm getting dizzy. Oh, maybe Cupid is after me. Maybe love has found Andy Hart.
I don't understand these modern girls.
In what way?
Well, Polly, for instance. Sometimes she won't let you kiss her at all. But this other one, this Cynthia, she'll let you kiss her whenever you want. She won't go swimming. She won't play tennis. She won't go for a walk. She just wants to kiss you all the time. I'm a nervous wreck.
Andrew Hardy, you tell me who she is.
Oh, Cynthia Potter.
Oh, that awful red-headed creature. Oh, Andy, how could you?
Hey, this is going to be a world's record. I'm going to go put on my tuxedo and my opera hat. Maybe I'll shave.
Meet the beat of my heart. Meet the reason I beam so. Why I am happy and seem so delighted, excited, ignited with the lovely glow. Meet the beat of my heart.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
Thank you very much, Durward.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Rosemary, here we are having another session here on CBS,
Who takes the first song today?
Why don't you take it?
Well, thank you very much.
Couldn't happen to a nicer girl, I don't think.
So rare, you're like the fragrance of blossoms fair, sweet as a breath of air, fresh with the morning dew. So rare, you're like the sparkle of old champagne, orchids in cellophane, couldn't compare to you. You are perfection, you're my idea of angels singing the Ave Maria. For you're an angel, I breathe and live you, with every beat of the heart that I give you. So rare, this is a heaven on earth we share, caring the way we care. Ours is a love so rare. Perfection, you're my idea of angels singing the Ave Maria. For you're an angel, I breathe and live you, with every beat of the heart that I give you. So rare, this is a heaven on earth we share, caring the way we care. Ours is a love so rare. So rare. Now I wonder if we could persuade Mr. Crosby to get to work.
Yeah, will you chirp something for us, Bing?
Oh, I certainly will. For this type of work, I need very little urging. Rain, let us cuddle while the rain pitter-patters on the pane, and we're alone. A chance to while away a dreamy afternoon, a lovely peaceful afternoon. No one can see us. Hooray, it's so cozy in the rain. to complain if she's with you. To hold her hand, and then it's 10 to 1 you kiss her in the rain. Rain.
Shows are getting a big play today. Why don't we cash in on their popularity?
Now you're talking Bing's favorite subject, money.
I'm game, Ken. What'll we do?
Well, you and Rosie will be the panel, and I'll play the mystery guest.
Swell, that sounds like fun.
All right. Here we go with the first clue. It starts with a product that's got a tongue but can't talk.
I got it. You want a delicatessen?
Oh, no, it's not that. Let's please concentrate a little harder. I save families oodles of money and give them years of added walking comfort.
That's easy, Ken. You're a shoe repairer whose modern equipment and skilled craftsmanship gives old shoes a new lease on life.
And you got it almost right now. What are the products I use?
Cat's Paw, of course. Products that have meant happy walking to millions for more than 57 years. Quality material like non-slip Cat's Paw, soft, resilient heels and soles. And lighter than leather. Lighter than rubber microlight soles by Cat's Paw. The best for all the family shoes.
Correct. You're a winner. And folks, you can be a winner too. For shoes that need mending, just visit the shoe repairer who displays the famous Cat's Paw cap and ask for Cat's Paw by name. Be sure to look for top quality Cat's Paw products on new shoes too.
You have a feeling you've never had before. I'll say it slower. Love is a feeling that you feel when you feel you have a feeling you've never had before. It can make a man 300 pounds, light as a feather in the breeze, or a guy who's mild, meek and weak. Swing like a Tarzan through the trees. Love is a feeling that you feel when you feel you have a feeling you've never had before. I'll make it plainer. Love is the feeling that I feel when you're close to me. A feeling I've never had before. Can make an old maid 98 whirl like a girlie in her teens, or a gal who's prim, pure and staid. Hop like a crop of jumping beans. Love is a feeling that you feel when you feel you have a feeling you've never had before. I'll make it plainer. Love is the feeling that I feel when a feeling I've never had before.
You know, there are lots of annoying things you can ignore.
Like my singing.
Oh, don't butt in. And after a while, you do forget them. But you can't ignore miserable cold distress. You want to relieve it fast. To do that, listen.
Here's Giselle McKenzie, one of America's most popular TV and movie stars.
If a nasty cold bothers you, think what it does to me. I don't feel like singing with my nose stopped up, head feeling like a balloon from sinus congestion. To feel better fast, I take the newest medicine, new improved 4-way cold tablets. Today's 4-way contains a decongestant to drain sinus passages while it relieves cold distress.
Clinical tests prove 4-way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, there was no trace with other brands. Only 4-way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing.
4-way's marvelous. Makes me feel fine in no time.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-way. Fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package, only 39 cents.
Solamente una vez amé en la vida, solamente una vez y nada más. Una vez nada más a mi puerto brilló la esperanza. La esperanza que alumbra el camino de mi soledad. Una vez nada más se entrega el alma con la dulce total renunciación. Una vez nada más a mi puerto brilló la esperanza que alumbra el camino de mi soledad. Total renunciación. Una vez nada más a mi puerto brilló la esperanza que alumbra el camino de mi soledad.
Are you a soft drink man?
I'm getting softer and softer. I'll tell you that.
Then you will be delighted to know that a fellow in Hong Kong has invented a drinking straw that pops up from inside the bottle when the cap is removed.
Oh, isn't that dangerous? I mean, couldn't it pop out and poke you in the eye?
It'll spare you in the nostril.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't think it pops up that far. It just shoots up a little, and you pull the straw out further.
Well, just the same. Mind the straw.
Stand back.
Stand clear. Keep your eye on the ball. Say, you say this was invented in Hong Kong, the straw that pops out of the soft drink bottle or the milk bottle or whatever, huh?
Yeah, that's it. And it's made of synthetic plastic.
Uh-huh. Well, you know, as the saying goes, darn clever, these Chinese.
You remember that,
I coined that.
Oh, man, think of that. Straws that now pop out of the bottle. I'll tell you, the time has about arrived when we'll no longer lift a hand.
Well, that ain't all. I mean, we don't lift anything anymore.
Yeah, but have a seat, please.
Gladly. Well, anyhow, here's to the straw that pops out of the bottle. Incidentally, I wonder if Mr. Yat Chun Yuen knows about the chopsticks with this coil spring in them, to help grasp the food with the sticks. Have you heard about that?
That's an outstanding item for certain.
Say, wait, is this straw noiseless?
I don't know.
Huh? That's important.
Yeah, that's right, that last
Wouldn't
drop.
like
Oh, you really got a sound there. Whether or not, it's the greatest
Sound
thing.
like a sound effect in an Alec Guinness picture,
Or an opening to
No.
Oh, no. Well, whether or not, it's the greatest thing since Jack in the Box.
Well, I guess so. Now, I wonder if we get Buddy Cole to pop up with some music. Rosemary, I might be wrong. I generally am, but isn't it about time we got together on a duet?
Sure. What about I May Be Wrong?
I may be wrong, but I think you're wonderful.
That's the one. I think the folks would like that song.
Well, I like it. Buddy, how about playing that one for us?
I may be wrong, but I think you're wonderful. I may be wrong, but I think you're swell.
I like your style, say. I think it's marvelous. I'm always wrong, so how can I tell?
All of your shirts are unsightly. All of your ties are a crime.
Don't like my thread. Well, if dear in you I've picked rightly, baby, it's got to be the first time you came along. Say, I think you're wonderful.
I think you're grand, but
I may be wrong. Deuces to me are all aces. Life's to me just a boy. Faces, just open spaces. You might be Zsa Zsa Gabor.
oh yeah. You came along saying, I think you're wonderful.
Wonderful.
I think you're grand,
But we may just be wrong.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that ends this rendezvous.
Both of us hope that you enjoyed it. You know, we have. And we thank you very much.
Bye for now.
Adios.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. Produced by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
To go to that nasty old Davis' school with impertinent girls who laugh at your dresses and label your father if he isn't rich.
Libel. Don't say label as if Papa were a pickle bottle.
I know what I mean, and you needn't be satirical about it. It's proper to use good words and improve your vocabulary.
Aren't we elegant?
He looks pretty grim, but I shouldn't be afraid of him. Though I can see how his face might frighten some people.
Thank you, Mom. But my face would frighten some people.
Oh, I only said might, sir.
But with all that, you like me, eh?
Oh, yes, sir, I do. I do.
And I like you.
I'll get
No, we never can be boy and girl again, Laurie. Those happy old times can't come back. And we shouldn't expect them to.
Oh, that trip to Europe that you so looked forward to, oh, that is too bad. That's a cruel disappointment. And on the top, the stupid professor comes blundering and makes things worse.
Oh, but Joe, I think I'll be homesick for him, even in heaven. If you really want Bessie, please wait until Mommy comes home. But, oh, God, please don't.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show, transcribed direct from Hollywood, with Les Brown and his band of renown, our singing star, Margaret Whiting, our special guest, Henry Fonda. And here he is, Bob Hope.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Bill. Very happy to be back here. And out here in California, we're having some wonderful weather. I feel so full of vigor, I was just mistaken for Donald O'Connor. Really. I met Phil Harris this morning. He thought I was Donald O'Connor. Of course, he also thought it was last night. I really was mistaken for Donald O'Connor the other day. Two women passed me on Vine Street, and one said, "Hello, Donald." She must have thought I was really young and fresh looking because then she turned to her friend and said, "Isn't that Donald Crisp?" And this is a wonderful time of the year for gardening. I'd be out digging in my garden like everyone else except for my tax setup. The way things are now, if I strike oil, I'm ruined. This is the time of the year when gardeners plant things. Of course, Jack Benny does his planting all year round. I started a garden 3 weeks ago, but I haven't done much with it. Zsa Zsa Gabor's swimming pool is on the other side of the hedge. And you'd be surprised how little you can plant when you're standing on tiptoe. And did you see the automobile? The manufacturers brought out their new cars, you know. You can see them on any used car lot in town. One new car even has a television set in the rear window. It's very convenient for motorcycle cops. While they're chasing you, they can watch Dragnet. And the new models are so automatic that pretty soon we'll have cars running around without drivers. Of course, we've had that in California for years. Altogether, it's been a rough week for me. Monday, I lost my wallet. Yesterday, I got hit by a truck. And this morning, I got a letter from Crosby. You can always tell when Bing has left Hollywood. The Bank of America looks like a saloon in a ghost town. It's a very nice letter. I'll read some of it to you. Bing says he's staying a week in Ireland, a week in England, a week in Scotland, and 4 hours in Paris. I know people get old, but this is ridiculous. Bing has plenty of company in Europe. So many movies are being filmed over there. There's nobody left in Hollywood except Francis, the Mule, and Lassie. The three of us had lunch together yesterday at the Brown Donuts. And you know, foreign films are becoming very popular over here. I saw an Italian picture at a drive-in movie last night, and it was very entertaining. It was wonderful to be able to hear Italians speaking the Romance language and at the same time look around and see Americans acting it out. It gives me great pleasure to present one of our leading actors of the screen and the legitimate theater, the star of those fine plays, Mr. Henry Fonda, right here. Thank you. Say, it's nice to have you with us, Henry. You don't get back to Hollywood very often, do you?
Only when I'm on tour with a play. I guess I'm a tourist.
Not quite, Henry. To be a tourist, you have to wear an orange sports shirt and pink slacks and keep saying in a loud voice, "What's so great about California? We have twice as much sunshine back in Peoria."
You know something? I've been in Peoria, and they do have twice as much sunshine.
Tourists. Anyway, Henry, it's wonderful to have you back with us again. And since you've been concentrating on plays, we thought we'd do one tonight, okay?
Sure, that's fine. But there's one thing, Bob.
What's that?
Well, there's two of us, and a play only needs one leading man.
You mean you're wondering what you're doing here?
No. I'm wondering what you're doing here.
You sound like my sponsor, but I don't think we'll have any trouble on that score. In your play, Point of No Return, there are parts for two men, aren't there?
Well, yes, Bob, but the men are enemies.
So what? You can manage to hate me for 30 minutes, can't you?
Sure. Easy.
I'm not sure I like the way you said it.
I mean just acting, of course.
Oh, good. By the way, Henry, that's a very unusual title, Point of No Return. What does it mean?
Well, it means that once you've committed yourself to a course of action, you've got to see it through. There's no backing out.
I had something like that happen to me once, Henry. I had to keep going right on through.
What was it?
Well, I got my finger caught in the wringer of our washing machine. I was rolled out so flat, when I got undressed, I had to scrape my clothes off with a putty knife. Anyway, Henry, tonight we're going to do our version of Point of No Return, so let's get on with it.
I'm ready.
This is the story of two men who work in a bank. Both are clerks and are competing for the job as vice president of the bank. Only one man can get the job. He'll be happy and successful, while the other will be bitter and disillusioned, his dreams shattered. As our story opens, one of the clerks has arrived in the bank to start the day's work.
That's me, Bob Harris. 39 years old and still a bank clerk. And in my class yearbook, it said Magna cum triumphum magnifico, which is Latin for once a jerk, always a jerk. In my job, I handle thousands of dollars every day, but I never have any money for myself. Piles of money all around me, and I'm broke. It's like living next door to Jane Russell and going steady. I've got to get that job as vice president. All my life, I've played my cards carefully, made only the right moves. When I buy clothes, I get dark suits. When I came to this town, I joined the country club. And when I got married, I married a girl. Conservative, that's me. I've got to get that job as vice president.
Well, you've met Bob Harris, folks. Now let's meet the other clerk who has just walked into the bank and is hanging up his hat.
My name is Henry Fremont. I think I should have that job as vice president. I handle a lot of money in this bank, too. And when the auditors were here last week, I wasn't a penny short. Partly because I am honest, and partly because I was very lucky this season at Santa Anita. I really need a larger salary. My wife and I can hardly keep up appearances. When there's a dance at the country club, I'm the only man there wearing a tuxedo jacket and blue jeans. Our friends don't know whether I'm there to dance or fix the plumbing. But I'm practically certain to get the job as vice president because I don't have much competition. You've already met the other clerk, Bob Harris, so I don't have to tell you what an idiot he is. Besides, Bob couldn't be vice president of a bank. He'd be more at home in a zoo. From the back, he looks like an overweight ape waddling along, and from the front, he looks like a monkey with a banana sticking out of his face. Here he comes now. Morning, Bob.
Oh, good morning, Henry.
I've seen stupider-looking faces, but I don't know where. How you doing, Bob?
Oh, fine, just fine. What an egghead. How can one guy look like Mel Torme and sound like Tallulah?
Look at that sappy grin on his silly-looking face. And those vacant brown eyes. They ought to be staring over a fence at the Chicago stockyard. Say, stupid, I mean, Bob.
Yeah, Henry. What's on your mind? Mind. I'm flattering him. He hasn't got anything in that skull except the empty places where his marbles used to be. You'll see, Mr. Harkins will pick me to be vice president.
How can you possibly expect to win out over me?
What do you mean?
Well, it stands to reason. I'm more intelligent than you are. I had to be smart to get out of Harvard Law School.
Yes, Harvard got a stone wall around it and guards with machine guns?
No.
Then I have to be even smarter to get out of my school.
What school did you go to?
The Cleveland House of Correction for juvenile delinquents, criminal types, and human misfits. I majored in all three categories.
Bob, we're silly to argue about the promotion.
Hey, look out. Here comes the boss.
Bob! Henry!
He's in a better mood than usual. He's only in a rage.
What's the matter, Mr. Harkins?
I'll tell you what's the matter. Harris, did you okay this loan for $10 million?
Oh, that? Well, the company I loaned it to sounded like a reliable firm, sir.
A reliable firm. It says here they call themselves the Society for the Care and Feeding of Motherless Pollywogs in the Asiatic Sea.
Yes, sir, it sounded good to me. There was only one question in my mind about the loan, sir.
What's that?
What's a pollywog?
And you, Fremont.
Yes, sir?
Can't you do a simple errand? You'd get it straight. I told you to take the adding machine out and have it overhauled. I didn't say have it tuned.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm very sorry, sir. Isn't the adding machine all right?
No, it isn't all right. Every time I add up the bank's assets, it plays get out of here before it's too late.
Well, I'm sorry, sir.
Me too, sir.
Is that all you can say, you hopeless nincompoop? You're sorry? Get out of my sight, both of you! Get out of my sight!
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, he's gone. He didn't scare me a bit.
He didn't scare me either. You sure he's gone?
Yeah.
Well, let's get out. It's kind of crowded here in this wastebasket.
That song songbird, Margaret Whiting, now sings I Believe, backed up by Les Brown and his Palladium Boys. Come in, Maggie.
I believe for every drop of rain that falls, a flower grows. I believe that somewhere in the darkest night, a candle glows. I believe for everyone who goes astray, someone will come to show the way. I believe above the storm, the smallest prayer will still be heard. I believe that someone in the great somewhere hears every word. Every time I hear a newborn baby cry or touch a leaf or see the sky, then I know I believe above the storm, the smallest prayer will still be heard. I believe that someone in the great somewhere hears every word. Every time I hear a newborn baby cry or touch a leaf or see the sky, then I know
Now we continue with our version of Point of No Return. As the weeks go by, the rivalry between the two bank clerks, Robert Harris and Henry Fremont, grows stronger. Which of them will be chosen vice president of the bank? As the suspense increases, even their home lives are affected by the situation.
I don't understand it, Robert. I don't know why you don't walk right in and ask Mr. Harkins who's going to get the vice president's job.
But, Baby Lamb, that's not the way things are done in the bank.
Well, I don't care how things are done at the bank. Now, we need more money, and, oh, Robert, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, letting your wife scrub floors.
Yeah, well, lots of wives scrub floors.
Yeah, but not other people's.
Don't worry, dollhead. If I get this job, I'll dress you in the finest. You'll be the only scrub woman on the block with mink knee pads. Little lamb fuzz, you.
Why don't you go to the boss and tell him how stupid that Henry Fremont really is?
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Well, why not?
Well, no matter what happens, I want to be as square as possible.
think you've got a great start. Robert, you know what's wrong with you? You don't assert yourself. That's why they don't appreciate you down there.
Oh, Mr. Harkins ought to know how hard I work by this time. I keep 3 secretaries busy.
You do?
Yeah, 2 of them with office work.
Well, I like that. Exactly what goes on with you and the 3rd secretary.
She shoots a great game of pool. Now, stop nagging me, will you? If I don't get the promotion, so what? I can always go back to my old job.
Some job. Chicken massager in a poultry market.
Well, it wasn't such a bad job. After they plucked the chickens, I used to smooth out the goose pimples with lotion.
Robert, haven't you got any ambition at all? Don't you want to take care of your family? Look at poor Junior. He's got to have braces for those big buck teeth.
Well, I don't mind those buck teeth. It gives him character. He's the only kid in the neighborhood who looks like he swallowed a pitchfork.
Junior's teeth have got to be fixed as soon as possible. They stick out much too far.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Every time he smiles, he cuts his own shoelaces.
Robert, I'm warning you for the last time. Tomorrow morning, I want you to walk into that bank, and I want
Nag. That's all you ever do, Mag. That's all you ever do. I'll bet Henry Fremont isn't going through this with his wife.
Henry, I don't understand how a man as intelligent as you are can still be working as a bank clerk after all these years.
Now, dear, I'm doing the best I can.
It just doesn't seem right, that's all. To think that a college man should have to compete with that stupid Bob Harris.
Don't underestimate Bob. He saved the bank a lot of money in office equipment.
How?
We use his nose for a spindle.
I can't imagine. I just can't imagine them even considering him for vice president.
You're right, dear. Harris is a fake. Even his clothes are phony.
What do you mean, phony?
Every half hour he goes into the vault with a bicycle pump.
A bicycle pump?
Yeah, he has a leaky valve in his shoulder pad. Yesterday, he pumped him up too high.
What happened?
His left shoulder exploded and blew him into the powder room.
It doesn't seem possible that anyone could be like that.
Ah, Bob isn't such a bad guy, except for the way he tries to ingratiate himself with the boss.
How's that?
Well, every time Mr. Hawkins goes for a ride in his car, he goes along to help.
To help?
Yeah. Bob sits on the front bumper and yells, "Out of the way, you peasants."
That sounds exactly like him.
Ah, Bob has his good points, if you look for them.
I think he's vulgar, cheap, moronic, stupid, dishonest, crafty, hateful, obnoxious, and a general all-around pest.
See, I told you he had his good points. Well, anyway, the whole thing's going to be decided tomorrow. Mr. Harkins is going to give us his decision then.
You don't think he'd ever pick Bob for the vice president's job, do you?
Nah. He'd never fit in with that board of directors. They're just a bunch of stodgy old men who sit around all day and tell dull stories and bum jokes and... Say, maybe he'd fit in after all. Well, anyway, we'll know the answer tomorrow.
Well, come in, Harris. Come in, Fremont. Sit down. Help yourselves to the cigars.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Well, boys, this is the big moment. The bank will soon have a new vice president.
I hope you'll choose me, Mr. Hawkins. I have some great ideas to increase our business.
Really?
But really, I've got a lot of good ideas. I've got a lot of good ideas myself, Mr. Harkins.
The man I pick for vice president has to be absolutely reliable in every respect. Completely trustworthy.
Well, I'm trustworthy, Mr. Harkins. I know how to handle large sums of money, millions.
Ha ha, that's funny. I bet you've never even seen $1 million.
Yes, I have. I was with Jack Benny once when he took off his shoes. He was wearing uranium argyles and platinum Dr. Scholl's foot pads.
This is a serious matter, Harris. I want my vice president to be a man of unimpeachable character. And because of his high position, he must know the best people, go to the best places.
Well, I go to the best places. New York for the theater season, Long Island for the yachting season, Fresno for the grape crushing season.
Fresno for the grape crushing season?
Yeah, they're paying $2 a bushel if you have flat feet.
Well, men, I think it's time for me to announce my decision. Naturally, we need a vice president who can do a lot for our bank.
Well, I've already done a lot of things for the bank, Mr. Harkins. After that hold-up scare, didn't I completely redesign the lock in the main vault?
That's true. Yeah, now it won't open unless you get 3 cherries straight across. If you get me the job, Mr. Harkins, I'll devote all my time to the bank. I won't be like Harris here, a scatterbrain who's always running off in all directions. Don't listen to him, Mr. Harkins. I'm heart and soul in banking. Lots of men dream about Rita Hayworth and Lana Turner, not me.
Now, what do you dream about?
A safety deposit box and a tight sweater. You see, Mr. Harkins, Harris doesn't know what he's talking about, but I do. Well, I've got a plan that'd improve the operation of the whole bank.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, I'd start by shifting all the personnel. I'd move Johnson to new accounts. I'd put Wilkins in trust department. I'd move Simpson to the supply room and Green to the stock room. Wait, you haven't mentioned me. What room would I be in? You think you could operate a roller towel? Well, I could give it a whirl. Well, tell us, Mr. Harkins, who's the new vice president? Is it me or Henry?
I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Here's our new vice president. He's just joining the bank. Mr. William Grant. Come in, Grant.
Hello, gentlemen.
What? You pass us up for an outsider?
Well, now, I know I'm a new man, but I think we can all get along together.
Where's he from? The International Correspondence School? No, sir. I'm not going to take orders from a guy who walks in off the street after I've worked here all my life. I don't kowtow to anybody. I don't lick anybody's boots. I'm not a stooge. That goes for me, too. Don't try to push us around, buddy.
Now, I've tried to be pleasant about this.
Now, wait a minute.
But I can be tough, too.
Now, look at him.
I'm in charge. So I've just got this to say. Get out of here. Get out of here immediately.
Say, Henry, have you put on some weight? Yeah, why do you ask? There used to be plenty of room for both of us in this wastebasket.
Brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
There is a place where the northern lights transform the sky.
Anything out of the ordinary, you telephone me, night or day.
Modern mermaids spring from the sea.
What's the most amazing thing you ever found? Impossible to say. See, there's something amazing every 2 or 3 weeks.
The land breathes with an ancient mystery.
Where are we?
And all who witness its wonders come to believe in its magic.
What about the sky?
Sky, sir, is amazing.
I wish you could see it. I wish I could describe it to you just like I'm seeing it.
This is the new film from the producer of Chariots of Fire, Local Hero.
The survey teams have found just about the only suitable bay on the entire coast.
I think we should get a negotiator on the side right away.
We're here on kind of a mission.
Same here.
I don't want to be coy with you, Gordon. We want to buy the whole place. We want to buy everything from the cliffs to the north, through to the bay on the far side. That's all.
Oh, boy. Are we going to be rich?
Peter Riegert, Burt Lancaster.
Take the chopper, go to Aberdeen, get on over to Houston.
I want to stay here. Run the hotel. Do little bits of business. You can go to Houston. Take the Porsche, the house, the job. It's a good life there, Gordon.
Local Hero. The story of an ordinary man who cared enough to do something extraordinary. Local Hero.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a robbery detail. A pair of thieves has been terrorizing the merchants in your city. They're described as a man and a woman. From their actions, you know they're capable of murder. Your job, stop them.
It was Wednesday, July 23rd. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Chief of Detective Stab Brown. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from the main jail, and it was 8:16 p.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery detail. Hi, Slats.
Joe, any word from Frank?
Yeah, I talked to Skipper this morning. He said they were having a little trouble with that extradition.
Anything big?
No, I guess not. Chief Brown said the authorities back in St. Louis would get it straightened out. Frank ought to be back in the middle of next week.
Mm-hmm.
Skipper said he wants me to work with you on that liquor store thing.
Gaffney and I can use some help. We've run down just about every lead there is. They all end up in the same place.
Well, I got a little of it. You want to fill me in on the rest?
Yeah. Hotshot, I'll get it. Well, you can get it firsthand.
Yeah?
They just scored again.
Sergeant Slats Henry, Tom Gaffney, and I went downstairs to the carpool. We took out our robbery car and we rolled on the call code 3. It took us a little over 10 minutes to get to the corner of Alexandria and Burns Avenues. The place that had reported being robbed was a small neighborhood liquor store. By the time we'd gotten there, a radio car had answered the call, and a felony car from Hollywood Division had gotten there. While Gaffney talked with the men in the felony car, Slats and I went inside the store to see the victim. The uniformed officer who was with him told us that the elderly man's name was Charles Osborne. We got what information the officer had been able to get, and while he went to his unit to get out a broadcast on the suspects, Slats and I talked to Osborne.
Well, there isn't much to tell. I guess they worked it the same way they've been doing. Just the way how it tells in the papers. The same.
Mm-hmm. There were 2 of them, were there?
Yeah, the man and the woman, 2.
Might be better if you told us just exactly what happened.
Well, just pick up any paper. It's all there. They've been doing the same thing for a couple of weeks. I don't understand it. I don't.
What's that, Mr. Osborne?
Well, these 2 just walk into any store and take what they want. You guys don't seem to be able to stop them. You go great guns after they've held up somebody, then you're great. But where are you when they're doing the robbing, huh? Where are you then? Where?
Well, if you'll just calm down here and tell us what happened, we might be able to do something about it.
Oh. Well, they come in just like always.
About what time was that?
Well, it must have been around 8. I was a little too busy to look at my watch.
Mm-hmm. You want to go ahead?
Well, there was 2 of them, man and the woman.
Yes, sir.
Man and the woman stood over there at the door. Woman walked right up here at the counter, right up, stood there. First off, I thought she had a cold or something. Wasn't long that thought held on, though. No, sir, not long at all.
Yes, sir.
Turned out to be a mask. Handkerchief, right across here. Right here across the face. About that time, of course, I realized there was something was wrong, Anybody walks into a store with a mask on, they don't mean no good. Oh, none.
Yes, sir. Did you get a good look at the pair before they put the masks on?
No, sir, not at all. No. They had them kind of up over their mouths when they come in, kind of like they was going to cough or something. Then they took their hands away, and I could see that the handkerchief was tied right on. Tied.
Yes, sir. You want to go ahead?
Well, this woman come over to the counter and asked me for a bottle of Canadian whiskey. Just as calm as can be. I asked for it right out. Now, mind, you see, all this time I thought she had a cold.
Yes, sir.
I walked over, you see, there. Yeah, that's where I keep the Canadian stuff, and got a bottle.
I see.
Got it right down, and I turned around, and there she was, just standing there with a mask on. Had it tied right around, tied.
Yes, sir. What happened then?
Well, I asked them what the big idea was. I thought that maybe they was playing a little joke, you see. They was, but it was on me. Woman told me to put the bottle in the paper bag and put the money in the bag, too. Told me to open the register and just put all the money right in the bag.
Did you see if they were armed?
No wonder you haven't caught them.
Sir?
You got a life-size picture of me giving them the money if they wasn't armed. You got that kind of idea?
No, sir. We just want to know if they had guns.
Well, of course they had guns.
Did you see them?
Well, naturally. Right out in the open. No. Wait a second. Come right down to it. I didn't actually see them. The fella, he was at the door over there. He had his hand in his pocket. She had her hand in a purse, see? Like this.
Mm-hmm.
You see?
Mm-hmm.
Like this, kind of. Come right down to it, I didn't really see them, no. Well, I'm sure they was there, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. Well, what happened after the woman asked for the money?
Well, her and the fella just told me not to move for 5 minutes. Had me to keep real still. Said I wouldn't get hurt if I just took it easy. And they left the store.
Did they walk away from the place?
Oh, no, sir. They had a car parked right out in front. Right in front. Got into that and roared down the street. I counted to 100 by ones and then called you.
Did the uniformed officer get a description of the car?
Yes, I give it to him right off.
All right, Mr. Osborne, if you'd give us a description of the pair.
Well, the woman was about, maybe 5'3", around in there, weighing around 130.
Mm-hmm. How about the color of her hair?
Red, just flaming red. Had blue eyes, so I guess her hair really was that color.
What color were the eyes?
Flaming red. I told you that before.
No, sir,
yes.
not her eye. Her eyes.
Yes. Oh, her eyes. Oh, I'm all confused here. Well, her eyes were blue.
Yes, sir.
So that's how I knew that. Hair was bright red.
What was she wearing?
Oh, had on a kind of beret, green, kind of green coat, red purse, red shoes, low heel. The front was cut out.
Mm-hmm. How about the man? What did he look like?
Oh, he's a big one. He must have been around 6 feet. I couldn't tell too good because he was standing over there with a door. Oh, but he was a big one, I tell you. He weighed about 170, maybe more.
How about his coloring?
Dark hair, dark eyes. Of course, I couldn't see anything very good. And then he had that mask on.
What was he wearing?
He had a blue suit on, looked kind of like it was linen.
How about his shirt and tie?
White shirt, black tie. Shirt was a button-down collar. No hat.
Did either one of them have any marks or scars that might make it easier to identify them?
Not that I could see, no, sir.
Well, how about accents? Either of them have any kind of speech peculiarity?
No.
Exactly what did the woman say to you? Do you remember the word she used?
Well, first off, she asked for the whiskey. Said, give me a bottle of Canadian whiskey. Didn't mention any special brand.
Mm-hmm.
Then when I brought it back, she said, just put it in the paper bag and empty the register in there, too. That's what the woman said.
Did the man say anything at all?
Well, when they was leaving, he said, stay put, Pop. Stay there for 5 minutes. You won't get hurt. Those are his words, exact. I remember them.
Mm-hmm. All right, sir. We'd like you to come downtown and check some pictures for us, if you will.
Well, I guess it'll be all right. You guys should sure get on the ball, though. It's getting pretty bad.
Sir?
Seems a little silly you can't catch these people right out instead of rushing around locking the door after the horse has been stole. It's a little late then, seems to me.
Yes, sir. Well, they've been pretty lucky. They'll probably try this same thing again.
Yeah.
We'll try to be there the next time. search of the immediate area failed to turn up anything that might lead to the identity of the thieves. A broadcast had been gotten out to all cars in the city giving the description of the couple, the automobile they were driving, and the clothes they were wearing. The pair had been operating in the city for the past 3 weeks. In that time, they'd established a fairly definite method of operation. 2 days before they planned to work, they'd steal a car. Then, on the night that they started their operation, they'd pick one of the city's main arterials and start at one end of it. They'd hit 3 or 4 stores in the area in a period of half an hour. The stolen car would be parked on a side street, and the couple would make good their escape. All of the routine efforts had been made to identify them. Due to the fact that a woman was involved in the operation, the State Adult Authority for Women had been contacted for the names of recent parolees. But when these had been checked out, we netted nothing. Because of the circumstances of the M.O., we felt that the first break in the case would come through the woman. The stats office had made several runs, and the possibles had been checked out. Results, nothing. 5 minutes after we'd left the first victim, we got another call. The pair had hit again, further down on Alexandria Avenue. All right, let us through here, please.
Police officers,
let us through.
Please. You the cop?
Yes, sir, that's right.
I'm the fellow who was robbed. I'm him.
Slats, you want to see if you can try to clear the front of the place?
Right.
Okay. All right, sir, if you'd like to tell us what happened here.
Terrible. Most terrible thing that ever happened to me.
Yes, sir.
I got to have a little something to calm my nerves. Got to.
Well, can I get you anything, sir?
I don't have to, son. I got all right here. A whole store full of it. Just a minute.
Yes, sir.
A little brandy, that's what I need. Mother's sure going to think I took the little nip just to have it. Going to have to explain the whole thing to her. Imagine me being robbed.
Yes, sir. Now, if you tell us what happened here.
Yeah. Say, excuse me, you like a little of this?
No, sir.
Yeah. Well, these two came in here not more than 5 minutes ago. Man and woman. Came right in and asked for a bottle of whiskey.
Mm-hmm. Do you recall what brand?
Didn't ask for no special brand. Just said they wanted Canada whiskey. Blend.
Mm-hmm. You be able to give us a description of them?
Well, the woman had red hair, and that's about the only thing I do remember about her, other than the way she talked.
How do you mean, sir?
Foul mouth. The way she swore at me. Just something fierce.
What did she say?
Oh, just swear words, you know. I guess I didn't get the bottle fast enough for him. She told me to hurry up. Only she didn't say it just like that.
Where was the man during this time?
Oh, he was over here at the cash register with a gun.
Was the woman there, too?
Oh, no. No, she stayed over by the door. Seemed to be the lookout or something. She didn't come much past there.
Mm-hmm.
Right there by the potato chip rack. That's about as far as she come.
Mm-hmm. And you said they used guns. Did you get a look at them?
Oh, yeah. Big ones. I guess they must have been that long, and the barrel must have been that big around.
Mm-hmm. What kind of a gun was it, would you know?
I don't think I know what you mean.
Or was it an automatic or a revolver?
And I'm sorry, officer, but I don't understand. All I know it was the biggest gun I ever saw. Must have been that long, that big around.
Mm-hmm. Did it look like this one?
Oh, no. No, that's just a pea shooter compared to the one that fellow was waving around.
Mm-hmm. Did you see a car when they left?
Yes, I did. Right out in front it was. Parked in front of the sign. Hey, you see there where it says reserved for patrons?
Yes, sir.
Right there. That's where the car was. After the fellow told me to dump the cash into the paper bag with the bottle, the woman opened the door, and both of them ran out and jumped into the car. Roared off down the street. But I got a good look at it. Real good.
Mm-hmm. Then you can give us a description of it?
You bet I can. Dark, 1953 Ford sedan. 4-door. Had one of them sun things on the front. You know, like a shade.
Yes, sir.
Used to have them on the buggies when I was a young man. Guess if you wait long enough, they get back to everything.
Yes, sir. How much money did they get away with, sir?
Oh, guess it must have been around $225. Round in there someplace. Give a couple, take a couple.
Mm-hmm. Do you think you'd know either one of these people if you ever saw them again?
No. You just bet I would. Even with those masks on, I'd be able to pick them right out of a crowd. You just stand them up in front of me, and I'll point them out. I'll never forget that gun. Biggest gun I ever saw. Must have been that long and that big around. That one you got there is a real pea shooter.
Mm-hmm. How'd they look, Joe? Well, it's the same couple. Description fits perfectly.
I checked around the people in the crowd, found one old guy who says he saw the pair come out of the store. Got a good description of the car.
Mm-hmm. I already gave him one. I can tell you anything you want to know.
Yes, sir, we appreciate that, but we do want to talk to everybody who knows anything about the holdup.
All right. You go ahead and talk to the other fella. You go right ahead. Yeah, but I got something he can't give you.
What's that, sir?
License number of the car they drove.
And immediate supplementary broadcast was gotten out to the cars in the area with special attention to the units covering Alexandria Avenue. The search for the pair of thieves went on, but as the hours passed and they failed to hit again, it became apparent that they had eluded us again. The next morning, the car was found abandoned on the east side of Los Angeles. It was a stolen vehicle, and after it had been checked with the crime lab for latent prints, we were no further toward apprehending the suspects. Conferences were held with the chief of detectives, Thad Brown, and it was decided to place an extensive stakeout on the liquor stores in the Hollywood area. From past performances, the pair seemed to work their operation in that general area more than the other parts of town. The stakeout was maintained for 3 days without results. On Tuesday night, July 29th, Sergeant Henry and I waited in the squad room for reports from the other officers out in the field. 1:15 a.m.
Oh, looks like another night shot.
Yeah, still no action. Stores will be closing in about 45 minutes now.
Yeah. You got a cigarette? I'm out.
Yeah. I think there's a couple left in here. Yeah, just 2. Here, go ahead.
Well, I'll go down the hall and get a couple packs
Well,
later.
that's all right. Here.
Heard from Frank?
No, I talked to Fay night before last. She got a letter from him. Said he thought he'd be back about the end of the week.
Say how it's going?
No, he just read me a couple parts of the letter. I guess it's all straightened out. Suspect's coming back on his own.
Extraditions can sure be a pain. I had to go back to New Orleans on one last year. Had a miserable time. Guy gave us a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I remember. I get it. Now, let's go. They just hit again.
In the stakeout area?
No, out in Highland Park. They're way out on this one.
What do you mean?
Well, the victim decided to give him a little trouble.
Yeah?
The male suspect broke off the bottom of a whiskey bottle and worked the victim over.
Mm-hmm.
Almost killed him. At 1:13 a.m., the pair of thieves had entered a small all-night grocery store in the Highland Park area. They'd gone through the usual part of their M.O., asking for the bottle of Canadian whiskey and then the money. However, when they asked the victim to turn over the money to them, he had told them to get out of the store. The male member of the team had grabbed the bottle, hit it against the counter, breaking off the bottom, and then struck the victim several times about the head and shoulders. When we'd gotten the call, the man had been removed to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, where he was in a critical condition. An immediate search of the area had failed to turn up anything that might lead us to the apprehension of the man and woman. A citywide broadcast was gotten out on the pair, and arrangements were made for their description to be broadcast on the police television program. Newspapers carried the stories and joined with us in asking for full cooperation from the public. For the next 3 days, we received several calls with information on the suspects, but when all of these were checked and sifted, we were right back where we started. The stakeouts were maintained on the liquor stores, but the suspects failed to hit again. On Monday, August 4th, we got a call from the county hospital telling us that the latest victim was in condition to be interviewed. Slats Henry and I drove over to see him. He was unable to tell us anything more than the dozen victims before him had told us. 3:15 p.m. We went back to the office.
Want to check the book?
Yeah, I'll get it. Yeah, there's a message here that a Reese McKay called. He left a number.
Say what he wanted?
No, just wants us to call. This table, we got to put something under this leg. It sure wobbles, doesn't it?
Been that way for years.
Yeah. I'd like to speak to Mr. Reese McKay, please. My name's Friday, Los Angeles Police Department. No, Police Department. Yes, surely. It's the attorney's office. Yes, sir? Mm-hmm. This is Sergeant Friday. Yes, sir. Certainly. When was this? Mm-hmm. All right, sir. No, we'll be right over. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Oh, might be something.
What did he say?
Woman was in his office this afternoon.
Yeah?
Said something about being involved in a robbery. Sergeant Henry and I signed out of the office and drove over to the address the lawyer had given me on the phone. We waited in the reception room for a few minutes, and then his secretary ushered us into Mr. McKay's office.
Come in, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
I'm Reese McKay.
Yes, sir. This is Sergeant Henry. My name's Friday.
Oh, yes, you're the gentleman I talked to on the phone.
That's right.
Well, sit down, and I'll try and tell you what happened.
All right, thank you very much.
You've got to realize my problem in this thing.
Yes, sir. What's that?
Well, if this isn't anything worthwhile, I certainly don't want to have a client embarrassed. You can understand that.
Yes, sir.
I suppose I'd just tell you what happened, and we can go on from there.
All right, that'll be fine.
A couple of days ago, I got a call from a young woman who said she wanted me to handle a divorce for her.
Mm-hmm.
We set up an appointment for her this afternoon. She came in, and we went over the problem. I don't want to go into the detail of the divorce action. I don't think that'll have any bearing on the rest of it.
All right, sir.
Well, to get to the short of it, we were going over the necessary information. The door burst open, and this man came in.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to know what it was all about. My secretary was right behind him, seeing that he just pushed his way right through the reception room.
Well, who was he, do you know?
Well, he said he was the woman's husband.
That true?
Well, apparently, I told my secretary to wait outside, then I asked him what he wanted. He didn't pay any attention to me at first, said it wasn't any of my concern, and told me to keep my nose out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And he and the woman had a big discussion. Seems that he didn't want her to divorce him, made all sorts of promises how things would be different if she came back to him.
Mm-hmm.
At first, she seemed to go along with the idea. As you know, we like to effect a reconciliation wherever possible. So I told him to go ahead and talk it over.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I left him in the office and went out of the reception room, and for a while it seemed they were getting along all right. Then the shouting died down, and they seemed to have agreed. And all of a sudden, it broke loose again. They started to scream at each other, and I went right back in the office, and just as I opened the door, I heard the man tell her that if she didn't come back, he'd cause her a lot of trouble. He said for her to remember that she was mixed up in the holdups, too, and these were the exact words. Don't forget, you're mixed up in those stick-ups as deep as me.
I see. Can you give us the name and address of the couple?
Yes, sir, I have it right here.
Thank you.
Pretty difficult to imagine that she'd be involved in anything like that. Pretty woman, beautiful hair.
Is that right?
Yes, flaming red.
We obtained the address the woman had given Reese McKay, and we checked her name through R&I. We found no criminal record on anyone answering her description. While Slats called Chief Brown and told him what had happened, I asked the record division to make a run on the husband. We found that he'd been arrested 3 years before for attempted armed robbery, but that he'd been released for lack of evidence. 5:40 p.m. Slats and I drove over to the woman's address. The name on the mailbox in the apartment lobby read Mr. and Mrs. George Winston. We rang the bell and we identified ourselves.
You want to come in?
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here, ma'am?
You mean in the apartment?
Yes.
No, I'm alone.
Where's that door lead, ma'am?
Bedroom.
You mind if we take a look?
Maybe you better tell me what this is all about first, huh?
You better go ahead, Slant.
Yeah.
Suppose you're used to hearing that you've got a lot of nerve.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it's true. What's this all about? Isn't there some law that says you got to make a complaint or something?
Where's your husband?
That bum.
Where is he?
I don't know, and I don't care if I never see him again. Nothing but trouble did I ever get from him. Miserable man.
You haven't any idea where he is?
No. Don't think I'd tell you if I did until you let me know what this is all about.
What's your husband do for a living, ma'am?
You guys are so interested in him, why don't you ask him yourselves?
Place is clean, Joe.
I told you that going in. What's this all about? Now, come on, tell me or get out.
We understand you and your husband had an argument this morning. Two of you mentioned something about a robbery.
Oh, I understand it all now. Now it's all real plain. Look, what George said was a joke. That's all just a joke. He didn't mean anything by it.
The way we got the story sounded pretty straight.
You got it a little mixed up.
Well, maybe you better come downtown and tell us all about it, huh?
What for?
Well, we've got some people down there we'd like you to meet.
I got enough friends.
Well, then let's put it down that these people would like to meet you. Do you want to get your coat?
I think there's supposed to be something like a charge, isn't there?
Yes, ma'am. That's the way you want it.
I do.
All right. Suspicion of robbery.
What makes you think you can make it stick?
Well, we wouldn't be taking you in if we didn't figure we had a case.
You'd save all of us a lot of trouble if you'd tell us where we can pick up your husband.
What's in it for me?
What do you got now?
Nothing.
Well, that's the best we can do.
What makes you think you can hold up this kind of a charge?
A dozen victims, for one thing. Slats, you want to check the closet, see if you can find the green coat and the red shoes and purse?
Yeah.
What happens if I've got a green coat?
Well, it makes us look pretty good, doesn't it?
A lot of girls got green coats.
Yeah, we're looking for one.
She's supposed to look like me?
Description we got matches exactly.
A lot of people in the world look like me. Same people who have green coats.
Mm-hmm.
Got 'em, Joe. Found 'em up on the shelf in the closet. Take a look. They match what we heard.
Yeah, would you like to try this coat on, Miss Winston? Then we can get going.
Okay, but you guys are sure going to find out that you're wrong.
Is that right?
You just bet, and it's going to cost the city a lot of money because I'm really going to make a big thing out of this.
Well, if we're wrong, we'll admit it.
Then you admit you could be making a mistake.
No, we don't.
I read in the papers where there was an old guy beat up in a robbery. Same ones you're after me for?
Might be, yeah.
How's he doing, the old guy?
Well, we're not sure yet.
He's going to live, though, isn't he?
I told you, Miss Winston, we're not sure.
You got a cigarette?
Yes, ma'am. Here.
Here.
I want you to tell me something. Tell me true.
What's that?
You really think you can put me in those stores?
Yes, we do.
I can't make a deal, huh? You know, tell you things and have it go any easier?
No, ma'am. All we can do is see that it's marked down that way.
Best I can get?
That's the best.
I'll take it.
What?
I'll tell you about it. Tell you the whole thing.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, you got the right people, me and George. I knew when he hit that old man we'd had it. Knew it right away. That's why we quit. I was afraid. If the guy died, you'd be able to get us for murder. I didn't like the robbery part, but I didn't want any part of a killing. I never did like the setup. Never. I used to tell George I didn't like it. That didn't make any difference to him. He wanted to be the big man. He used to sit here after hitting the places. George would get the morning papers and sit here and laugh at the cops because he had them running after themselves.
You know where he is?
Yeah. He's in a hotel down on West 7th, using the name Evanston. I'll give you the address.
All right, let's go.
Yeah. Oh, George. He's going to be real surprised when you walk in on him. Real surprised. Sure wish I could see the expression on his face when he finds out what happened. Sure like to see it.
Well, that makes you even, doesn't it?
Huh?
He'll want to see yours.
Geraldine Ruth Winston and George Roland Winston were tried and convicted of robbery in the first degree, 5 counts. They received sentence as prescribed by law. Robbery in the first degree is punishable by imprisonment for a period of not less than 5 years in the state penitentiary.
You have just heard Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action, and starring Jack Webb, a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Just imagine a world where you will hold your entire future in the palm of your hand, when a tiny glowing crystal will guide you through an existence in which each day is more wonderful than the last, where it will be possible for you to obtain the fulfillment of every fantasy, the satisfaction of every vanity, the absolute attainment of every wish.
Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer presents the Saul David production of Logan's Run. A fantastic journey through a world beyond imagination. Welcome to the 23rd century. The perfect world of total pleasure. Imagine a world in which you need never be alone. You touch a switch, turn a dial, and the perfect lover steps into your arms. Every pleasure is yours to experience.
Runner! There's just one catch.
When the tiny crystal in the palm of your hand flashes its final message, your time is up. Michael York is Logan.
Run, Logan!
Policeman in a perfect world.
No!
Trained to track down runners.
Run, Logan!
Until he is forced to run himself.
He's a runner.
Logan! I'm your friend, I understand. We all go crazy once in a while. But she's a runner, and it's over.
Overwhelming, am I not?
Box, an incredible being. More than human, more than machine. Diabolical guardian of the gateway to freedom. For Logan and the woman who loves him.
Terminator. Bye.
I've never seen a face like that before. That must be the look of being old.
MGM takes you into a new age of adventure in the first motion picture of the 23rd century. Logan's Run. It begins where imagination ends.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
So we take you now to Duffy's Tavern. Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you like meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. The crowd? Oh, there's a couple of celebrities here. Well, for one, Horace Guttenberg, the well-known counterfeiter. Yeah, he's very happy. He just found a publisher for his new $10 bill. Yeah, probably beat his December selection at the Buck of the Month Club. Well, I thought it was funny. By the way, Shamus Schmidt just dropped in, too. He just got out of the Air Corps. Yeah, he's sitting here at the end of the bar with his back to everybody. Well, I guess it must be force of habit. He used to be a tail gunner. Look, Duffy, by the way, we got to get rid of that new chef. Yeah. Well, from his cooking, I think the guy must be a fatalist. Huh? Yeah, he seems to figure we all got to go sometime. Well, we got to do something, Duffy. All our business is going over to Grogan's across the street. Huh? Well, I don't know, Duffy, but when a customer walks out of Grogan's, he's got a smile on his face. Well, yeah, I know when they leave here they're smiling, but, Duffy, are they walking? Well, I'll think of something. Okay, Duffy. Bristle. Hey, Eddie, if a tall, beautiful brunette, what are you doing there?
I'm changing the liverwurst on the free lunch.
Changing the liverwurst, but it's only been there for 5 weeks.
Yeah, I know. See, but this post-war meat just don't seem to have no endurance.
Yeah, but don't throw it away. Grind it up to chicken hash. Anyways, as I was saying, if a tall, beautiful brunette comes in looking for me, aware me of her presence immediately, will you?
Tall, beautiful, well-dressed brunette looking for you? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll take her hat and straight jacket and announce her immediately.
Eddie, as one might say to Abner, that ain't funny, Magee.
I'm sorry. I just have a slight bent for the humorous.
What you mean is that your humor has a slight case of the bends. You always have to be funny, while here I am racking up me brain trying to think of a way to get our business on its feet.
If our business ever gets on its feet, it'll walk right out of here. Hey, anyway, well, what's this beautiful brunette got to do with business?
Well, she's a fortune teller, Madame Zuma. She might work here.
Fortune teller?
Yeah, I met her at a party over at Bullet Head Brannigan's. B.B. gave the party for his kid brother. Sort of a combination of the kid's graduation from public school and his 24th birthday. Yeah. So anyway, this Madame Zuma was there, and terrific, Eddie. Telling fortunes, doing magic tricks, all kinds of prestidigitalis, you know?
One of them female phonies, huh?
Phony nothing. This is a very terrific dame. Real class, you know. I wish you could have seen her after the party broke up. Proud as a queen, this dame. Telling Clancy the cop that she can climb into the patrol wagon without help, thank you. Well, anyway, I bet you if we had a fortune teller here, working here, we could double our business. Then we'd only be losing half as much.
I was just going to say it.
Yeah, I know, but this time I beat you to it.
Hello, Archie.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy.
Oh, Miss Duffy, that's a nice dress you got on.
Oh, thank you, Eddie. It's the newest thing. It's made out of parachute silk.
Yeah, and it fits you like you forgot to bail out. Ain't it a trifle tight?
Not at all. It's just cut on the bias.
And it don't fit too well in front, neither. Where did you buy it?
I didn't buy it. I made it myself. I got the pattern out of a magazine.
Out of a magazine, huh? House beautiful, no doubt.
Miss Archie, why don't you stop picking on Miss Duffy? After all, a girl can't have brains, looks, and personality, and a gorgeous figure all at once.
No, but you could have them one at a time.
I should bother my time talking to a square. You know, it's men like you that make it a pleasure for a girl to be an old maid.
Glad to be of service. Now, look, Miss Duffy, I'm busy now. I got a fortune teller coming down here to work, you see.
Oh, a fortune teller. Huh, another one of your crazy schemes. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if on account of you, one of these days this business went on the rocks.
One of these days. Miss Duffy, welcome to Boulder Dam. Speaking of rocks, look what just came out from under one. Hello, Finnegan. I was just saying here, we got a fortune teller coming down here tonight. How would you like to get your palm read?
Oh, it wouldn't work, Arch.
Why?
I just washed me hands. Besides, I just had me fortune told the other day.
You did? What did it say?
It said I weighed 159 pounds. Yeah, and it said I'm very intelligent, I'm bound to succeed, and attractive to women.
Brother, was that weighing machine cockeyed?
It sure was, Arch. I only weigh 140.
Mr. Archie.
Oh, yes, Eddie.
A letter just come for your special delivery.
A letter for me? Who could be writing at this hour? Let me see it, Eddie.
There you are.
Nice stationery. Hey, my dear nephew Archie, just a line to let you know that I am leaving you my entire fortune. Please excuse the poor penmanship as I'm writing this from my deathbed. And by the time you receive it, I will probably have passed into the great beyond. Let's get together soon. Signed, your loving uncle.
Your loving uncle who?
It don't say. This is very strange indeed.
Look, you don't suppose it could be some new kind of post-war racket?
Eddie, would a man go to the trouble of dying just for a racket? No, it looks like lightning has finally struck me, Eddie. Like a bolt from the cloth. Yep. The guy's entire fortune, he says. You know what that means? Polar ponies, yachts, fresh fish every Friday from my own private aviary. 30 pair of shoes, a dozen neckties, 2 suits. I'll make that Adolf Magee look like a beachcomber. What do you want, you big pig? You heard me. Well, it just happens that I inherited a pile of dough, and I will need your lousy job no longer. Well, every dog has his day, and I'm no exception. Yes. Okay, I bid you good day, peasant. Boy, Eddie, ain't it wonderful how you can talk if you got money?
That's right, if you got it.
Wait, now, just a second. Bully boo, dear Sahib.
Well, Pierre, I'll tell you. In the first place, you don't care vooley-boo who this uncle is. And in the second place, he don't say how much care vooley-boo he's leaving.
Eddie, you know, you're the kind of a guy that'd find flaws in a painting by Toscanini. But you'll eat your attitude when you see me riding down the street in me Cadillac reconvertible with a stable tail flying from the radiator. Eddie?
Yes, sir.
I think I figured it out. There was only one uncle that I ever had that had any dough, and I ain't seen the guy for years.
Why was that?
Well, he's been away at sea. He was a very big shipping man, made a fortune out of the sea. I think I'm going to call up his main office and check up. Hello? Fulton Fish Market? This is Archie. Is me uncle there? Yes, the barnacle. Huh? He just went out a few minutes ago? He did. Tell me, was it by any chance feet first? Just staggering, huh? Well, thank you very much. He never was very dependable.
Hi,
what is it, Finnegan?
I heard you're going to be a millionaire. Congratulations.
Well, a few little escrows to be fiscaled out before the principal accrues, but thank you anyway.
Oh, you're welcome. Hey, Archie, now that you got all of this dough, how about lending me the loan of a nickel?
I knew it. I ain't even coming to me fortune yet, and already the vultures are beginning to vulture me.
But, Arch, I only asked for a nickel.
Well, you asked for a nickel, 13 other guys asked for a nickel. Before I know it, there's a buckshot. Besides, it's a lot better if I don't give you the nickel.
Why?
To save you from yourself. To keep you from going out and getting high as a kite on Tootsie Rolls. I know you, Clifton Finnegan. You're weak.
Yeah, but,
Now, don't bother me. In the first place, I gotta figure out which uncle it was that left me all of this dough.
Good evening, Archie.
Well, Madam Zuma, we've been looking forward to you. May I say that welcoming a fortune teller to this place is a very rare privilege?
But I'm not just a fortune teller. I'm a medium.
I beg your pardon. It is a medium rare privilege. You'll excuse me sense of humor, madam. It sometimes runs away from me.
I can't say that I blame it.
Well, thank you. Well, tell me, how's things? How have you been? Read any good poems lately?
Archie, I'm trying to explain. Madame Zuma is not just a palmist or fortune teller. The madam is also a spiritualist and astrologer.
Oh, is that so?
Yes. Do you know anything about astrology?
Oh, sure. Saturn, Cuba Libre, Taurus the bull, Gemini the cricket. Oh, certainly. I know them all. Incidentally, what are you, a Virgo by any chance?
Archie. Archie, you aren't by any chance trying to cast my horoscope?
Well, you can't blame a guy for trying. After all, you ain't a bad-looking tomato for a Zodiac.
Now, just 1 second, Archie. I would like to remind you that I'm here on business.
Oh.
Now, when does the rush hour start?
The rush hour. Well, madam, you see that guy standing over there drinking a beer?
Yes.
When he puts down his nickel and walks out, the rush hour is over. But, you see, that's what we was hoping, that you'd help business here. By the way, would you like a cup of tea to get started?
A cup of tea would be nice.
Uh-huh. Anything else?
Yes, a bourbon chaser.
A bourbon chaser. Well, madam, I see in addition to your other talents that you also communicate with the spirits. Oh, Eddie, 1 bourbon coming up for Madame Zuma.
That 1 bourbon coming up.
Archie, you are joking, but I am serious. I do communicate with the spirits of those who have gone beyond.
You do? Look, I got a letter today from a dead uncle, see? And I was wondering if...
Pardon me, madam, here's your rye.
Rye, but I ordered bourbon.
Well, have it your way. Here's your bourbon.
Perhaps I should just have the tea.
Okay, madam. Come on, rye. Back you go into the scotch bottle.
And now, Archie, you were about to tell me of a letter that you received.
Yes, madam. Maybe you could help me.
Hi, Archie.
What is it, Finnegan?
How's about the madam reading my palm?
Okay, go ahead. Humor him, Madam Zuma, but don't try reading his mind unless you feel you need a vacation.
Very well. Hold out your left hand, Mr. Finnegan.
Yeah, Archie. My left hand? Well, here's both of them. You pick it out.
A very interesting palm. A strong lifeline, but no headline.
Well, I got very few worries.
Look, madam, why don't you just tell him what sign he was born under and let it go at that?
I happen to know what sign I was born under.
Do you? Which one?
I was born under a stop sign. The ambulance couldn't make it to the hospital.
Finnegan, I give up. Look, here's that nickel that you wanted. Now go out and drown your sorrows with a Tootsie Roll.
Oh, boy, thanks, Dutch. I'll be right back.
Don't hurry. Now, Madam Zuma, to get back to that letter we was discussing, it seems that an uncle of mine...
I say, Archie.
Good heavens, the thing that was here has a sister?
Madam, it's even worse than that. This is Duffy's daughter.
Oh, how do you do?
Would you mind reading my paw, Madam Zuma?
Now, look, Miss Duffy.
Archie, I have been told that I have some very interesting lines.
Well, if you have, they're certainly all in your hands.
Let me see your hand, my dear. The heart line. I see signs of shyness and timidity with the opposite sex.
They must be the blisters she got climbing up the fire escape at the YMCA.
Oh, just don't pay any attention to that big mouth. Now, madam, there's something I want you to tell me. Can you see in my palm whether I'll be married in the near future?
Let me see. It doesn't look too good.
Madam, you're not looking at my palm. You're looking at my face.
My dear, I read lines wherever I find them.
Archie, is this crummy fortune teller trying to insult me?
No, it's just that even to a gypsy, you ain't no Rose Lee. Now, go on. Scram, scuttle your bustle. Pardon me, madam.
Well, Archie, let's get back to business. You have a letter from a long-lost uncle who is dead and has left you a fortune.
Just a second. I didn't tell you what the letter said. How did you know?
The unseen powers tell me many, many things. They also tell me that your uncle neglected to mention before he died who he was and how you could get his money.
Amazing. Madam, them unseen ghosts didn't tell you who my uncle was, did they?
Not yet, but they could.
Well, get him on the phone.
No, Archie. It could only be done through a seance.
Hey, what, Aunts?
A seance where we all gather round the table.
Oh, yeah. One of them information places with cheat. Yeah. Well, do you think you could contact me, Uncle?
Well, we can try. I'll go make the preparations.
Good.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the swami eats the salami. Eddie the Happy Medium speaking. Oh, hello, Mr. Duffy. Mr. Archie? Now, just a second, I'll get him. Oh, Mr. Archie?
Yeah. Well, hello, Duffy. Huh? You heard about the fortune teller? Well, she's going to contact me departed uncle. What's she like? Well, about 5'4", and, well, generally it should happen to me. Yeah, huh? After she contacts me, Uncle, you'd like to contact her? Duffy, I think in terms of astrology, you must have been born under the sign of Errol the Wolf. Hey, wait a minute. What am I talking so friendly to you for? I almost forgot that I don't need this job, you crumb. Good day, sir.
All right, Archie, we are ready for the seance.
Okay, you got your crystal ball?
Madame Zuma does not use a crystal ball.
No, Madame Zuma uses an 8-ball. And guess who's behind it?
Eddie.
Peace.
Now, what's our first step, Madame Zuma?
Well, first we must have total darkness.
Okay, Eddie, turn out the lights.
This time you ain't even going to be able to see it coming.
Please, quiet. Ladies and gentlemen, due to a seance that's about to take place, we got to exterminate the lights. So, remember, yours is all on your honor, and I want you gentlemen to remember that the person next to you may be somebody's sister. And, oh yes, in case anybody gets any ideas, the pretzels are counted. Go ahead, Eddie. Douse the light.
Right.
Thank you. How's that, Madame Zuma?
Oh, it is not quite dark enough. I can see something gleaming on the floor.
Where? Oh, yes, sir. Will the gentleman with the gold teeth please close his mouth? I thank you, sir. All right, proceed ahead, madam.
Very well. Now, please, everybody, place your hands on the table. We are now surrounded by spirits, the spirits of those who have passed into the hereafter. Wait, I feel strong vibrations. The vibrations are beginning to move me.
I forgot to tell you, madam, the subway runs right under this building.
Archie, please, I must have quiet. Hello? Hello out there. Madame Zuma calling Archie's uncle.
Please limit your call to 5 minutes, madam.
Shut up, Betty. Go ahead, madam.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Archie, perhaps your voice would help.
Okay. Archie to uncle. Archie to uncle. Do you roger me?
Ah, yes, the spirit has heard. He is approaching us. We must all remain seated. No one must move. From now on, Madame Zuma will be silent. Archie's uncle will speak to us soon. Soon.
Hello? Hello, uncle? Are you there? I hear something moving.
Hey, what's the matter? Is the flight
No, we're open. In fact, we've been waiting for you.
Oh, gee, that's nice.
I suppose you came to tell me about the money?
Yeah.
Fine. Where is it? Can you tell me now?
It's down in the candy store.
You left the money in a candy store. Can you tell me the name of the candy store?
Yeah, Cohen's Candy Store. Where else would I go to buy a Tootsie Roll?
Wait a minute. Switch on them lights. Finnegan, where is Madame Zuma? Hey, what's that cash register doing open?
Madame Zuma has left with the Mazuma.
You mean we've been robbed?
She didn't put no money in that register. Mr. Archie, you have just been taken.
Oh, what a sucker I was.
Yep, a real seersucker. But you ain't got nothing to worry about. Mr. Duffy won't mind that money being missing from the register. After all, you and him is on such nice, friendly terms.
Hello, Duffy. Well, I inherited that fortune, but if you'd like me to work here for nothing for a while, the boss will mean nothing to me. After all, you know, I like you. You're a very sweet guy.
began in this little shop.
Ow! Damn roses.
Where, strange as it seems, something extraordinary happened.
I'm afraid it isn't feeling very well today.
Now, isn't that bizarre?
What kind of a weirdo plant is that, Seymour?
Little Shop of Horrors, a story about a boy.
I've given you sunlight. I've given you rain. Looks like you're not happy. Unless I open a vein.
Where did you get such a weird plant?
A girl.
You don't need a nice voice when you live on Skid Row, Mr. Mushnick. Seymour, this is my date, my boyfriend.
A florist.
I'm telling you, Audrey, he's not a good, clean kind of boy.
He's a professional.
You'll be a 10-10. You have a talent for causing things. Hey, song me a 10-10. People will pay you to be in your name.
I've been saving all month for this. I think I need a root canal. I'm sure I need a long, slow root canal.
Feed me Seymour.
And a plant.
Feed me all night long.
How am I supposed to keep on feeding you?
Whoa! Catch me now. I'm just a mean green mother from outer space, and I'm playing. I'm just a mean green mother from outer space, and it looks like you've been had.
Yes!
Rick Moranis.
Man's a total disgrace to the dental profession.
Ellen Green.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, what? That's better.
Vincent Gardenia, with special guest appearances by Steve Martin, John Candy, and Bill Murray.
It's your professionalism that I respect.
Little Shop of Horrors.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
Adventures of Jimmy Allen.
Now let's see what's happening to Jimmy Allen and Speed Robertson. The boys are almost bewildered by the surprising turn of events that has befallen them on the Pirate Island. First, a seaplane crashes in attempting to make a landing in the harbor, and one of the occupants is found to be Flash Lewis. Next, the lost French pilot, Duroc, makes his appearance in the dead of night disguised as a native. The following morning, while the boys are awaiting anxiously the return of the pirate fleet, which is out on a raid, a mission boat sails into the harbor, bringing an American missionary, his wife Ruth, and their daughter, Sarah. Speed, although worried for their safety, is pleased when he learns that Mr. Johnson is a physician and can attend the injured pilot's swift landing. But shortly after Flash guides the Johnsons to Landers, shots are heard near the harbor entrance. The pirate fleet is returning. Listen.
You're right, Speed. That's what's happened.
Oh, I don't like this at all, Jim.
What had we better do?
Now, let's hold our horses for a second. When these junks get closer, we may be able to see what's going on.
Listen to that crowd. Ah, they're certainly worried. Some of them are taking Simoy's part. The others are supporting Jacques Long.
Well, before we decide what to do, Jim, I'd like to find out who's got the upper hand. Simoy or Jacques Long?
If Jacques Long succeeds in making himself chief, we're going to be in a bad way.
Yeah, that's the whole thing in a nutshell. Jacques Long doesn't like us anyway. And the fact that Simoy took our part makes him dislike us even more.
Look, Steve. I think there must be 6 or 7 junks missing.
Yeah, I believe you're right, Jim. Unless they've gone somewhere else.
Well, they've been caught, that's what I think. The rest of them have been through a tough battle. See that? Look at that one junk over there. See how badly it's listing?
And look how low it is in the water.
And you can see some of the crew at the pumps.
Yeah, that junk is making straight for the beach. They're going to put her aground before she sinks.
Look, the firing is slacking down.
And part of the fleet is anchoring out in the harbor, while the rest of them are coming up to the wharf.
Hey, there's Simoy. I'm sure I just saw her.
Yeah, you're right, kid. Yeah, I see her. And if I'm not mistaken, our Pong's standing near us.
The junks coming up to the wharf are those loyal to Simoy.
Well, the battle's over for the time being, Jim. It looks bad to me.
What do you mean? Looks as though Simoy's run off.
No, she hasn't, kid. The pirates have now divided into 2 groups. Those that are loyal to Simoy, and the others are sticking to Jacques Long. If my guess is any good, this is a sort of informal truce, while each side gets ready for the real battle to come.
To see which side is going to come out on top,
Right. Now, listen, kid. I think we'd better go on up to the house.
Okay, let's go.
We can talk things over on the way.
What's the first thing to do?
The first thing to do is to warn everyone to be on guard.
What of the Johnsons?
And I'm going to advise Mr. Johnson to get on his mission boat and leave this place. That is...
if he will be allowed to leave.
And that's it. Simoy may agree, but you'll have to pass Jacques Long's junks on the way out. And I'm afraid of that.
Oh, boy, I am too.
If Simoy will consent, I'd like to put Chris Landers on the boat and let the Johnsons take him where he can get hospital attention.
What about Durant?
Oh, I think he'll be safe for the time being.
Listen, Steve. Hadn't we better go down and see Simoy as soon as she gets to her house?
Yeah, we'll do that. If she doesn't come to see us, I have a hunch she will. Now, here we are. Knock on the door, Jim.
Who's there?
Jim, Steve.
Okay, just a second.
How's everything up here, Flash?
All right, I guess.
But what in the dickens is going on down in the harbor?
We'll tell you about that in a minute. You better close and bar that door.
Right, Crosby.
Say, Flash, how's Chris feeling?
His fever's gone down a little, and he's rested better.
Did Mr. Johnson do anything for him?
He's been giving him a thorough examination.
Where's Mrs. Johnson and the girl?
Well, they're in the back room cooking some broth for him.
Oh, that's some mighty fine people for you. They've got to hand it to these missionaries, Jim. They spend all their time helping us.
I see you've returned, Mr. Robertson. Now, what is going on down in the harbor?
Yeah, tell us, Speed. What the heck's going on?
Well, I've got bad news for you.
Bad news? What do you mean?
As far as I can see, the pirates are divided into 2 groups. Those that are loyal to Simoy, and the rest are supporting Jacques Long. Now, Mr. Johnson, I think you should take your family and leave here just as soon as possible. I'm going to ask Simoy if you can take Chris Landers with you. He ought to be in a hospital. Don't you think so?
Yes, he should be. As a matter of fact, I don't like his condition at all.
Just what's the matter with him?
Well, for one thing, his arm is broken. Also, there's an infection in it, which I've opened and cleaned out. Now, I think I'd better set his arm at once. If it isn't set immediately, it will never knit properly. The only trouble is I haven't got any splints.
Well, there are some pieces of wood, I'll bet. Maybe we can make some.
You tell me what you want, Mr. Johnson, and I'll make it. I've got a good kit of tools down in the wrecked seaplane.
Well, that will be splendid, if you think you can do it.
Old Flash can do it all right. Give him a jackknife and a block of wood, and he can make anything.
Splendid. You make the splints, and as soon as they're ready, I'll set the arm.
Is there anything else wrong with Landers? Now, what about his fever?
Well, that's what alarms me. I'm afraid he may have suffered internal injuries in the crash.
Then he must be taken to a hospital as soon as possible. I tell you what, Jim. You and Flash go down and get those tools at once, so that Flash can make the splints. Then Mr. Johnson can do everything possible for Landers right here.
Okay, Speed, we'll go right down.
Oh, first fan of Cheapside, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, you mean that English fellow?
Yeah, that's the one.
He's out in the back room with Mrs. Johnson and Valley.
He's probably trying to get them to cooking. Hello. Yeah, it looks as though we're about to have a visitor.
How do you do, Mr. Aberton? I like to see you.
Why, certainly, Simoy. Come right in. This is Mr. Johnson.
Yes, I know him. You come at unfortunate time, Mr. Johnson.
So I understand, Simoy.
Would you give Mr. Johnson and his family permission to leave and take this injured pilot, Mr. Landers, with him? He should be carried to a hospital at once.
Mr. Johnson has my permission to do so, but I cannot advise he leave.
Why not?
Because Mr. Johnson cannot leave harbor without passing junk of Jacques Long.
Oh, that's it.
Yes.
Please, I do not understand this. You think Jacques Lung would attempt to prevent my leaving?
Yes, Mr. Johnson, I do. Jacques Lung hates all foreign devils. Now he's very angry. You attempt to leave, he not only stop you, he kill you.
Kill us? Simoy, my wife and daughter. How am I to leave?
I not know, Mr. Johnson. It's easy to put head into tiger mouth, not easy to take out.
But what's going to happen, Simoy?
I make plan crush Jacques Lung. This village too small for Jacques Lung and me. There cannot be two Taipans.
When will you know the outcome?
Tonight, I think. In meantime, advise you all stay here. Keep all doors barred. It may be, Mr. Robertson, I need your help. If I do, I give you mine in return. Goodbye. I communicate with you later.
Goodbye, Simoy.
Oh, what time is that now, Jim?
It's 9 o'clock, Flash.
Oh, if we'd only hear something from Simoy. I'm afraid things aren't going very well with her.
She and Jacques Long had a big powwow down near the Wharf Street. I could see that from the street outside. I think the whole village must have been there. Afterward, as near as I could tell, Jacques Long went back to his junks and Simoy to her house.
And it sounds to me as though Jacques Long made her a proposition. She's thinking it over.
Say, Steve, I had a talk with our Tom a little while ago. He told me they were defeated last night.
Oh, they were, huh?
Yeah, they tried to capture a river steamer, but a Chinese gunboat came along.
Did they lose any junks?
Yes, they lost 6. Simoy gave the order to retreat, but Jacques Long stayed to make a fight.
Oh, that was foolhardy.
Yeah, and Jacques Long is now saying that Simoy was a coward. Wouldn't dare to fight.
No, so that's it. What's going on in the harbor now?
Didn't you hear those shots and yells?
Yes.
Our Tom says that Jacques Long and his men are drinking and having a celebration.
Oh, I don't like to hear that, Jim. What does he think's going to happen?
He's afraid for his mother. The men are listening to Jacques Long.
So that's the way the wind blows, huh? Jacques Long has more men than his mother, huh?
And Jacques Long wants to be chief.
Yeah. I suppose Simoy won't give in. Who is it?
I'll let her in. Come in, Simoy.
Oh, good evening, Simoy.
I come for talk with you. I need help of you and Mr. Allen. If you do what I wish, I help you.
Well, what do you want us to do?
Jacques Long has more men than I. You have white men, fight like devils. You and Mr. Allen and other white men help me defeat Jacques Long, and you may leave this island.
You want us to help you put down a rebellion so that you can be the undisputed queen of the pirates again?
That is right.
Well, I'm very sorry, Simoy, but we couldn't possibly do such a thing. By doing so, we would become pirates, and that's impossible. Jim and I will always fight for a just cause, for what we know to be right, but never for anything else.
You absolutely refuse?
And I'm sorry, but we do.
Go belly foolish. Now all of you, including Mr. Johnson and his family, be killed.
And we'll have to take our chance on that. Say, I'll make you another proposition.
What is that?
If we are all killed, you probably will be also. Not only you, but our Tom and his 2 younger brothers, your sons. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll agree to help you leave this island. Even fight if it's necessary. If you'll agree to quit this life, never to return to it again.
That I cannot do.
Something's happened.
Quick! Open the door. I must return.
Goodbye, Simoy, and watch yourself. Hey, Steve. Great heavens. Look down here.
Oh, great Scott, Jim. It looks as though Jacques Long and his men are coming ashore. Yes, they are. The fight's starting. has the buccaneer Jock Long decided to attack? And if he defeats Samoy, what will happen to the brave little band of white people that are in that house on the hill? Don't miss the next air adventure.
This program has come to you through the facilities of the World Broadcasting System.
Look, if one of us doesn't show, we're not going to pester each other, okay? If you're not there, I'll understand.
I'll be there. And if you're not, I'll understand.
I'll be there.
You want time to think it over?
Do you want time to think it over?
Absolutely not.
He was the L.A. Rams' hottest quarterback back when polyester was in and we were doing the hustle.
You know that I've never been faithful to anyone in my whole life.
I'm shocked and amazed.
You don't play around, do you?
No, but I think I might have to if I were involved with someone like you.
This is amazing.
What is the deal with you? I want to simplify my life. Is that so hard to understand?
Well, I understand it when it comes to my life, but this is your life. You have a great life. I love your life.
I hope you don't feel awkward about being here with Michael when he's engaged.
I'm engaged myself.
What's he, 30, 35?
He's young. About last night, you don't want to mess up your life any more than I want to mess up mine.
You do that long enough and you forget.
What do you forget?
What it's like to love something.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. When you bought your linoleum floor coverings, you gave a great deal of attention to their colors and pattern and their quality. You wanted them to be just right for your home, and you hoped they'd last a long time and retain their original beauty. Well, as a matter of fact, good linoleum will last many years, indefinitely if it's properly cared for. But if it's scrubbed continuously, it breaks down and wears out. Well, now, fortunately, the proper way to care for it also saves you work and time. Johnson's self-polishing glow coat is so easy to use. Takes no rubbing or buffing. Shines itself as it dries. It protects the linoleum surface against dirt, moisture, and wear. Keeps original colors bright. Regular use of glow coat makes linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer. No matter how old your linoleum now is, it'll pay you to protect it with self-polishing glow coat. And when you put down new linoleum, be sure to give it glow coat protection from the first day. If there's anything the squire of 79 Wistful Vista likes to do, it's surprise his wife. And if there's anything that gives his wife cold chills, it's her husband's surprises. Get a load of him now, coming in the front door with a bag full of mushrooms he picked in the woods. As we meet, Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Hey, Molly, I got a surprise for you. Hey, Molly, look what I got.
Animal, vegetable, or mineral?
I'll give you a hint. What do you like with steak, kiddo? Piled way up high on top of it like this.
Mashed potatoes.
Oh,
McGee, now, if you brought home a paper bag full of mashed potatoes... now...
you're just not used to high-class eating, Molly. Here, look.
My goodness, mushrooms.
Yep. Make a dinner fit for a king. And you're looking at His Majesty Fibber the First. They're beauties, ain't they?
Lovely, but they're certainly dirty.
Huh?
You'd think a careful grocer would at least clean them before he sold them.
Grocer? No grocer ever laid a mitt on one of these. I picked them myself.
You pick...
You betcha. You remember Nat Wolf?
Yes?
Well, I picked these mushrooms in that little patch of woods across the river from where the brewery is that Nat's uncle owns a half interest in it.
Yes, but dearie...
My gosh, since this warm spell set in, they're popping up all over the place. And nobody picking them. Had the place all exclusive to myself with nobody else there.
You don't suppose that's because other people might be afraid they were toadstools, do you?
Toadstools? That's ridiculous. If they'd have been toadstools, I wouldn't have picked them, would I?
That was my question.
Boy, don't they look good. I've had my puss puckered up for a mess of mushrooms ever since for I don't know how long ago. And these are the best kind, too. Little button mushrooms.
Yeah, that's the kind of a button you ring for an ambulance with. You're not actually planning on eating those things.
Not eating them? Why, certainly we're going to eat them. Steak and mushrooms. That's the menu for tonight. Why, you love steak and mushrooms.
Look, dearie, I'm not easily frightened, but I don't want any mushrooms picked by amateurs.
What?
I'd just as soon skip rope with a high-tension wire during an electrical storm.
Oh, now you're just being...
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hello, Alice. I didn't know you were home.
Hi, Alice.
I just got home. Were there any phone calls for me or anything?
Just one, Alice. Sergeant Carling called.
Oh, yes, Cliffy Carling. He's the one that's in the camouflage corps.
Oh, I remember that guy. He used to stand out on the lawn disguised as a tree. Never knew whether to shake hands with him or prune him.
Yeah, but you cured him of that when you started to carve Fibber Loves Molly on his stomach.
Yeah.
Where is he now, Alice?
Well, I don't know, but he said he was sending me a boomerang.
A what?
A boomerang. That's one of those sticks you can hit yourself in the head with if you throw it far enough.
Oh, he must be in Australia.
Well, I think so. Anyway, he says he sees a lot of those birds that think they're alone when they stick their heads in the sand. Oh, what do they call them?
Isolationists. Hey, Alice, don't make any plans for dinner. We're having steak and mushrooms.
Steak and mushrooms? Oh, jeepers.
Yep.
I love mushrooms, Mr. McGee. I was going to a chop suey place, but now you couldn't get me out of here with a 10-ton truck driven by Van Johnson.
Tell Mr. Johnson to stop for me and honk twice.
This is really going to be a treat, Alice. I picked the mushrooms myself.
Well, I simply... What?
He picked the mushrooms himself, Alice. He can tell a mushroom from a toadstool from a mile away, and I wish he had.
But don't people get sick from... I mean, isn't picking mushrooms in the woods sort of dangerous?
Oh, sure it is. Liable to get pneumonia walking around on the wet grass. I always wear my overshoes.
Oh, no,
I'm glad one person around here appreciates the finer things to eat, Alice. Mrs. Magee doesn't think she wants any mushrooms.
Mrs. Magee gets cold chills up and down her girdle at the very thought.
Okay. I guess Alice and I can eat all of them. Hey, Alice, we'll have us a piece.
Oh, gee, I just happened to think, Mr. Magee, I promised Monty Fraser I'd go out with him tonight for dinner. I forgot this was Wednesday.
But this is just Tuesday.
Oh, I mean Tuesday. Anyway, I thought it was, well, jeepers, I better run up and get into my mink-dyed rabbit. I'm terribly disappointed, Mr. Magee. I love mushrooms, but, well, see you both later, I hope.
Why is everybody so scared? Anybody think I didn't know a real mushroom when I saw it?
Well, tell anybody to move over and make room for me.
Well, I don't care what anybody else has for dinner. I'm having steak and mushrooms. And I'll get somebody to eat them with me, too. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Dr. Gamble's office at the north end of Mert. Is that you?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? Tis, What's say, Mert? Your old man? Hiring a kite again, eh?
Isn't that awful?
No, he couldn't buy a kite for his little nephew, so he's hiring one for a week. What say, Mert? Okay, thanks a lot. Doc's not in. Hey, where's my cookbook, Molly? I seen a recipe in there for mushroom gravy that's out of this world.
Well, I don't know, but you will be, too, if you eat it.
Come on, Molly, you know the cookbook I mean. That old-fashioned one that kids around about using butter. Oh, I know where I put it.
Where'd you put it?
Right here in the hall. Gotta straighten out that closet one of these days. Must be here somewhere in this. Ah, here it is. Right where I put it. Between the moose head and my old mandolin.
Heavenly days, the way that stuff falls out of here. Don't tell me you know where to look for things.
Why, sure, I got it organized. I always throw it in the closet in the same order, and it always falls out in the same order. Scientific and logical. See? Snowshoes go in first. Then the moose head. Bull moose. Then the tennis racket. And the ice skates.
Then the skid chains?
No, then the camera tripod. And then the skid chain. Now all the little stuff. Ring outfits, picture frames, tennis rackets. Last, my old mandolin. Well, that takes you. Hey, where's my cookbook?
Back in the closet between the moose head and the mandolin.
What? You mean I threw it back in the... Oh, well. Beulah's probably got a good recipe for mushrooms anyway. Hey, Beulah. Oh, Beulah.
Somebody bawl for Beulah?
Yes, Beulah. Mr. Magee wishes to discuss tonight's dinner menu with you. It's a sort of a culinary last will and testament.
Last who and which, ma'am?
Skip it, Beulah. Look, we're going to have steak and mushrooms for dinner tonight.
Can you handle an assignment like that, Beulah?
Miss Magee, ma'am, this is equivalent to asking Mr. Kaiser, can he build a rowboat? Mushrooms is one of the fondest thing I am of cooking. I got me a prescription for mushroom gravy I've been just itching to try out.
Well, you can scratch now.
I can scratch now. My, he started right off. I was fixing to cook some grease for dinner tonight, but I can hold him till tomorrow.
You were going to fix what for tonight?
Some grease.
Grease? What kind of grease?
Just plain little old grease. Huh? Mr. Toop sent him over. Been in deep freeze since he went hunting last fall.
Oh, you mean grouse.
Well, there's two of them, ma'am. 2 grouses is grease, ain't they?
No, Beulah. The plural is the same as the singular, like fish.
Yes, I sure do. Particular catfish, but I better get down to the grocery and get the stuff, sir. You know, I like to select the mushrooms myself.
Oh, just get a steak, Beulah. Mr. Magee already has the mushrooms.
Somebody give them to you, sir?
Nope. I picked them myself out by the brewery this morning, Beulah.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean, uh-oh?
I was just rehearsing a phone call to the hospital, sir. 00729.
Hospital?
My pop always said that when you pick your own mushroom, you was taking a long chance on a short life.
Now, let's not be silly about this. I'll take the entire responsibility. I'll cook the mushrooms myself. After all, my reputation and these mushrooms will be just alike.
How do you mean, Magee?
They'll both be at stake, won't they?
His reputation in mushroom is sticky. Love that man.
Look, Magee, you're not really serious about eating those toads or those mushrooms, are you?
Why, certainly I am. Mushrooms are good for you. Full of vitamins and iodine. Iodine is good for the thyroid.
Thyroid?
Huh?
It isn't sty, it's thigh, if you'll pardon the expression.
Well, anyway, everybody knows mushrooms are highly nourishing, and there isn't anybody that...
Hello, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. You like mushrooms?
Why, I love them. You want some? I'll tell you where to get them. Go see my cousin, Big Ozzie Wilcox. He's on 14th Street there. You tell him
No,
that...
Mr. Wilcox, no.
Pardon?
I got some, Junior. A whole bag of them. Just wondered if you'd be in the mood for a mushroom dinner tonight. With steak.
Would I? Say, if you're having steak and mushrooms, you couldn't blast me out of here with a blockbuster. You mind if I call my wife and tell her I won't be home?
Go right ahead, Mr. Wilcox, but I think Magee ought to tell you that he picked...
I picked you to have dinner with me, Junior, because I and you are mushroom lovers. Go on, call the little woman and tell her you're tying on the nose bag over here tonight. Here.
Okay. Hello, operator. Give me Wistful Vista 13724. That's right.
Look, Magee, I think you ought to warn Mr. Wilcox those mushrooms aren't exactly...
Hello, Punky Wunk. This is sweet stuff.
Oh, my God. Been married 5 years and still Cupid stupid.
Listen, Fudge Puss. I won't be home for dinner tonight. No, with Fibber and Molly. Steak and mushrooms. Yeah, sure, I'll be thinking of you, baby, when I put sugar in my coffee.
Is this drip really necessary, Junior?
Quiet, pal, I can't hear. What'd you say, Snooky Pook? She did. Well, I'm sorry I wasn't there, but if she calls back, tell her that Johnson's wax is the perfect way to protect leather goods. Yeah, and tell her about how it protects lampshades and windowsills and floors and furniture, too, against wear and dirt and dampness.
You know, you'd think she'd know that story as well as he does by this time.
She probably hung up on him long ago, and he's just talking for our benefit. He's always...
what's that, baby? Oh, sure, Johnson's wax saves hours of housework because it makes surfaces so much easier to keep clean. Well, tell her I'll send her a folder from the office. Okay, Lamb Chop. Huh? Oh, wait a minute, I'll find out. What time are you having dinner, Molly?
Well, about 6:30, Mr. Wilcox. Magee is cooking it himself, so it'll probably be a little later than usual.
Yeah, nobody else will have anything to do with these mushrooms, Junior, in spite of the fact I picked them myself.
You picked them yourself? Hello, Angel Puss. I've changed my mind. I'll be home for dinner. Yeah, bye now. Gee, I'm sorry, folks. I just remembered I've got to sit up with a sick friend tonight.
Who?
You. So long now.
My gosh, you'd think I was deliberately going out of my way to poison everybody.
Oh, not everybody, dearie. Just a few intimate friends. Look, let's throw out these mushrooms or toadstools, as the case may be. Throw them out in the alley.
No, sir, by George, now I got my back up. I don't care how many other rats desert the sinking ship. I'm staying with it. I'm having these mushrooms for dinner tonight if they... Well, I'm having them.
All right, Pet. I only hope you do get Dr. Gamble to come for dinner. Though who'll take care of him, I don't know. I'll go out and fix the salad. At least I'll have the satisfaction of knowing that's okay.
Okay. Ah, there goes a good kid. I can read her like a book. She'll watch Doc and me for a couple hours after dinner, and if we don't fold up, she'll sneak out and eat the rest of the mushrooms. Only there won't be any more mushrooms. Between me and Doc, we can account for it. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, Teeny. Come on in.
Gee, what you got in the bag, mister? Candy, mister? Can I have a piece? Can I have a piece?
Now, if it was candy, you'd connive a piece, all right, sir. It happens to be a bag of mushrooms. I says this bag is full of mushrooms. You know what mushrooms are?
Sure I do, I bet you. My daddy told me.
He did, eh? I says he did, eh?
He did what?
Your daddy told you what mushrooms are.
I know it. What are they?
Well, they're not particularly beautiful, sis. They look like the buttons off your Uncle Elmer's old overcoat. But properly cooked, they make old ladies leap up and kiss the busboy. Here, take a look.
Oh, Jiminy, toadstools.
They are not toadstools. They're mushrooms. And there's a lots of difference.
What is the difference, mister?
You mean you never heard about the origin of mushrooms and toadstools, sis?
No.
Well, sir, it's a fascinating little hunk of natural history, sis.
Oh?
Recline in that rocker and rest your rompers while I give you the lowdown.
Okay, mister. Gee, you haven't told me a story for a long time.
Well, this is a doozer, sis. Once upon a time...
I've heard it.
You haven't heard this one. I'm ad-libbing. Skip it.
Okay.
Once upon a time, there was a great forest that was full of little people. You know about the little people?
Sure I do, I bet you. I'm one of them.
I mean little people like elves and pixies and leprechauns and fairies.
Oh?
Well, sir, half of these little people were bad little people, and half of them were good little people.
Gee.
Yes, sir. The good little people were always happy, swimming in the buttercups after the rain, eating honey out of the flowers, listening to Jack in the Pulpit on Sundays and everything. But the bad little people were always snarling and nasty to each other and to the good little people.
Oh?
Well, even good people won't stand being pushed around too much. So one day they had a terrible battle there in the woods. Oh, they were throwing acorns, beating the bajunior out of each other with twigs, throwing each other into gopher holes, and just generally raising Cain.
Oh?
And finally, the king of the forest heard the ruckus and told him to break it up, quit the quarreling. But the bad little people wouldn't, and the good little people couldn't. And that made the king angry. And he waved his magic wand, and boom! The good little people were turned into mushrooms, and the bad little people were turned into toadstools. That's why toadstools are so poisonous and mushrooms are so good. See?
Gee, that's a wonderful story, mister.
I thought it was pretty good myself.
I can hardly wait to tell my teacher. I bet you it'll revise her entire schedule of nature study, I bet you.
Huh? What do you mean?
You know what? She's still laboring under the delusion that mushrooms and toadstools are a clammy fungus growth that live parasitically upon decaying vegetable matter and are produced from thread-like spores disseminated by the wind and grazing animals. Just wait till I tell her that the lack of chlorophyll has little or nothing to do with their development.
The King's Men and Evelina.
Evelina, sweet Evelina, won't you come out, come out? Hey, psst, can't you hear me, Evelina? Won't you ever take a shine to that moon? Evelina, ain't you bothered by the bobolink's tune? Tell me how long you're gonna keep delaying the day. Don't you reckon it's wrong trifling with April this way? Evelina, won't you pay a little mind to me soon? Evelina, are you going to keep me fretting till June? Wake up, the old earth is fair and fine, but what's the be mine. Nothing could be finer than to have my Evelina. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Let's be doing. How the times are wasting. There is joy we could be tasting. Break it up, Evelina. Let's be a wooing. Evelina, won't you ever take a shine to that moon? Evelina, won't you pay a little mind to me soon? What's the use of smelling sweet watermelon, clinging to another fella's vine? Evelina, won't you roll off that vine? Be mine.
Gee, I'm sorry you're so stubborn, Molly. You're just doing yourself out of a wonderful steak and mushroom dinner. Boy, when you see Doc Gamble and me turn into them mushrooms...
Oh, Dr. Gamble, did you finally get him?
Oh, sure, didn't I tell you? Oh, I got him. The minute I said steak and mushrooms over the phone, he let out a holler, and you could hear him knocking patients right and left, trying to get out of his office. How's Beulah coming with the steak?
Oh, it looks beautiful, but I'm afraid I'm not going to enjoy it much.
Hmm?
I can't sit there and eat calmly while my husband deliberately poisons himself and...
Don't talk silly, Molly. I wouldn't eat them if I didn't know they were good. I guarantee every one of these mushrooms personally.
That's going to be a lot of help when the coroner starts patting my hand and tells me to be brave, though.
Pooh for the coroner. That political hyena has... my dinner guest. Come in, come in, come in.
Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Molly. Hello, Magee, my dear boy. You know what you've done?
What have I done, Doc, old sock?
You've made me a very happy man. Steak and mushrooms.
Well, personally, Doctor, I'm glad you came. I think it's always nice to have a physician around at dinner time in case, well, if something should develop, I mean...
What she's worried about, Doc, is that these mushrooms might be toadstools.
Why, you silly girl. In 23 years of medical practice, I've learned every possible way in which people can make darn fools of themselves. But I've never had a case of mushroom poisoning when the purchase was made from a reputable dealer. Did I say something wrong? What are you staring at each other for? Well, speak up. What's the matter?
Tell him, Magee.
Well, Dad, rat it, just because a guy goes out into the woods and picks a mess of mushrooms and asks a friend...
Wait a
steak
minute.
Dinner.
You picked your own mushrooms?
Yes, I did.
Why, you murderous little maverick?
What?
You combination of Jack the Ripper, Lucretia Borgia, Jekyll and Hyde, and baby-faced Nelson? You perjuring little poisoner?
On the other hand, Doctor, they might...
On the other hand, brass knuckles. Does this half-baked nature faker think he has a gift for picking edible mushrooms out of 30,000 varieties of deadly fungi?
Now, just a darn minute, Dr. Jamble. You don't eat a thing...
Neither do you ignorant ninny. Well, you got a lot of moxie inviting me over here for a, quote, mushroom, unquote, dinner. Couldn't you kill me off some easy way? Attach a bomb to my self-starter, push me off a cliff, even stab me. But toadstools... Gad.
Yes, but, Doctor, maybe...
If you just let me explain...
You're lucky you're not explaining this to the district attorney, you bloated little bluebeard. If I only... Say, look, you're serving the steak and mushrooms separately?
Oh, yes, Doctor. I'm going to have some steak myself.
Yeah, I thought it might be better
Yes,
if
it
I
might
kept...
be better if I stayed, yes. I think so, too. I'm starved for a steak, and I'll be handy when little stupid here starts to fold up. Excuse me a minute.
Hey, where are you going, Doc?
Out to the car to get my satchel.
Huh?
I want to have everything ready when you start screaming and turning blue.
Well, I'll go see about the salad.
I'll run over to the drugstore and get some cigars. We'll be ready. Well, that was wonderful. More steak, Doc?
No thanks, Magee. I'm so full of beef now, I'm afraid I'll meet Roy Rogers on the way home.
Shall we have coffee in the living room, boys?
Oh, let's wait and have it in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. How do you feel, Magee?
Who, me? Oh, I feel fine, Doc. Kind of full, but otherwise great. You kids passed up a wonderful dish when you refused the mushrooms. There's still a couple left. Who wants them? Okay, I'll finish them myself. Shame to throw them out.
Any symptoms of cramp, Magee? Any sensation of nausea?
Why, no, Doc. I feel wonderful. Only thing I'm suffering from is loss of appetite.
Well, how soon can I breathe easy, Doctor?
Oh, give him another 10 minutes, Molly. If nothing happens, I'm going to write an article for the AMA Journal. We're making medical history. Any man who has the colossal effrontery to pick his own mushrooms and eat them is crowding his luck too far.
Doggone it, I tried to explain to you about that, but you kept shouting at me, so I shut up.
Explain about what, dearie?
About how everybody was so nervous about my own mushrooms that I threw them out.
What? Why,
I ran over to the grocery and got these. Hey, where's the toothpicks?
About this time of the year, we always get very enthusiastic letters from snow shovelers, from people who have discovered a simple way of making this winter chore easier. They apply a little Johnson's wax to their shovels, and this keeps the snow from sticking to or piling up on the shovel. Makes the job of clearing off the front walk almost a pleasure. Well, I'm glad to pass this suggestion on to you as just one example of the many extra labor-saving uses for Johnson's wax around your home. It's the same wax you use for giving protection and beauty to your floors, furniture, woodwork, your lampshades, windowsills, leather goods, and especially during this winter weather, to your boots and shoes.
Oh, I feel terrible. Am I going to live, Doc? Am I going to live?
Yes, my boy. It's a cosmic injustice, but you'll live to make a pig of yourself many more times. Give him 2 more of these pills in an hour, Molly.
No. Was it the mushrooms, Doctor?
It was indeed. Not the quality, but the quantity. Just remember this, Magee. More people die from a fork in the mouth than from a knife in the back. Good night.
Oh, good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry and inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From the director of Poltergeist and the writer of Alien comes a terrifying new film.
I'm getting a very small radar cross-section. 150 miles long.
EGR's confirmed.
Tell them we have an artificial object out here.
In the tail of Halley's Comet, there's something wrong. Something ancient. Something evil.
Jesus. Houston, we have a problem.
Something's happening to me.
Something hungry that's brought to Earth.
She's destroyed worlds.
That girl was no girl. She was totally alien to this planet and our life form. And totally dangerous.
I just found a body in Hyde Park.
Life Force.
Close your eyes.
Visited you how?
In my mind. Let it go! It's already spreading. You didn't stop it. It's too late.
Come, be with me.
Life Force. The terror has just begun.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
Mr. Allen!
Quiet, Portland. You sound like Henry Aldrich's sister.
It's Texaco time with Peter Lorre, Lois January, Portland Hoffa, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and starring Fred Allen. This is Jimmy Wallington bringing you a message from Texaco dealers from coast to coast. A message that can be expressed in these 6 words. Mileage rationing gives. It doesn't take. For mileage rationing is planned to give you longer service from your tires. But remember this. Longer tire life means nothing unless your car lasts longer too. And that's where your neighborhood Texaco dealer can give you invaluable help. He can't sell you as much of his famous Fire Chief or Sky Chief gasoline as he used to, but he can still give your car the famous Texaco service that will keep it delivering your essential transportation for a long time to come. So now that mileage rationing is saving your tires, complete the job and save your car by seeing your neighborhood Texaco dealer regularly. This past week, ladies and gentlemen, the new year arrived. Tonight we bring you a man who tried to see the new year in, but couldn't locate it on account of the dim out. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, you look a little dilapidated this evening, if you don't mind. Your skin is the color of a halibut stomach, to be quite frank with you. Were you out, no, there's a fish man in the audience. Were you out night clubbing New Year's Eve?
Oh, you bet, Fred. And what a night.
Really?
Yes, around 3 o'clock, some guy under a table started yelling at the top of his lungs.
No kidding.
Well, I got down under the table to see who it was, and who do you think was doing the yelling?
Who?
It was me.
No kidding. Well, I heard that over at the store club, they had midget waiters New Year's Eve so that the people who were lying under the table could get service over there. I wasn't there, but that...
Mr. Allen!
Oh, Portland. Well, you're just in time to participate, Portland. Did you have a good time New Year's Eve?
I'll say. Uncle Phil had 3 slots reserved at the automat.
3 slots reserved at the automat.
Huh? We were in the John L. Lewis room.
The John L. Lewis room at the automat, were you really? Well, that's where the eyebrows go, isn't it? That's the expression. Did you have a special meal ordered?
No, we took slot luck.
Slot luck at the automat.
I had breast of shrimp.
Breast of shrimp. Very filling, too, isn't it?
Then we had a Leon Henderson salad.
What is a Leon Henderson salad?
It's 1 piece of lettuce with a ration card on it.
Oh, very good. And an IOU for the mayonnaise, I suppose. Well, it sounds very nourishing, Portland. I'd like to hear more about your New Year, but I have an appointment down at Allen's Alley.
Oh, what is your question tonight?
Well, starting next month, as you know, the government is going to ration all canned fruit, soups, and vegetables. And so then, our question tonight is, how will the rationing of canned goods affect you?
All right. Let's go down to Allen's Alley.
Well, here we are in Allen's Alley, Portland.
There's a light in John Doe's house.
Say, John must be in. I'll knock.
I knew it. It's you again.
Yes, Mr. Doe.
Well, make it snappy, brother. I'm in the middle of a solitaire game, and I think I got myself cornered.
No kidding, have you really? Well, tell me, Mr. Doe, is this rationing of canned goods going to bother you?
Nah, I never buy no canned stuff.
Well, what? You don't really?
Nah.
Well, what do you use for food?
Well, me and the wife eat the same 3 meals every day.
The same meal?
Yeah, for breakfast, we both eat 3 pounds of dried prunes.
3 pounds of dried prunes, sir.
For dinner, we both drink 2 quarts of water.
Well, what do you have for supper?
Nothing. We just sit near the fire and swell.
Well, John Doe has his solution well in hand. I wonder how Mrs. Nussbaum is reacting.
No.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum?
You are knocking so bad in the conversation.
Well, tell me, is the canned goods rationing going to bother you?
Who needs cans? I'm conserving with everything, especially with butter.
Oh, really? Well, how are you cutting down on butter?
When I'm eating bread, only one corner I'm buttering.
You only butter one corner of the bread.
This I'm folding over 4 times.
And?
Then I'm eating.
Well, how does it taste?
The first 5 minutes it is tasting like bread.
The first 5 minutes, yes.
But when you're coming to the butter,
yes,
it is simply delicious.
Well, tell me, do you understand the point system of rationing the government is starting next month?
This is altogether simple.
Oh, really? How does the point system work?
You're going into a store.
Yes.
You're wanting 2 pounds coffee.
Yes.
You're pointing to the coffee grinder.
Yes.
The grocer is pointing to an empty shelf.
Yes.
You are pointing to your rationing book.
And?
The grocer is pointing to the door.
That is all there is to the point system, huh?
You are getting the point. So long.
Mrs. N has everything under control. I wonder how Socrates Mulligan is taking it.
Yeah?
Well, Soc, how about this? You look like a man from Lowell I knew in better times, old boy. Soc, how about this canned foods problem?
Oh, what cans? I don't eat nothing but meat.
Well, you don't eat anything but meat?
Nah.
You're carnivorous, in other words. Well,
yeah.
Well, look it up and let me know if you are later. Well, hasn't the meat shortage bothered you?
Oh, it's brutal.
Really?
Back in 1920, I'd go into the butcher's, slap a buck down on a chopping block.
Yeah?
The butcher'd give me a cleaver and a lantern, open the icebox door and say, help yourself, Socrates.
And you would?
I'd chop a cow in halves, braid a couple of lambs, load my pockets full of tripe and kidneys and go home.
You were messy but homeward bound, huh? Well, how are you doing today, Socrates?
Terrible.
Really?
Last Saturday night, I go into the market.
Well, how much meat did you get?
The butcher's a friend of mine.
Yes?
He let me smell the meat hook.
Well, that's probably why he has... here we are, our last stop in Allen's Alley.
Tally-ho and yoicks away, Falstaff prime for his tete-a-tete.
Well, I hope you're giving up poems for the new year, Falstaff.
I am just closing out my old year special.
Oh, now, look, I'm not...
Have you heard? She said you couldn't be ruder, as I toyed with the fin on her barracuda.
No.
Or, said the little calf to the big giraffe, when I look at your neck, I have to laugh.
No.
When I first saw Mother's bustle, I thought it was a muscle.
Now wait. That has definitely done it. Tonight we are discussing the rationing of canned goods.
Precisely why I am here. Once again, I have written a poem.
Oh, what is your canned goods poem called?
The world needs one big can.
Well, how does it go?
I've been working day and night to perfect a mighty plan. For to me it's quite apparent that the world needs one big can. If we'll all cut down on canned goods, the sooner the war will win. Our soldiers can use the extra food, and Uncle Sam can save the tin. And with that tin, old Uncle Sam could call on every man to melt and mold and shape the tin to make the world one can. We can only use the biggest can. We can't use one that's littler. And when Uncle Sam has made it, he can tie that can to Hitler.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, thousands of soldiers and sailors are entertained by a young lady who is on the air every morning at 5:30 over this network. The boys in camps call her their Reveille sweetheart. And here she is, Miss Lois January, to sing for us, Dearly Beloved. Miss January.
Dearly beloved, how clearly I see
Say, Jimmy.
Yes, Fred?
Jimmy, I brought this magazine to the studio tonight to show you. Take a look at this article here on the car of the future.
Well, that's very interesting.
It is, isn't it? It's the kind. This is the kind of a car we'll all be driving after the war is won, Jimmy. Look at this streamlining, these mechanical gadgets. Why, this car will do practically everything for the motorist, but whistle at a pretty girl.
Well, maybe it is the car we'll be driving when the war is over, Fred.
Yeah.
But the war isn't over yet, and the chances are that our present cars are going to have to last for the duration. That means it's our patriotic duty to make them last by making sure that every vital part gets proper lubrication. And that's the kind of lubrication your car gets when you take it to your Texaco dealer for a Marfac job. For Marfac service isn't just greasing. It's thorough stem-to-stern lubrication of every important chassis point with Marfac, the Texaco lubricant that won't readily pound out, wash out, or squeeze out. Make your car last by making sure that it gets correct lubrication. Regular, systematic Marfac service from your neighborhood Texaco dealer.
That was just a dash of Everything I've Got Belongs to You, played by Al Goodman and his They Came Here to Speak for Dough orchestra. Now, look, Portland. Stop moving those chairs around,
I'm
please.
getting everything out of the way. There may be a fight.
A fight?
Isn't Jack Benny coming tonight?
No, not tonight. Mr. Benny will be here next Sunday night. And remind me to take the welcome off the mat, will you, before I go home?
Who is our guest tonight?
Our guest is Peter Lorre.
I'll see you later.
Now, wait a minute. Come back here, Portland. What's the matter?
In pictures, Mr. Lorre is always killing people. I'm frightened.
Well, I hope he kills the audience here tonight. Why, Peter Lorre won't... Come in.
Has Mr. Lorre appeared yet?
No.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, any knives, daggers, stilettos, dirks, or other cutlery found sticking in people's backs after Mr. Lorre leaves tonight must be wiped clean and returned to the Keen Cut Cutlery Company at once. These utensils have merely been loaned to Mr. Lorre. Remember, just because it's in you, it doesn't mean it's yours.
Well, I wish that guy wouldn't spook until he was spooking, too.
Mr. Allen, I'm trembling.
You're trembling. I'm shaking like a crapshooter's sleeve here. But we have got to be brave, Portland.
Pardon me, is this Fred Allen Crossman?
Yes. What do you want, little boy?
I'm Peter Lorre.
Mr. Lorre! Mr. Lorre, this is Fred Allen.
Oh. Ah, no!
Well, what's the... I don't know who's getting the worst of it here. Well, what's the matter, Mr. Lorre?
Well, I wish you had told me, Mr. Allen. I'd had worn my makeup, too.
Well, I'm not wearing any makeup, Mr. Lorre.
Well, you fooled me.
Say, Portland, Mr. Lorre isn't anything like we expected, is he?
No, he's just a little snuck.
Yes, you sure are a letdown, Peter.
That disappoints you, Fred.
Oh, yes. I thought you'd come creeping in here on all fours and drooling cyanide. Well, you're supposed to be a brutal killer. You couldn't take a fly away from a baby spider.
Oh, that's what I keep telling them down at the morgue.
You spend time at the morgue, do you?
Oh, yes. It's so nice and cool and peaceful at the morgue.
Well, I wouldn't know, Mr. Lorre.
Oh, if it wasn't for me, a lot of people wouldn't know about the morgue.
Now, wait a minute. Quit talking. You sound as though you're slab happy here.
But it is so nice and cool.
I know, you said that. You just said that before. You are an odious little runt, aren't you?
Yes, Fred, why do people think I'm such a monster? I'm just a little guy trying to get along.
Well, I know that, but you're not getting along in this vein. You're not trying to get ahead, you mean, and you're not getting mine, if that's what you have in mind.
Look at me, Fred. Please look at me. Do I look like a menacing villain who knows but one word, murder?
No.
Well, do I look like a Svengali? A demon with a hypnotic spell?
No.
Look deep in my eyes, Fred.
Yes, Peter?
Do you see anything but gentleness and love of humanity?
No. Who shall I kill now, Master?
please stop joking, Fred. I am serious.
Well, then be careful with that gremlin look there, Peter. I am very susceptible. For a minute there, I had that old commando feeling.
Oh, if only the world would realize that I'm just an average man and not a mad, twisted creature.
Well, I know just how you feel, Peter.
You know, if people only knew the story of my life, they'd feel sorry for me.
Yours is a sad story, is it, Peter?
Sad. When I was 3 years old, I was an orphan. No father, no mother.
Oh, you poor kid. What happened to your father and mother?
Oh, I killed them.
Oh, you unfortunate child. Who brought you up?
Well, I went to live with my aunt and my uncle, and 2 weeks later I was homeless.
Homeless?
Yes, the house burned down.
Peter, you didn't...
Oh, no. My aunt set fire to the house.
Your aunt?
Yes, I set fire to my aunt.
It was an accident, of course.
Oh, yes. How did I know when I gave her that hot foot that she had a celluloid leg?
Oh, you poor, unfortunate little nipper. What did you do next?
Oh, I went to work with Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Doing what?
So when Dr. Jekyll would turn into Mr. Hyde, I had to remind him to put his money into his other suit.
Oh, that's right. You finally left Jekyll and Hyde?
Yes. Yeah, and then I went with a circus, sawing a woman in half. But it only lasted 2 months.
Why?
Well, I ran out of women.
Well, all of those hardships are over, Peter. Today you're a big success in pictures, and I know you must have many friends in Hollywood.
Oh, no, Fred. I just hang around with Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi and Dracula.
Oh, well, what do you boys do for excitement?
Oh, every day we give blood to the Red Cross.
Well, doesn't giving blood every day weaken you?
Oh, it isn't our blood.
I'm sure that now you've opened your heart, people will understand you. I know that among our more morbid listeners, you have made many new friends tonight.
Oh, I hope so, Fred. And I want to thank you for letting me tell my side of the story.
From now on, the people will know that you aren't always the villain. They'll remember you more kindly as the famous Mr. Moto.
Oh, you see, as Mr. Moto, I was the world's greatest Oriental detective.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Lowry. Mr. Moto was the second greatest Oriental detective.
Huh?
The world's greatest Oriental detective is One Long Pan.
One Long Pan is an amateur.
Now, wait a minute, Peter. Look, tonight we can settle that question once and for all.
How?
I tell you what, I'll dig up a mystery. Mr. Moto and One Long Pan can work on it together. The one who solves this mystery will be the world's greatest Oriental detective, right?
Right.
Mr. Goodman, some music while Mr. Lowry and I get our mystery ready, will you?
And now, the battle all crime lovers have been waiting for. Mr. Moto versus One Long Pan. Tonight's super mystery is called The Missing Shot, or Who Killed Balsam Bemis. The scene, the Acme Broadcasting Studios. Miss Irwin, the hostess, sits at her desk on the 29th floor. The telephone rings.
Acme Broadcasting Studios. Sorry, Mr. Bemis is auditioning a program for Mr. Pomeroy of the Pomeroy Pen Company. Sorry, Mr. Bemis cannot be disturbed. Goodbye. I hope Mr. Bemis sells that program. Business is awful. Good heavens, it's shot.
Miss Irwin! Miss Irwin!
Yes, Mr. Pomeroy.
Mr. Bemis has been shot. It's murder. Calling all cars. If you've got gas. Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Calling all cars. If you've got tires. Balsam Bemis, president of Acme Broadcasting Company, murdered. Calling Mr. Moto. Calling One Long Pan. Proceed at once to Acme Broadcasting.
Greetings and happy times, kiddy. Detective One Long Pan, Chinese Superman on job. Mystery solved no time. Mr. 5 by 5. Catch 'em dead or catch 'em live. Mr. 5 by 5.
Now listen, you wet wasp divot. There's been a murder committed here.
Who are you, Mr. Jelly Belly? Professor.
I am Puppy Pomeroy, president of the Pomeroy Pen Company.
And you, Mr. Short, Dark, and Dumpy?
And I'm Miss Irwin, the hostess here at Acme Broadcasting.
And you, little man with sneaky face, who are you?
Oh, so if you're a detective, you tell me who I am.
Oh, don't make monkey business. I am Detective One Long Pan.
You are one big dope.
Well, Long Pan may be one big dope. You one little punk. Now, who are you? Come clean.
I am Mr. Moto.
Oh, Mr. Moto in person. Mr. Moto, one poor man, one long time. Mr. Moto, Oriental Nutnik. I'm a Yankee to the dandy. I'm a Yankee to the boy.
Now, listen, will you two guys stop chewing the fat?
Yes, why don't you both solve this crime?
Hey, that's a good idea. Make it a competition.
Very good. Long pan make Mr. Moto look silly. Mr. Moto, small time, petty largenet, flatfoot.
Also, we shall see one long time.
Oh, so you bet we shall see also. You, Mr. Jellybelly, Mr. Pomeroy, you explain what confidentially, you explain why.
I came up here today to see about advertising my Pomeroy pens on the radio.
Oh, so?
Mr. Venus auditioned a program for me, The Lonesome Cowboy.
Oh, no.
He took out a contract for me to sign. I told him I didn't like The Lonesome Cowboy.
Oh, so?
Oh, so-and-so.
I left Mr. Venus in the studio. I went into the control room to get my coat and hat.
Oh, so?
As I was leaving the control room, I heard a shot.
That's right. I saw Mr. Pomeroy coming out of the control room.
Very good. You two have alibi airtight.
I am not so sure.
Not so sure. Long pan lap up mandarin sleeve. Long pan take over. One side, Mr. Moto. Maybe learn something.
Don't you want to examine the body, Long Pan?
Examine body. Beginner routine. Inner sanctum stuff. Examine body. First, Long Pan Grill, Lonesome Cowboy. Where's Lonesome Cowboy?
I'm right here. And I've got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle.
Long Pan arrest you for murder both some beamers.
Well, you're loco, Cooley. Why should... See, my gun's gone.
You bet. Your gun maybe shoot Mr. Beamer.
I've been robbed. Where's my gun?
Long Pan whizzed into action.
If you're a detective, Long Pan, why don't you examine the body?
You bet. Examine body, Mr. Moto. Where is body?
The late Mr. Beamer is in this studio right here. See, there he is.
Oh, boy, Mr. Beamer's laughing. Mr. Beamer's dying good humor. Just beat victory tag. Dying very good humor.
Mr. Venus is just as I left him. The contract's on the table, the pen's in his hand.
And also look on table.
What, Long Pan?
A Lewallowa.
Hey, that's my gun.
Very good, Lonesome Cowboy. Mystery solved.
Oh, so?
And how also? Solution obvious. Mr. Boston Beamer commit suicide.
That is my theory exactly.
And I say it is murder.
Oh, murder. Mr. Moto have motor trouble. Motor missing on one cylinder. Mr. Moto maybe need Marpac lubrication.
I still say it is murder.
Long Pan say suicide.
Oh, so? Murder.
Oh, so? Suicide.
No, so? Murder.
Yes, so? Suicide.
But why should Mr. Venus kill himself, Long Pan?
Solution obvious. Mr. Pomeroy not like Lonesome Cowboy. Mr. Beamer lose $1 million contract. Mr. Beamer steal Lonesome Cowboy, the wallower. Mr. Beamer commit suicide.
You got the solution, Long Pan. Let's go.
Not so fast, Mr. Pomeroy. I, Mr. Moto, am arresting you for murder.
Me? Murder? Why, that's ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Mr. Moto get my goto. Shoot the goto to me, Moto.
If you will examine Mr. Beamer's body again, Long Pan.
Okay, Long Pan check, double check, and Shanghai check. You see one bullet hole forehead. You see one bullet hole, Mr. Moto.
Yes, one bullet hole in forehead, but 2 bullet holes in back of head.
2 bullet holes?
Mr. Beamer's were shot from behind. 2 shots were fired.
You're insane, Moto. Only 1 shot was heard. Isn't that right, Miss Irwin?
Yes, but Mr. Pomeroy came out of the control room. There was only 1 shot.
Oh, so? But you fired 2 shots, Mr. Pomeroy.
I?
Yes, you murdered Belton Beamer.
But I was in the control room getting my hat.
I know, but the control room is soundproof, and you fired 2 shots from the control room. When you opened the door, you came out so fast, only 1 shot came out with you.
Mr. Moto, Silly Billy. You mean sound of one Lewallowa shot still sealed in soundproof room?
Yes, and I can prove it, Long Pan. Look, I'll open this control room door and let the shot out. Listen.
Holy smoke.
You confess, Mr. Pomeroy.
All right, Moto. Yes, I had to kill Beavis. I had no choice.
I know.
How would you trust me, Moto?
In Mr. Beamer's hand, he has one of your Pomeroy fountain pens ready to sign the contract.
You see, fountain pen broken.
Yes, and that was my cue, Long Pan. Huh? Mr. Pomeroy?
Yes, I've spent $10 million advertising my slogan, Pomeroy pens last a lifetime.
Exactly, and Mr. Beamer's pen broke.
If word got out that Beavis had outlived the Pomeroy pen, my slogan was ruined.
So Mr. Beavis had to die.
Yes, thanks to his Pomeroy pen, it lasted Mr. Beavis a lifetime. My slogan was safe.
Get ruined. Slogan safe. Get ruined. Go past one. Mr.
Well,
Moto.
Long Tan?
Mr. Moto make Long Tan look like Stumble Bum. Go past one.
This proves Mr. Moto is the better detective, Long Tan. There is no murder that Mr. Moto cannot solve.
Oh, no, Mr. Moto?
Oh, Long Tan, put down that gun.
Oh, yes? Yes, one murder, Mr. Moto. Never solved.
Oh!
Now, Mr. Moto, who killed Mr. Moto? No answer, you bet. Only Long Tan know who killed Mr. Moto. One Long Tan still, world greatest Oriental detective. Thank you. Before we close up the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Peter Lorre for his visit tonight. Now, next Sunday, our guest will be Jack Benny, a man on the Rochester program, I understand. Now, Jimmy, have you any last words?
Last words? Well, a couple, Fred. Your present car will have to last, so make sure that it gets the Texaco dealer's regular service.
Yes, Jimmy. Mileage rationing saves your tires. Complete the job and save your car by seeing your Texaco dealer regularly. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast and inviting you to drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Good night. Thank you.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting
Along the hot, dusty Arizona road he came, to the edge of the desert. Homer Smith, the roving ex-GI who carried his home on 4 wheels.
God is good. He has sent me a big, strong man.
He didn't say anything to me about sending me any place. I was just passing by.
Yeah, you did not pass.
A big, strong man. Just what 5 lonely women were looking for. Just the man to patch a leaking roof. Just the man to make their prayers and dreams come true.
We built a chapel.
It's very nice. What's a chapel?
Eine kleine Kirche. A chapel.
Lots of luck, Mother. I ain't building no chapel.
Yeah, you.
Not only am I ain't building no chapel, I'm taking off. I ain't no contractor.
That is for the beginning.
No.
Prepare yourselves for something deliciously, refreshingly different. With people it's a pleasure to be with.
Schmidt!
See why a big, strong man like this couldn't resist 5 lonely ladies like these. Meet the boss, Mother Maria, whose faith could move mountains, and a man like Homer Smith.
Jetzt dummen Sie sich, aber machen Sie schnell!
You hold on 1 minute. You just hold on 1 minute. I mean, I ain't no none. I'm nobody you can boss around. See? I get up when I feel like getting up, and if I don't want to work, I don't work. Now, if you just pay me, see, I'll be going.
Lilies of the field. The sweet smell of laughter is right here.
Why'd you go and do that?
The women last night, they say that is the only thing when a man has been mixing wine with tequila.
I'm gonna mix you with tequila.
Lilies of the field. The story of 5 wonderful women who waited for a miracle and the man from nowhere who made it come true.
You and your chapel, getting everybody involved. You've been making a lot of mischief around here.
What's the matter?
Now she's really after me.
But the chapel's almost finished.
Oh, no. She's just beginning. Next you want a school, and then it's a hospital, and only God knows, and she, what comes next.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Dodge City, into the territory on west. There's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Wanted for murder.
Wanted for murder.
Clay Richards.
Clay Richards.
Age 31. Height 6 feet. Eyes brown. Hair red.
Eyes brown, hair red. Hey, how'd you like me to print his picture on these notices? I got a woodcut. Well, let me show you. Ernie!
Yeah?
Fetch your Marshal a copy of that front page. Interviewing Clay's wife yesterday, I noticed a tintype on the mantel, their wedding photograph. So, first thing you know, I snitched it.
It's very thoughtful.
Yeah, I'll take it, Ernie.
Here.
And then I propped it up in front of me and carved me this woodcut. Ain't she prime? Ain't she just elegant?
Real elegant.
Good likeness, don't you think? Of course, he was 7 or 8 years younger with the tintype.
Yeah, it's a good likeness.
That's his hair shorter.
Doesn't show what makes a law-abiding man like him try to rob a bank. Doesn't look like a man who murdered an old cashier and a Chinese cook who just happened to be
Sure
there.
sweated over it, though.
But it's a good likeness.
Yes, sir, it is. A picture like this sure dresses up the front page, don't it?
Yeah, it's a little masterpiece, Mr. Hightower, a notable contribution to the culture of Dodge City.
Well, thank you, Marshal. Does fetch the eye, don't it? I'm printing an extra 500 copies of the weekly, and I bet I sell them all. Too bad the cashier's shot went wild. If he'd managed to kill Clay or even wing him, why, I bet I could sell 1,000 extra copies.
We must be thankful for the blessings we do receive, Mr. Hightower.
Oh, I am, Marshal, I am. Why, just before it happened yesterday afternoon, I didn't know what I was going to fill my columns with, and then, like manna from heaven, 2 murders and a bank robbery.
Attempted bank robbery, Mr. Hightower. He turned and ran before he got his hands on so much as $1.
Yes.
Still, as you say, like manna.
Dillon,
I'm talking business. What is it, Chester?
Well, it can wait, I guess, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, print Clay's picture on those notices, Mr. Hightower. Now, where were we?
Eyes brown, hair red.
Oh, yeah. Also known as Red, Bricktop, and Sorrel. He didn't answer to no other nicknames, did he?
No, that's what they called him.
All right, then in big letters, $400 reward. Dead or alive. And at the bottom, apply Matt Dillon, Marshal, Dodge City. Mm-hmm. Print 200 copies. How soon can I send Chester over for him?
This afternoon.
Good morning, Mr. Hightower. Chester?
Think those posters will do any good? Richards is probably over the line into Oklahoma or Colorado by now. That strawberry roan of his is the fastest in the county.
He has no money. He panicked and ran out of the bank before he got a penny. I think he'll try to get help from his wife or brother or a friend the first chance he has, maybe tonight. I say he's around here somewhere. I'm sorry I turned on you like that, Chester.
Why, that's all right, Mr. Dillon. Out all night with a posse, no sleep, man's bound to get touchy.
No, it's not that. It's the way... It's the way people use a thing like this. The men riding posse last night, they enjoyed it as though they were hunting fox or possum. Hightower back there, he acts like it was a birthday treat, specially gotten up for him. Everybody finds a way to use it. What was it you wanted to tell me?
Oh, I got a kid, a little boy, locked up in the cell. Run away from home back in Cottonwood. Ed Slade turned him over to me when he come through on the stagecoach just now. Kid about 12 years old.
Whose is he?
Widow woman. Miss Bonnie. She runs a boarding house in Cottonwood. Ed says kid's always running away a little while, I guess. He flagged Ed for a ride on the road halfway between there and here. Soon as Ed seen him stand there with his bundle on his shoulder, he knowed what he was up to. So he told the kid he'd help him and then turn him over to us when he got here.
All right, we'll send a telegram to the mother to come fetch him. Well, come on in, Chester, and shut the door.
Mr. Dillon?
You're letting in every horse fly in Kansas.
Mr. Dillon, I think you better cancel the order for them notices.
What?
The Dutchman's coming up the street, and he's leading a strawberry roan, and Clay Richards is draped across his back.
Like a sack of wheat across the saddle. Last time I saw him, 2 days ago, he was standing at the bar laughing his head off. A sack of wheat across the saddle. And followed by half the saloon bums and loafers in town. All right, Chester, make him keep back.
All right, now stand back, you fellas. Come on now, back. Stand back.
Ziegler? How'd it happen, Ziegler?
My goat, my old billy goat, he pushes open the fence last night and runs away.
Forget your goat. What about Clay?
Yeah, I tell you. This morning I go to look for the goat. I walk here, there. Near the river, I see Clay. He sits there. I say, hello, Clay. Wie geht's?
You dirty Dutchman. You no good dog. Clay was your best friend. He helped you buy your farm, so you kill him for All right, all of you. Keep back, everybody.
Clay? Me? No, my brother, he was like... We was in the war together. Bitte, listen.
You killed him for the reward.
Not so. I killed nobody. Not since Gettysburg. Clay is dead already when I find him. I don't even own a pistol.
Ziegler, inside, quick.
Yeah.
Chester, give me a hand with Clay.
All right, all of you. Listen up. Shut up!
I will not tolerate a disturbance. You know me. I got him, Chester. Take his leg. All right, kick the door shut.
Marshal, I don't kill Clay.
On this table, Chester. What'd you do with Clay's gun? His holster's empty.
Gun? Clay's? I ain't got it. I don't even own one.
Chester, see if it slipped out.
His holster was empty coming up the street. First thing I noticed. Maybe it's over on the...
Another customer? Why, that's 3 in less than a day. Oh, bountiful harvest. My fees this month will keep me in luxury. In luxury.
Doc, I want to have an inquest as soon as possible.
Well, as soon as I finish the autopsy. Shouldn't take long with the practice I've had this week, huh? No. Late afternoon all right with you? I'll take him up to my office right now. No, thank you, Chester. I can carry him all by myself here. You just open the door there like a good fella. Yeah, Marshal, tell the city fathers I'd like to make a deal when the corpses are as famous as this one. Back in 53 in San Francisco, a fellow I knew earned a fortune exhibiting the head of Joaquin Murrieta. Tell them if they'll let me keep the remains, I'll do the autopsies for nothing.
Shut the door, Chester. Ziegler, where is it you met Clay on the river?
By the fort. This side by the fort.
Ride out there, Chester, and see if you can find Clay's gun. Maybe he dropped it when he was shot.
I did not shoot Clay.
Sure.
I did not. I had no reason to. I did not.
Now, you listen to me. Maybe you think Dodge has got so big I don't know about everything that goes on here. Well, if you do, you're wrong. If you think I don't know about the bank having an overdue mortgage on your farm, you're wrong. $400 is reason enough for a struggling farmer like you.
No. Could not do such a thing. I am a human being.
To a peace officer, Ziegler, that's enough grounds for suspicion. But whether you did it or not will be decided at your trial. In the meantime, you just stop yammering about it.
Trial? Me?
Even when I shoot somebody, I stand trial. If they find it's justifiable homicide, and they probably will, Clay being a wanted man, then they'll let you off. And if not...
Please, I am permitted to go now.
Go. Are you crazy?
My farm, the stock, I must look after it.
You sit right down. You want to be lynched? You're trying to get yourself murdered? Have you forgotten about Clay's brother, Adam?
Adam would not believe I shot him.
What difference does it make whether he believes it or not? His brother's been killed. Everybody's looking to him to do something about it, and he knows it. You want me to guess where he is right this minute? He's in one of them saloons lapping up courage to come in here and ask me to give you to him for a present. You want to know who's with him? Every loafer, every bum, every slob in town. Slapping him on the back and telling him what a shame it is. Egging him on to kill you so that they can have some excitement and some fun. Well, maybe you deserve killing, but it's my job to uphold the law, and I'm not letting you out of here.
What? I tell
You might
that...
spend your time trying to think up a better story. That is, if you intend to stay in this town. All right, now think back. Didn't Clay go for his gun before you shot him?
I tell you, I didn't. If I'm not under arrest, you have no right to keep me here. I got to look after my farm. I go.
All right, Chester, lock him up.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. Come on now, Ziegler. Step out, Sonny. This cage is bespoke.
Who's in there, Chester?
That little old runaway from Cottonwood.
Oh. Yeah, come over here, son. Come over here to me.
I know who you are.
You do you?
You bet. You're Matt Dillon.
I'm guilty.
I knowed you right off. You just pointed out to me one day back home. Filler says you was the fastest gun thrower in Kansas.
Wyatt Earp wouldn't be awful interested to hear that, I'm afraid.
Filler says you was faster than Older. Faster than Wild Bill Hickok in Hay City and Fat Masterson or any of them. How many fellas have you killed?
You don't keep score, son. It's something you try to forget.
Not me. Someday I'll be famous like you, and for every filler I kill, I'll put a notch on my gun. People will see those notches, and they'll know they better not try.
Why'd you run away from home, bub? Don't you know your mother's likely to worry about you?
Oh, she won't worry. She's too busy working. You ain't gonna make me go back, are you? You wouldn't do that, would you?
Well...
Because it wouldn't stop me for long. I'd only run away again.
Oh, where are you off to in such a sweat?
Oh, Texas, California, Mexico. A fellow can accomplish things there, not like living in old Cottonwood. If you let me go, someday when I'm famous, you can tell people you helped get me started.
Well, that's a pretty strong inducement. I'll have to think about it for a while. And, look, while I'm making up my mind, I want you to give me your word. Word of a man who'll be famous someday that he won't try to run away from me. Otherwise, I'll have to have Chester lock you up again.
Oh, I'll shake on that.
Good. Chester, I want you to go look for Clay's gun.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
And on the way, stop off and send that telegram. You know?
Hmm? Oh, that telegram. Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Where's Ziegler?
Right.
It's all right, Chester. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Where's that murdering dog? Oh, there you are. You
Not
know
a single step further, Adam.
I want him, Dillon. He murdered Clay, shot him down without giving him a chance.
How do you know?
Because Clay wouldn't have let anyone catch him off guard except a friend. A friend. And now, Dillon, give me that Dutchman.
Try to take it.
Just like that?
It's like that.
And it's true what the fellas say. You made a deal with the Dutchman to give him the reward and protect him if he'd kill Clay for you.
That was the deal, was it?
Yeah.
The fellas say why I'd make such a deal?
Dillon, it ain't no longer a secret around town that you and Francie want each other. But Clay was in the way. You had him killed so you could get his wife. Do you deny it?
No. It'll serve as well as any other crazy story. It'll work you up.
You think you're safe behind that star, don't you? Well, Clay had friends, lots of them. I'm coming back with them friends, and we'll get the Dutchman and you and anyone else who tries to stop us.
All right, Adam. I'll be waiting.
Yeah. You wait.
I almost seen something pretty just then, didn't I, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, almost. About another pint of whiskey ought to do it.
return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, many radio shows win high popularity with the prizes and cash they give away. But there's one show that's tops because the head man gives away as little as possible. What other radio program could it be but the Jack Benny Show? So be listening. And now, with William Conrad starred as Matt Dillon, here's the second act of Gunsmoke.
Son?
You say something, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, open my drawer in front of you there. You'll find a small bottle of oil in there. No, the one to the right there. Yeah, that's it. Now, bring a little brush, too, huh?
Here it is.
Thanks, bub.
It's a right nice gun you have.
Yeah, it's not bad, but a little stiff. Just a little stiff.
Don't it have a trigger? I never seen no gun without a trigger before.
Oh, you remove a trigger or tie it back against a guard. And all you have to do is thumb a hammer. Hey, like that. It's faster. Yeah, that's better now.
Remove the trigger. I'll remember that.
What in the world for?
Well, I remember everything you told me. About the Texas holster and the spring holster and the double roll and filing off the sight.
It's just me, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, any luck, Chester?
No, sir, not any. I went to the store first and asked Mr. Denton what kind of ammunition Clay Richards used to buy, and he told me Clay had a double-action .44. I scoured that riverbank a half mile each way from the ford, and not a sign of it. I got that telegram off. You know who ought to be here pretty soon. It's only 7-8 miles from...
Is that fire in town?
Funeral services for Mr. Grinnell, the cashier.
So soon?
It's awful hot weather.
Yeah. Any of your guns need oiling, Chester?
I don't think so.
You sure? When Adam left, he said he'd be coming back with some friends.
I know. I stopped at the Oliver Gantry just now to rinse out my mouth. Adam was there talking mighty ugly and mighty big. He's got a sizable following.
When do you think?
Any minute now, Mr. Dillon. Want me to take Bob out of here to one of the hotels, maybe?
I want to see it.
No, I think you'll be safer here, Chester, behind stone walls and dodging about the streets rubbernecking.
You keep your head down, Sonny. You hear? There's a...
Matt, I gotta talk to you.
She ought to be in mourning. If she cared for Clay at all anymore, she ought to be in black.
Matt.
Oh, Lord, I find her more beautiful all the time.
Matt, have you heard what they're saying?
What are they saying, Francie?
That you and me, that you made Pete Ziegler kill him because of...
I'm sorry that got back to you, Francie.
It's all over Dodge. Adam almost strangled me before they dragged him off.
Francie, I didn't shoot Clay. Francie, I beg you, believe me.
Shut up, Ziegler.
Shut
Shut up or I'll pump you to death.
Francie is just one of those crazy stories. They needed one and they made one up.
But, Matt, everyone believes it. On my way down here, people were pointing, whispering. Old women clucking their tongues at me. They believe it.
They'll forget it as soon as this is over. They'll remember that even if we once did go with each other, it was finished and done with even before the war ended, before you even met Clay.
No, they won't forget it. For the rest of my life, as long as I stay here...
Hold it a minute, Francie. Yeah, Doc, what is it?
Oh, am I interrupting?
What is it, Doc?
Our Topsy's finished. I examined his liver and lights, his...
This is Mrs. Richards, Doc.
Oh, I beg your pardon, ma'am. I'm sure I meant no disrespect for the departed.
Well,
Clay was shot all right, but from the nature of the wound and the coagulation of the blood, I'd say it happened sometime yesterday. I'd say the cashier's bullet didn't go wild after all.
How could a dead man gallop away?
Well, the wound wasn't what killed Clay. The ball hit the rib case and it bounced off. .22 caliber it was. What did kill him was the stab in the back, right through the spine, inflicted sometime this morning. Now, near as I can judge, by a small blade, 2 or 3 inches long. It could have been a Barlow knife.
Thanks, Doc.
Please accept my condolences, Mr. Richard. You call the inquest anytime you're ready, Marshal.
Chester, close the door.
You see, I didn't do it. I didn't shoot him.
All right, then you stabbed him, maybe. You said you never carried a gun.
Look, Francie, go home and give matters a chance to simmer
Matt,
down.
I'm going to ask you for something.
Yeah?
turned Pete Ziegler out into the street.
What? Francie, they're itching to get their hands on him.
Let him have him. It'll prove that story's a lie, that you didn't make a deal with him. Please, Matt, I have to live here. Clear me, I have to live here. Matt? Matt. Don't look at me like that.
Go home, Francie. Go home or leave town or hang yourself or anything you like. Just go away.
Matt.
Away! Right now.
I bought me a bottle at the Alfregans, Mr. Dillon. Would you care for a drink?
No.
Guess the funeral's over.
There'll be others.
Funny. Now I missed that bell. Awful quiet, ain't it? It's just
Just about on schedule. Are you ready, Chester?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I'd use a shotgun if I were you. It's more effective when there's a mob to be dealt with.
Oh, yes, sir. I aim to.
Ziegler, and you too, son. If trouble starts, lie down flat on the floor and keep your head down all the time. Don't gawk to see what's happening. You understand me?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
All right.
Dillon! Come on, Dillon! Come on!
Chester, I want you to stand here in the doorway after I go out, where you can cover the back door and me at the same time.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester. Open the door.
Come on now.
It's my duty to warn all of you that you're in the breach of the peace. I've sworn to uphold the law. I've killed men in order to do it, and I'm prepared to do so again.
Give us a Dutchman, Dillon.
Men! I ask you to be sensible and to leave quietly. But if you refuse to listen to reason, if you insist upon being fools, if you've already decided to act like wolves instead of humans, then there's nothing I can say to make you change your minds.
A Dutchman.
All right, you want Peter Ziegler? Well, he's not more than 20 feet behind me, so come on and get him, any of you. One at a time or all at once. Come on. Which one of you wants to die first? You? You? You, Adam? Well, what do you say, Adam? You let him here. Don't let this star on my coat stop you. Come on. There, I'm not wearing it now. Well, come on, draw, Adam, draw!
You all right, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. Get his gun.
Man alive, I couldn't even see your hand move.
Marshal! Oh, don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Doc, you make one single funny remark and I'll knock you down. You just take him to your office and get to work.
Well, I never do mean to offend, Marshal. In my line of work, well, bodies, they're just so much lumber.
Make all the jokes about him you please, but not to me and not in my hearing. In my line of work, there's nothing humorous about death. Give him a hand, Chester.
No, I can handle it, Marshal. Thank you. Thank you, just the same.
Can you direct me to the marshal's office?
Yes, ma'am, right here. I'm Marshal Dillon.
Well, I left Cottonwood as soon as I got your telegram. I'm Miss Bonnie. Where's my boy?
Oh, we have him, ma'am, safe and sound. Here, let me help you down. Hitch that horse, Chester. Right this way, ma'am.
Oh, I'm so sorry he put you to all that trouble, Marshal. The truth of the matter is he's a wild one and no mistake. Takes after his father, one scrape after another.
He was no trouble at all. I enjoy children. I like to have them around. Bub? Bub, your ma's here. Son? Chester, where's the boy? Did you let him slip past you?
No, sir, Mr. Dillon. He never got past me. Look, the back door's open.
He seen me and he hightailed it, the devil.
We'll round him up for you, ma'am. Don't worry.
Oh, I don't know why I bother hauling him back. If he's run away once, he's run away 1,000 times. This time he ran because I wouldn't buy him a gun. He wanted a real one. That boy's just gun crazy, I swear. I got him a nice Barlow knife instead.
Barlow
I
knife?
reckon it didn't signify, and off he runs.
Barlow knife? The kid. Chester, find that kid.
Marshal, has he done something bad with it? I told him to use it careful. He promised he'd use it careful.
No, never mind, Chester. He's got Clay's strawberry roe, and we'd never catch up to him.
I try to bring him up right. I tell him to be good, but he don't listen. He just don't listen.
Now, calm yourself, ma'am. Just calm yourself.
Here's his little bundle, Mr. Dillon.
What? Yeah, give it to me. That's pretty heavy. Here, you're better at knots than I am. Open it, will you?
From the moment he was born, he's been nothing but tribulation to me.
Now, please, ma'am. What's he got in it, Chester?
A shirt, stockings, piece of sausage, and this.
44 double action.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. That's Clay's gun. Sonny didn't manage to keep it long, did he?
Well, if he wants a gun that bad, he's bound to get hold of another one somewhere, somehow. Chester, call Mr. Hightower over.
Hey! Hey, Mr. Hightower! Oh. Come on over. Mr. Dillon wants you.
Marshal, could I have please a drink of water?
What? Oh, Ziegler, I forgot all about you. Chester, where are the keys?
Yeah, right there on the desk.
Oh. There we are. It'll be safe for you to go home now.
I can go back by the farm.
Yeah, that's right. I'll send for you for the trial.
Oh, danke schön. Danke schön.
Watch where you're going, you dumb...
Bitte, excuse me. Bitte.
Yes, Marshal.
Mr. Hightower, it appears that we can do business after all. Get some paper and a pencil. I want some notices printed.
Fire away.
Wanted for murder.
Wanted for murder.
What's the boy's name?
Bonnie. William Bonnie.
William Bonnie.
William Bonnie.
Age 12. Height about 5 feet. Hair light, eyes blue. I don't suppose he's known by any other name.
I know. Everybody just called him Billy. Or the Kid.
Also known as Billy. The Kid.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Walter Newman, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in tonight's cast were Don Diamond, Parley Bear, Harry Bartell, and Howard McNear, with Richard Beals, Paul Dubov, Georgia Ellis, and Mary Lansing. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Those longtime favorites, Amos and Andy, are rising to new heights in their CBS radio series on Sunday nights. Heard on most of these same stations, Amos and Andy find trouble as constantly as ever and make it just as funny and as human as they have for more than 20 years. Be sure to hear Amos and Andy this Sunday, won't you? Right after the Jack Benny Show. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, there's fast, funny quizzing on The Bob Hawk Show every Monday evening. This is the CBS Radio Network.
You wanted to know where I'm from? I'm from Connecticut. Mayflower Stone. I was taught that my prince would come, and he would be a lawyer, and I would have his children. And on the weekends we would barbecue. And all the other princes and their princesses would come. And they would say, delicious, delicious. Oh, how boring. Wants to teach me. Are you afraid? You're right. Because they're all dead.
Liquid Sky.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Just Like Taking Candy from a Baby. Summer may come, ladies and gentlemen, and summer may go, taking with it so many of the ripe summer fruits we all enjoy. And it's a mighty comforting thought to know that you can recapture all the grand goodness of this luscious fruit any time you want, simply by making a glistening mold of delicious Jell-O. One taste of this swell dessert, and suddenly you're right back in the middle of June, thrilling again to the fresh, tantalizing flavor of fruits and berries still warm with the summer sun. For Jell-O brings you a delightful memory of the juicy, ripe fruit itself. An enticing flavor that has made Jell-O America's favorite gelatin dessert. So try a rich Jell-O treat real soon, using perhaps strawberry or raspberry Jell-O. Each of these tasty Jell-O desserts has a new, improved flavor, obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And that's the secret of their distinctive flavor. Get strawberry and raspberry Jell-O tomorrow, and at the same time, ask for those new Jell-O puddings, too. Jell-O puddings are made by the makers of Jell-O, so you know they're good. Just Like Taking Candy from a Baby, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we bring you our modest, unassuming master of ceremonies, a man who is never too busy to say hello.
Hello.
Jack Benny.
Thank you, Renly. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, that was a very sweet introduction. Never too busy to say hello. But I really don't deserve it.
Oh, yes, you do, Jack.
Do I?
Why, certainly. Whether it's the humble newsboy on the corner or a taxi driver or an urchin with a shoeshine box, Jack Benny always stops. And a smile steals across his face as he says, "Hiya, pal."
How are things going? Oh, pardon me, Don. I was carried away. But let me ask you something, Don. Why shouldn't I go out of my way to be courteous and friendly? We're all human beings. We're all people. Say, after all, what am I?
You know what I said at rehearsal?
Phil, I'm not talking to you. Anyway, Don, I'm just the down-to-earth type that gets along with everybody. You know the little old lady that sells flowers right outside the studio?
You mean the one on the corner here?
Yeah. See, I've stopped and talked to her now every Sunday for 3 years. Hello, little lady, I say.
And she says I told you 1,000 times I'm not going out with you.
Phil, if you can't be sentimental, stay out of this. You know, Don, whenever I pass this little flower lady, a tear comes to my eye. And I can't help but think that she's somebody's mother.
Yes, and perhaps that somebody could well afford to take care of her.
You're probably right, Don. Gee, I wonder whose mother she is anyway. She's mine. Now cut that out! You're lying, Phil, because I happen to know that your mother is Cigarette Girl at the Wilshire Bowl. Cigars, cigarettes, and homemade jelly. So pipe down.
Well, you wouldn't get away with this mushy stuff if Mary was here.
Oh, yes, I would.
By the way, Jack, how is Mary? Is she feeling better?
Well, she had a pretty bad cold, Don, but she's much improved. She'll be with us next Sunday.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, glad the kid's feeling better.
Thanks. Of course, it'll be kind of tough doing comedy tonight without her.
Don't worry, Jackson. I'm here, ain't I? I can get them belly laughs.
Well, just be grateful, Phil, that you get good lines.
It ain't the material, Jackson. It's my personality. It's how I sock it over.
Oh, brother. Phil, you really think you're the funniest guy in the whole world, don't you?
What a spot. If I say yes, I'm a ham. If I say no, I'm a liar.
You're both if I ever saw one. Say, Dennis.
Yes, please?
How would you like a great big part tonight with funny gags and everything?
Oh, boy, that'll be swell.
All right, you can read Mary's lines. Tonight, you're going to be the girl on the program.
Nothing doing. I'm no sissy.
Dennis, the program is written, and you've got to take Mary's place. You're the only one in the show with a high voice.
Who, me?
Dennis. Now, remember, you're Mary, so go outside and come back when you're supposed to.
Okay, but I'll be chewing tobacco.
You better not. That kid's getting too smart.
Well, look, Jackson, why don't you let me play Mary's part? I got beautiful hair and rosy cheeks.
Oh, fine. He's got a few broken veins there, and he calls it rosy cheeks. We'll manage without you, Phyllis. Well, let's get on with the show. Say, Don, Mary seems to be a little bit late today. I wonder where she is.
Mary? I saw her out in the hall just a few minutes ago.
Oh, you know, Don, she's so excited. She's been shopping all week, and she's... Oh, here she comes now. Hello, Mary. I said, hello, Mary.
Hello.
Gee, you look cute in that fall outfit. That's a new dress, isn't it?
Yeah, I got it at Magnan's. Isn't it a dream?
Oh, it's beautiful. But it's cut a little low there in front, isn't it?
On me, it don't make any difference.
Dennis, read the lines that are in the script.
Well, you're not going to make a monkey out of me.
I'm not trying to make a monkey out of you, Dennis. It's just an emergency. You don't want to read Mary's lines? All right.
Well, I don't.
All right. Just puts us in a spot, that's all. It's a fine program without a girl on it. Gee, there must be some way to work this out. I wonder who we can get.
I'll help you, kid.
Well.
I am the Blue Fairy.
Well, that's a very sweet offer, Blue Fairy, but I'm afraid you won't do. You're too fat for Miss Livingston.
Oh. Well, if Don Wilson ever gets sick, let me know.
We will. We will, yeah.
And now I will fly away, back to my home in the clouds. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Give me a push, will you?
Okay. Gee, look at her go. Out the window. Over Vine Street. Over Beverly Boulevard. Over the La Brea Pit. Play, Phil, and get us out of this fantastic mood. was That's For Me, played by Phil Harris and his Waldorf Astoria Ensemble. Waldorf Astoria meaning they couldn't get in there if they were delivering the meat. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. After that violin solo you played with us a couple of weeks ago, I wouldn't say anything derogatory about my band.
Derogatory? Well, I'll be...
What's the matter? Ain't it right?
Sure it's right. But, Phil, where'd you ever learn the word derogatory?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. You know, I don't start working at the Vault until 9 o'clock, so I've been going to night school.
Oh, well, did you hear that, Don? Phil goes to night school.
Well, congratulations, Phil. How are you getting along?
Very good, very good. So you guys don't have to get derogatory.
All right, we heard that already. What else did you learn?
Oh, plenty of stuff. Come on, ask me something. Ask me anything.
Oh, quiet.
Come on, ask me who invented the cotton gin.
All right, Phil, who invented the cotton gin?
Eli Whitney.
Well.
And with the steamboat, it was Fulton.
Why, Phil, you're terrific.
Hey, Don, here's another one. What does 1492 mean to you?
I don't know, Phil. What does it mean to you?
Columbus.
Gee whiz.
You know, the world is round, all that kind of stuff.
Well, I've heard everything. Congratulations, Phil. And now, ladies and
The
gentlemen...
Mississippi is the longest river in the USA.
Phil, will you stop showing off? I knew about the Mississippi when I was in the 5th grade.
Well, I'm only in the 3rd, so I got you beat.
All right, you got me beat.
Hey, Don, ask me something. Don, ask me something about the Revolutionary War. Like, well, when was it or something?
Phil, please.
All right, Phil, when was the Revolutionary War?
1776.
Well, I'll be darned.
Not bad, eh?
That's very good, Phil. Now, who won the Revolutionary War?
That's coming up Wednesday.
Gee, I'll bet you can hardly wait. Now, look, Phil, we're all very happy to know that you're trying to improve what mentality you have. But there are more important things to talk about, aren't there, Don?
Yes, there are, Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, night school is one of the greatest institutions that flourish in this country today.
What?
It gives thousands of people the opportunity to improve themselves in the field of education.
What's that for?
So, if you're one of the many who attend night school, instead of bringing an apple to the teacher, why not bring her a package of tempting and appetizing Jell-O?
Well, it's about time.
It is not only economical and easy to make, but comes in 6 delicious flavors. So look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O.
And I'm just the guy that can spell it. Jello.
Phil, you're positively brilliant. If you weren't such a bum, you could become president.
B-U-M, bum.
Phil! And now, ladies and gentlemen, going from night school to our feature attraction of the evening, this being the height of the football season, tonight we are going to offer our annual Gridiron Classic entitled Hold That Line. Or, one moment, please. Now, once again, I will play the part of Coach Flash Benny of Flatfoot College. Now, Phil, you, Don, and Dennis will be the players. And your orchestra boys can be the cheering section.
Well, why don't you use some of my boys on the team? They're all athletes.
Phil, shooting pool and pulling corks are not considered American sports. They'll stay in the cheering section.
Wait till you hear their cheers.
Phil, if I hear one bird that isn't a swallow returning to Capistrano, watch out. Now, let's see. We're still short of actors, so I sent for Rochester. Where is he?
There he is, Jack, talking to Dennis Day.
Oh, that's right. Hey, Rochester.
Yes, please.
Now, Rochester, we're short of actors tonight, so I want you to play a part in our football sketch.
Okay, give me the ball.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going to play on the team. You're going to be the water boy.
That's a little bit derogatory, ain't it?
Don't argue. Here's your bucket. You've got a very important part.
Important?
Yes.
Boss, the only man that ever got famous with a bucket was Old Man Mose.
Never mind.
And he had to kick it.
Now, Rochester, look at it this way. Who's one of the most valuable members of a football squad? The water boy.
Uh-huh.
Whenever a player is injured, who rushes out with a cold drink for him? The water boy.
Uh-huh.
And whenever a sensational play is made and the crowd stands up and cheers, who are they cheering?
Okay, give me the bucket.
And now that we're all set, ladies and gentlemen, this play will go on immediately after a song by Dennis Day. What's it going to be, Dennis?
Well, Mr. Benny, this being Navy Day, I'm going to sing a special arrangement of a brand new number called He's My Uncle.
Swell, go ahead.
Hey, Jackson, I just thought of something. We still haven't got enough actors for a football team.
Gee, that's right. Well, we'll just have to get along, Phil. What else can we do?
I'm available, kid.
Now, look, Blue Fairy, I'm afraid you can't help us.
All right, then I'll fly away. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Ah, there she goes. Out the window. Back to the fleecy clouds. Back to the sky of gossamer blue. Back to the Plaza Hotel. Sing, Dennis.
Who's that grand old guy with that hat so high? You all know him, so hello him when you catch his eye. He's my uncle, I'm his nephew, I'm as proud as I can be. And my sisters and my brothers and my cousins by the dozens share that pride with me. For my uncle envies no one, and there's no one he provokes. And my sisters and my brothers and my cousins by the dozens, we're his kind of folks. That spry old chap never picks a scrap, but he's won all he's had. And furthermore, I feel sorry for any big bully that gets him mad. He's my uncle, I'm his nephew, I'm as proud as I can be. And my sisters and my brothers and my cousins by the dozens, we're proud of Uncle Sam. He never tries scaring little guys or brags of whom he'll trim. He's peaceful, yet people can't forget no one was ever too tough for him. He's my uncle, I'm his nephew, and it's mighty proud I am. And my sisters and my brothers and my cousins by the dozens, we're proud of Uncle Sam. We're proud of Uncle Sam.
Very good, Dennis. Very good. That was He's My Uncle, written by Lou Pollock and sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, that was a swell number. I like the thought of it.
Me too.
There's nothing like a patriotic song. Yes, sir.
Hey, Jackson, you know who made the first American flag? Betsy Ross.
I know, Phil.
With a steamboat, it was Fulton.
All right, you told us that. Sit down, genius.
Okay.
Betsy Ross made the first American flag. It certainly is a secret. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our rough and tumble football play entitled Kicked in the Bridgework, or I'll Never Smile Again. The scene is Flatfoot College, located in the thriving little town of Purile, Indiana, which is just 3 miles north of Bano. The first half has just ended in the annual game with Meatball Tech. As the curtain rises, Coach Flash Benny is giving his team a pep talk in the locker room. Curtain. Music. Now, listen, men. We're in a tough spot. The last half is about to start, and we're behind 98-7. But we still got a chance to beat them. The game isn't over yet. Let's hear some of that Flatfoot spirit. That's the stuff. Now I want you to go in there this last half and fight. You understand? Fight. What are we, men or mice?
Give me a tail and call me Mickey.
I'll give you a Mickey. Now, listen, men. In the first half, Meatball had things their own way. But in this next half, Flatfoot's going to walk all over Meatball.
Sounds messy, doesn't it?
And you, Harris, you're supposed to be a football player, an All-American. Why, during the first quarter, you played like a dope. D-O-P, dope. You spelled dop, dope. And you, Wilson, you're as bad as the rest of these lugs.
Why, what are you talking about, Coach? I recovered 5 times on fumbles.
Yeah, but every time you fell on the ball, we had to get a new one. Now, take it easy.
Okay. Pass the fudge, Phil.
Lay off the candy, Wilson. Your stomach is over the goal line when you still have 5 yards to go. Now, put down that fudge.
A little fudge won't hurt.
Oh, so you're butting in, you imbecile, the way you play football.
Now, Coach.
You run around like a chicken with your head cut off.
Now, Coach.
Every time you got the ball, you ran the wrong way.
Well, turn my head around and let's get going.
Get out of here. Now, listen, man, in this next half, I want you all to... Hey, water boy, what are you putting in that bucket?
A little lemon juice, that's all.
Lemon juice, eh? Lemon juice in the water.
Yeah, that goes with the sugar.
Oh, lemon juice and sugar. I suppose that's lemonade.
Lemonade, that's it.
I see. You didn't put anything else in the bucket, did you?
No, sir.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me have a glass of that lemonade.
Don't take more than one.
I thought so. Lemon juice, sugar, cracked eye. Rochester, are you mixing Tom Collinses in that bucket?
It ain't pancake batter.
Well, throw it away. Pour it out the window.
Okay, that grass is sure going to grow out there.
Never mind about the grass. Now, men, it's almost time for the second half, and we're going to win.
Didn't count on us, Coach.
I'm not counting on any one of you. I got a new player coming into the game, and he'll show you what football really is. I've heard a lot about this boy, and they tell me he's a sensation.
A new player, huh?
Yeah. Come on in, Butch.
Hello, stranger.
Well, so you're the sensation, eh?
That's me, Butch Slepperman, the beast of Boyle Heights.
Good. Now, we're depending on you, Slep. Do you think you can win for us?
What is the score now?
98-7.
Who's got the 7?
We have. What do you say, Slep?
You're lucky if you can keep that.
Now, wait a minute. We're depending on you to come through, so don't be so pessimistic. Be cheerful. Be happy.
98-7, and he wants smiling Frankie Gordon.
Never mind. Just get in there and fight, that's all. What position do you play?
I'm a tailor.
All right, you can be left tailor. Now, come on, men. I'm going to play in the game myself this last half, and Flatfoot is going to win, or my name ain't.
All right, folks, the second half of this thrilling gridiron duel is about to begin. The score is Flatfoot 7, Meatball 132.
132? Why, the rats they've been playing during intermission. Come on, men, we'll show them.
Meatball is already on the field, and here comes Flash Benny and his Flatfoot team.
Hi, folks.
Flash Benny is going into the game himself. What an ovation he gets from the Flatfoot cheering section.
He's never too busy to say hello, to say hello, to say hello. He's never too busy to say hello. Joe, 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 rock!
Ah, folks, what a crowd is gathered here today. There's the whistle. They're lining up, and Meatball is about to kick off to Flatfoot. There's the kick. It's a beauty. The ball is coming down on the 15-yard line. There goes Harris for it. No, he's headed for the water bucket. What a business Rochester is doing.
I told him to pour that out.
What's this? Butch Slepperman, the sensational new player, gets the ball. He's hit hard, and the ball is on Flatfoot's own 10-yard line.
Slepperman, are you hurt? Slep, say something.
With the steamboat, it was Fulton.
He's delirious.
Folks, Schlepperman was knocked out on the first play, and they're carrying him off the field, but that boy is a sensation!
Sensation why he was knocked out in the first play.
He's alive, ain't he?
Never mind. All right, men. We've only got 90 yards to go. I'll carry the ball around left end.
Why don't you run around my end, Flash?
I did that in the last game and wound up in Laguna. Now, come on. Signal. 72. 23. Hey!
The ball is snapped to Flash Benny, and there he goes! Look at that boy run! Look at him go! No wonder they call him Flash! They finally tackle him, folks, and he's down! Benny lost 8 yards on that play!
Darn it. Well, men, I'm afraid it's hopeless. 98 yards to go, and we can't gain an inch. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Well, here she is again.
Let me carry the ball, kid.
You? Listen, Blue Fairy. Football is a man's game, and those guys will kick you all over the field.
Well, at my age, I can't be choosy.
All right, then. You take Dennis Day's place. Come on, fellas. Line up.
Flatfoot is lining up, folks, but there's been a substitution. Dennis Day has been replaced by the Goodyear Blimp.
That's the Blue Fairy.
Well, how can I tell from here?
All right. All right, Blue Fairy. I'll take the ball and lateral it. The rest is up to you.
Don't worry. I'll beat him, Daddy. 8 to the bar.
Good. Signal. 33. 45. Hey!
Benny receives the ball. He laterals to the Blue Fairy, and she takes off. And she's flying down the field. Listen to that crowd cheer. The Blue Fairy is landing. She's landing over the goal line. And what's this? She carried 21 footballs, folks, making 21 touchdowns simultaneously. And Flatfoot wins 133 to 132. Hey, Rochester, come here with that bucket.
Oh, no, Mr. Announcer, you've had enough.
You said it. Play, Phil.
October, ladies and gentlemen, is the month of apples. Winesap, Spitzenberg, Baldwin's, McIntosh, and all the rest of those ruddy-cheeked favorites. And just to celebrate the occasion, here we come with a grand Jell-O and apple dessert. It's really something special, a swell autumn day treat, and you can have it all ready and on the table in no time at all. Simply make up a package of lemon Jell-O according to the directions on the box. Chill until slightly thickened and fold in 1 medium red apple cubed. Then mold and serve as a bright, tangy dessert or salad. The tempting flavor of this delicious combination is something you just have to taste yourself to appreciate. So tomorrow for dinner, enjoy this mellow October dessert, crisp, juicy apples embedded in a glistening mold of rich, golden lemon Jell-O.
Yes? Yes? Well, I'm glad you're feeling better, Mary. Say, did you hear the program? Uh-huh. Well, how'd you like our football sketch? Yes? Mm-hmm. I see. Oh, well, you've got a cold. Good night, Doll. So long, folks.
J-E-L-L-O.
News for thrifty housewives. Log cabin syrup for less money. All 3 sizes now selling at lowest prices in history. Ask your grocer about his new low prices. Remember, same matchless log cabin flavor. So delicious with piping hot pancakes or waffles. Only the price has changed. Tomorrow, buy log cabin syrup at the new low price. The lowest ever. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Most of you remember Andy Hardy's private secretary. Andy has graduated from Carville High School. Now,
What will Andy do during summer vacation? Well, for the first time in the movies, another story starts, just where the other finished. The graduation dance is over. Andy has taken Polly home, and now, here we go, into the brand new story. Life begins for Andy Hardy.
Good morning, Andrew.
Oh, good morning, Dad. You're up awful late, aren't you?
Aren't you getting home kind of late?
Having graduated from high school, I've got a right to stay out as late as I want. Haven't I?
Well, obeying your parents is now kid stuff, eh?
Well, certainly not. Not about the important issues of life. Gosh, it's hot tonight.
Andrew, I want... What in the name of common sense is all that?
Couldn't I have that month and go maybe, say, to New York and get myself a job and find out what life's all about on my own? Well, goodbye, everybody. Don't worry about me. I might have gotten in a lot of complications in my life, but that was when I was just practically a kid. Now, I see everything much clearer now, and I'm never going to make any more mistakes. Goodbye, Mom. Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye,
Bye. Take care of yourself. Betty, you take care of him.
Today I am a man.
But New York isn't Carvel. Andy is just another boy in a great city. Many things happen to him.
But this place has poisonous rules.
If carried to extremes, it could ruin a man's social life.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you William Powell and Olivia de Havilland in Suspicion. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Not long ago, a noted editor sat down to figure out what he called the basic elements of human interest. That is, the things that interest people most and motivate their thoughts and actions. Love, of course, was at the top of the list. And close after love came fear. And then curiosity. Tonight in the Lux Radio Theater play, the RKO screen hit Suspicion, we have a mixture of these elements. Two people very much in love, whose lives are shadowed by a dark fear and bitter curiosity. And out of this combination comes what I think you'll agree is one of the most absorbing dramas of our time. And to do full justice to it, we have as our stars that able master of mystery, William Powell, and the ever-versatile and lovely Olivia de Havilland. In just a moment, we'll start to satisfy your curiosity. But first, don't forget that we want you to satisfy our curiosity on an important matter. Our 10th anniversary celebration, 4 weeks from today. We'd like you to help us select the play and stars you want to hear on that eventful date, October the 16th. Write your choice on a postcard, address it to me at Post Office Box 9, Hollywood 28, California. Your suggestions and your interest are what make the Lux Radio Theater a truly national institution. Just as your purchases of Lux toilet soap help raise this curtain for you every Monday night. So you really get 2 prizes in one package. A fine product and fine entertainment. The clock is pointing now to curtain time. And here's the first act of Suspicion, starring William Powell as Johnny and Olivia de Havilland as Lena, with Charles Irwin as Beaky.
Let me go. Let me go.
Don't be a little fool. What's the matter with you?
Let me go.
On a hilltop overlooking the English countryside, the trees bend low before the moaning wind. Smoke-gray clouds weave swiftly across a smoke-gray sky. Against this sky are silhouetted the figures of a man and a woman. The man's arms are about her shoulders. She struggles wildly, frantically, then breaks away. Again his arms reach out. Her hands are caught and held as in a vice.
Now, what did you think I was trying to do? Kill you? Nothing less than murder could justify such a violent self-defense. Look at you.
Let me go.
Oh, I'm just beginning to understand. You thought I was going to kiss you, didn't you?
Weren't you?
Of course not. I was merely reaching around you, trying to fix your hair.
What's wrong with my hair?
Well, I'm glad you asked me that. It would have been extremely discourteous for me to bring the subject up.
Are you serious?
Of course I'm serious.
You always give me the feeling that you're laughing at me.
No, I give you my word.
What's wrong with my hair?
Well, let me show you. Now, don't back away. I'm not going to hurt you. Let me see. Yes, this'll do it. What are you thinking of?
A week ago, I'd never even seen you.
Oh. Now, here we are on a Sunday morning missing church while I unbraid your hair.
I think you've done enough fooling with my hair.
There, got a mirror? You look splendid.
I must be quite a novelty by contrast to the women you're photographed with.
Hmm?
In the newspapers.
Oh. Well, how do you like your hair? Now, don't screw your face up like that. You look like a monkey. What does your family call you, monkey face?
I'll have to go now. I shall be late for luncheon. Anyway, if my father saw me come home both late and beautiful, he might have a stroke.
Are you sure Miss Lena isn't in her room, Burton?
I knocked her just before I announced luncheon.
She said she was going to church.
Oh, what were you saying just before, my dear?
About Lena. I do wish she'd get married, Stanley.
I don't believe Lena will ever marry. She's not the marrying sort. Anyway, she's no need to worry. There'll be enough to take care of her.
I suppose you're right. I'm afraid she is rather spinsterish.
What's wrong with that? The Old Maid's a respectable institution, and Lena has intellect and a fine, solid character.
Sorry I'm late. Oh, Lena, dear. Come and sit down.
Oh, Lena?
What kept you so long at church, dear? I didn't go to church. I went for a walk. A walk? With a man. A man? Yes, his name's John Aysgarth. Tom Aysgarth's boy?
How did you meet him? Pity he's turned out so wild. Rough luck on Tom.
What do you mean?
Well, he was turned out of some club for cheating at cards, wasn't he?
I don't know. I didn't ask him.
Something unpleasant, anyway. What's he doing down here?
He's staying at Penn's Hayes. I shouldn't have thought Lord Midland would have had him there if he'd ever been turned out of a club for cheating.
Well, perhaps it was a woman. He was correspondent or something, I believe. Or ought to have been correspondent.
Well, anyway, I'm going to see him again this afternoon. He's calling for me at 3.
Miss Lena, you're wanted on the telephone.
Oh. Thank you, Burton. Stanley, she seems quite excited. Do you suppose? Hello? Oh, hello, Johnny. What? Oh, yes, a long time ago. When are you coming at... Oh, you can't. Oh, yes, of course I understand. Yes, please write. And thank you for calling. Goodbye. Hello? Yes, this is Miss McLeodlaw. A telegram. Will you read it, please? I will see you, yes? Thursday, yes? At Beecham Hunt Ball. Signed, Johnny. Yes, I have it. Oh, Johnny.
I believe this is our dance, isn't it? Hello, Monkey Face.
Hello.
Hello, Monkey Face.
Hello, Johnny.
Come on, we're getting out of here.
But we can't.
Of course we can. This way, Monkey Face.
Johnny, where are we going?
Which is your car?
This is ridiculous. It's over there.
Good. Come on. Tell me, have you ever been kissed in a car before?
Johnny.
Johnny what?
You mustn't joke with me. I'm no good at joking. I don't know how to flirt.
Well, I'm not joking. I'm serious. Have you ever been kissed in a car?
Never.
Would you like to be?
Yes.
Well, you're the first woman I've met who says yes when she means yes.
What do the others say?
Hanged if I know, anything but yes.
But they kiss you.
Well, usually.
Have there been...
Have there been what, Monkey Face?
Have there been many?
I'm afraid so. Quite a few.
Are you always frank with them like this?
No. No, not particularly.
Then why are you frank with me? Because I'm different?
No, it isn't that. I'm honest because, with you, I think it's the best way to get results.
Johnny, I hope I'm not saying the wrong thing. But I love you.
No, you haven't said the wrong thing, Monkey Face. I think I'm falling in love with you, too. And I don't quite like it. That's why I stayed away from you for a week. I was afraid of you. I never thought it would happen like this.
Neither did I.
Dear Mother and Father, Johnny and I were married last night.
Married?
We're off for a month's honeymoon on the continent. Please forgive me. I love him very, very much.
Let's put those scripts there. Darling, how do you like your new house?
Oh, darling.
Because if you don't like it, just blame it all on Mr. Bailey here. He rented the house while we were on our honeymoon.
Yes, sir.
He even decorated the place. But if you do like it...
Oh, I adore it. I'm mad about it.
Ah, well, in that case, you're talking to the right man. Because I engaged Mr. Bailey. Didn't I, Mr. Bailey?
Quite right, Mrs. Aysgarth.
Oh, Johnny, you're a genius.
Mr. Aysgarth, I shall have to be getting along now, so what shall I do about the bill?
Oh, just drop it on that pretty little table on your way out, old boy.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Aysgarth.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Oh, Johnny, I never dreamt I'd ever have such a gorgeous place. Are you sure you can afford it?
Here, look. Just press that button there on the phonograph. There we are. My dance, I believe.
Oh, yes.
Where are we?
At the hunt ball.
Where else?
In Venice.
And?
And Naples and Capri and Nice.
And?
Paris.
Paris.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes? Oh, darling, this is, I've forgotten your name.
Ethel, sir.
Oh, yes. Well, Ethel?
A telegram for you, sir.
Oh, thank you, Ethel. What do you think of Ethel?
Oh, she seems perfect. It isn't bad news, is it?
Oh, no. It's an old friend of mine. Stupid fellow. He wants £1,000. You couldn't spare 1,000, could you?
1,000? What does he want it for?
Hanged if I know. Probably because I borrowed it from him.
You borrowed it? Why?
Well, because I was going on a honeymoon with the loveliest girl in the world. I wanted her to be happy.
Didn't you have any money of your own?
No, not a shilling.
But I thought... I had the impression... Johnny, are you broke?
Monkey face, I've been broke all my life.
Well, why didn't you tell me? And whatever made you take this extravagant house?
Well, I didn't think you'd want to live in a shack. A girl like you who's going to come into plenty of money someday.
Wait a minute. I can't quite get this into my head. Were you thinking of my inheritance when you... Oh, I don't know what to say.
Oh, now, darling, really. Isn't it silly to spend the best years of our lives waiting? Why not be comfortable now?
Johnny, I'm just beginning to understand you. You're a baby. Oh, I know you didn't marry me for my money, but my income will never pay for all this. Never.
Well, what about your father?
Well, I couldn't possibly ask my father or even Mother. You saw how restrained she was when she met us at the station. Anyway, you wouldn't actually want to live on your wife's allowance, would you?
Oh, of course not, darling.
Well, then.
Well, I suppose if the worst comes to the worst, and there was no other way out of it, well, I suppose I'd have to,
What?
Borrow some more. I haven't touched old Middleham yet. You ought to be good for a month or two's housekeeping.
I think you must be mad.
Oh, now, darling, let's not...
Johnny, listen to me.
Well?
There's going to be no more borrowing.
Well, what else is there to do?
You've got to go to work.
Work?
Yes, work.
You mean put on old clothes and go out with a shovel?
Don't be flippant.
Oh, well, what do you mean? I'm afraid you're a bit of a dreamer, darling. You realize that in order to be a plumber or a carpenter or an electrician... Darling, you haven't been around.
There are all sorts of jobs, Johnny.
Well, I'm broad-minded. Let's have some tea and talk it over. We can make out a list of jobs. Might be fun. Oh, who's that? It's right there behind you, darling.
Hello? Oh, hello, Mother. Oh, yes, it's wonderful. A most beautiful house. Would you tell Father how badly I felt? Oh, he is? Oh, wait a minute till I tell Johnny. Johnny.
Yeah?
Father is sending us a wedding present.
No.
Mother told him how happy I looked, and... Oh, I can't tell you how much this means to me.
Me too.
Yes, Father?
Yes?
Go on, ask him when he's sending it.
It's coming right away by messenger.
Well, invite them over for dinner. And if you can slip it in, just say that we were in the throes of job hunting when he telephoned.
Oh, Johnny, really, you are the limit. What, Father? Yes, Johnny and I were just discussing that very subject, and he has several interesting ideas on the kind of job he'd like to do.
Mr. Aesgar, there's a messenger from General McLeodlaw.
Oh, it's just come, Father. Hold on. Bring it in, Ethel.
Yes, ma'am.
I think I know what it is. Oh, Johnny, you'll be thrilled.
In here, please.
Oh, it is. Oh, how wonderful. Johnny, look.
What is the thing?
It's a chair, darling, a Queen Anne chair.
Oh.
We had them in the family before I was born.
Here's another one, ma'am.
How many more, for heaven's sake?
Just these two, sir.
He sent us both of them. Oh, Johnny, these are our first heirlooms to be handed down to our children, and then to their children.
Well, that's the thing to do with them, all right.
Oh, I must tell him. Oh, Father, you're so good to me that it makes me want to cry. Yes, you've made me very happy. Oh, and you've made Johnny very happy, too.
Oh, yes.
Wait a minute, Father. He wants to say something to you.
No, I don't.
Say something very nice. These chairs really belong in a museum. Go on.
Hello, General. Yes, but really, shouldn't you have sent them to a museum? Oh, well, naturally, we're thrilled. A job? Oh, yes. Lena and I were just going into that. Well, I have several excellent opportunities. I just received a letter from my cousin, Captain Melbeck. He wants someone to manage his estate for him. I thought I'd take the job. Well, I'm glad you approve. Yes, we'll get together soon. Goodbye, sir.
That was a fib about Captain Melbeck, wasn't it?
Was it? Listen to this letter. We'll give your idea the fullest consideration. Let me know if you would like to take the job. Yours sincerely, George Melbeck.
Did you have this letter all the time?
I did?
Why didn't you tell me?
Because, dear, I never dreamed I'd be using it. Any more than I ever dreamed that we'd be receiving these two beautiful chairs.
Hello, Ethel. Mr. Aesgarth at home yet?
No, ma'am. But there's a gentleman waiting for him in the drawing room.
Oh, thank you, Ethel.
Hello. I say, nice place old Johnny's got here. Oh, I'm Vicky Thwaite. You must be old Johnny's wife.
Yes, I am.
Didn't he ever tell you about me?
Vicky? Oh, you're Vicky.
I happened to be driving by. I thought I'd just pop in for a cup of tea.
I've heard so much about you, Mr. Thwaite.
Johnny told me about you, too. Ran into him at Newbury Races last week.
The races?
Oh, put my foot into it as usual, eh? Well, what I mean is, didn't he tell you?
Well, Johnny has a job. He couldn't have been at the races. Besides, he's given up betting.
Oh, he has he? Well, don't you believe it? Not Johnny. He's a great lad, he is. You mustn't mind Johnny cutting up. That's what makes him Johnny. Besides, he thinks you're a topper.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Thwaite? I'm sure Johnny... Oh.
Something wrong?
Yes. There were 2 chairs here this morning before I left.
Chairs? Disappeared, have they?
Yes, apparently.
Were they expensive?
Yes. They were museum pieces. Queen Anne.
Oh, that Johnny, he'll be the death of me. Don't you understand?
No, I don't.
I bet you 20 to 1 old Johnny has sold them.
Sold them? What for?
For money, of course. Fellow's got to pay his racing debts, hasn't he? You know, these bookies don't trust a chap for long. Not a chap like Johnny, that is.
I don't believe you. I don't believe a word you say.
Oh, put my foot in it again, have I? My dear, you mustn't take it so seriously. After all, it's Johnny. Wonderful chap, Johnny.
Well, he couldn't have sold them. He wouldn't without asking me.
Mrs. Aesgarth at home, Ethel?
Yes, sir.
Here he comes now. Don't tell him a word I've said, but if you want to see Johnny at his very best, you just say something about chairs.
Vicky.
Johnny, how are you, old bean?
Well, fine. What are you doing here?
I just popped in to see you, old boy.
Good. Well, how's my little monkey face, What's the matter, darling?
Nothing. Why?
You sure?
Your wife seems to be missing some chairs, old boy.
Vicky, your pipe's not lit. Let me give you a match.
Thanks, old boy. About those chairs, old bean.
Huh?
The missing chairs, old man.
Oh, yes, the chairs. Well, I suppose that American must have come for them this morning.
What American?
Oh, didn't I tell you, darling? Oh, stupid of me. Well, he dropped by about a week ago, a friend of Melbeck's.
Go on, old man.
Well, anyway, he admired the chairs, offered $100 apiece for them. Anybody would take that.
I wouldn't.
Oh, wouldn't you really, dear? Well, that never occurred to me.
Why didn't you mention it?
I'm sorry, darling. I thought I did.
Oh, that's all right. If they're gone, they're gone.
They're gone, all right.
Shall we change for dinner?
You're an angel.
Hold on a minute. You say he offered you $100 apiece for them?
That's right.
Let's have a look at the check.
Oh, he'll send it along.
I bet you 10 pounds to a shilling you wouldn't dare let your wife pick up the telephone and ask old Melbeck, or whatever his name is, if he ever saw this American.
Are you implying that my husband is a liar, Mr. Thwaite?
Oh, now, monkey face. Don't mind Beaky. He's only joking.
Well, I prefer jokes on other subjects. Are you staying for dinner, Mr. Thwaite?
Dinner? I'm spending the weekend, unless you throw me out.
Johnny's friends are always welcome, as long as they remain Johnny's friends.
In a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars William Powell and Olivia de Havilland will be back with Act Two of Suspicion. And now, Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. Tell us, Libby, what's the latest?
Hats, Mr. Kennedy, hats. Something new and quite different in hats.
You mean the wind-blown hatless vogue is out, Libby?
It will be when women try on these new styles. Toques, they call them. With their close-fitting trimmings of flowers or feathers, well, they're so utterly feminine, no woman can resist them. And no man either, I might add.
If that's a toque you're wearing right now, Libby, I believe you.
Oh, I thank you, Mr. Kennedy. You know, styles are going to be very soft and feminine this year. Frills and frou-frou are the vogue. Irene Dunn, one of the loveliest and best-dressed stars in Hollywood, has one of these little toques.
Seems to me, Libby, that kind of hat is bound to be a winner if it's combined with a soft, lovely complexion. A real Lux complexion.
I should say so. In fact, this kind of hat is artful. It's actually designed to set off a nice complexion.
Well, Libby, Hollywood stars like Irene Dunn know just how to keep their skin soft and smooth. With daily Lux toilet soap facials, they can be sure their precious complexions get gentle, cherishing care.
Yes, those facials are quick and easy, but so effective.
Lovely Lux complexions everywhere are proof of that, Libby. And I'd like to point out that recent tests of Lux soap facials showed that actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time. So here's a Hollywood tip. For skin that's truly feminine, soft and appealing, why not use this gentle soap recommended by 9 out of 10 famous screen stars? You'll find it's a beauty care that really works. If ever your dealer happens to be out of stock due to wartime conditions, he'll surely have more soon. Remember, Lux toilet soap is worth waiting for. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act Two of Suspicion, starring William Powell as Johnny and Olivia de Havilland as Lena, with Charles Irwin as Beaky. A week has passed, but in Lena's mind there is still a dim shadow of doubt, a faint, indefinable fear, the dawning of suspicion. Now in the quiet main street of the town, she meets the local celebrity, a writer of mystery stories.
Lena, dear. Oh, hello, Isabel. I've just been admiring your display in the bookshop.
Murder on the Footbridge. Yes, they're doing very well by it. How's Johnny?
Oh, he's fine. He's an ardent admirer of yours. I don't believe there's one of your stories he hasn't read.
Splendid. By the way, have you seen Talbrook's window?
The antique shop, not lately.
Well, my dear, they've got the most beautiful things. 2 lovely old Queen Anne chairs. I'd give my soul to own them.
Chairs?
Lovely. Well, goodbye, dear. I'll see you for dinner soon.
Yes, of course.
I'll phone you, Lena.
Chairs. He said he'd sold them to an American. He lied to me. Why? Why did he lie to me?
Hello, girl. Back so soon?
Beaky, I owe you an apology.
Good. I mean, what for?
I'll explain to you later.
Oh, you seem to be rather hot under the collar. Must be about old Johnny. My dear, you mustn't be angry with Johnny. It's a waste of time. Now, if you want to get sore with me, that's different. I annoy everybody. Always did.
Lena? Beaky, where are you? Hello, hello. Now, don't move, either of you. I must watch the expressions on your faces.
So what do you got in those packages, old bean?
Beaky, this is a red letter day. Lena, look. Do you remember that little necklace you admired in Regent Street? Here.
Well.
And Beaky, here's a little present for you.
What is it, old bean? Oh, a stick.
Darling, do you remember this coat? Oh, I saw the hungry eye you gave it the last time we were up in London. It's yours. Well, what'd you say?
Johnny, I don't understand what made you do all this.
Oh, now, dear, don't be angry.
Johnny, I want to know what this is all about.
Yes, what's it all about, old bean?
Well, my friends, I have the pleasure of announcing that the Goodwood Cup was run today, and I happen to have backed the winner. A 10-to-1 shot, ladies and gentlemen, and I had 200 pounds on him.
200 pounds at 10-to-1? Why, that's 2,000 quid.
Darling, what's happened to your tongue? I suppose you disapprove of my betting. Oh, come on, darling, smile.
Johnny, where did you get the 200 pounds?
Why, say, old girl, that's not a very tactful question.
Where did you get it?
Oh, you know very well there was no American. I got it for the chairs, of course.
You sold the chairs to gamble all your money on a horse.
Well, not exactly. I owed the bookies some money. I got the 200 pounds to pay them off. But then along came this hot tip. Oh, darling, give us a smile.
Now, come on, old girl. Oh, I know.
What?
You tickle her chin and I'll make a noise like a duck.
No. No good, Biggie.
No good?
No. Oh, I forgot something. Darling, look. This is a receipt from a certain antique shop. Paid in full for a certain pair of chairs. They'll deliver within the hour.
Oh, Johnny.
There. She's smiling.
By Jove, so she is.
Oh, Johnny, darling.
Well done, old bit. I say, what about celebrating?
Trust Beaky to say the right thing at the right time. Look at me, darling. Happy?
Yes.
Of course she is. Here you are, Lena. This is yours, old girl.
Thank you, Beaky.
Here's yours, old bean.
Now
for a toast.
So wait a minute, Beaky. What are you drinking? Brandy?
Oh, just this once, old bean.
Oh, you know that's not good for you.
Oh, all right.
Well, maybe just this once.
Oh, thanks.
Monkey Face, I drink to the last bet that will ever be made by Johnny Aesgarth.
The last bet, old bean. Bottoms up, eh?
Beaky.
What's the matter with him?
Sit down, Beaky, here.
Johnny, get some water, quick.
No, it won't help. I've seen this happen before. There's nothing much you can do about it.
Well, open his collar. He can't breathe.
It's no use, darling. It'll either kill him or it'll go away by itself.
Sorry, old bean.
One of these days, it will kill him.
Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Aesgarth.
Good afternoon.
Is my husband in his office? Mr. Aesgarth? Why, no. When do you expect him? Well, I really couldn't say. Perhaps you'd like to talk to Captain Melbeck? Yes, I would. Very much, please. This way. Mrs. Aesgarth to see you, sir.
Oh, come in. Mrs. Aesgarth, what a pleasure to see you.
Good afternoon, Captain Melbeck.
Do sit down.
Thank you. Captain Melbeck, I don't want to impose on you, but you're Johnny's cousin as well as his employer. I thought I'd come in and see you.
Of course. I've been feeling very badly about Johnny ever since I had to discharge him.
Discharge?
Now, don't worry, Mrs. Aesgarth. I told him I wouldn't prosecute.
I don't understand.
I told him I wouldn't prosecute.
What on earth are you talking about? When did you discharge him?
6 weeks ago, we had an unexpected audit. The account showed a deficit of £2,000. When I looked into Johnny's records, I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Aesgarth. He should have told you.
Johnny, I am leaving you. It is very important that we never see each other again.
Lena.
Yes?
Ethel told me she packed your grips.
Yes.
Then you've heard.
Yes, I've heard.
I'm so sorry, darling. Terribly sorry. This telegram just came from the doctor. Tells how it happened.
Telegram?
Deeply regret your father died early this morning from heart failure. Your mother wishes you to come at once.
Oh.
Lena. Tired, darling?
A little.
It's been a nasty week for you. I'll be glad to get you home. Nina, you ever have any regrets that you married me?
Why do you ask that?
Well, I was thinking of the will. Seems pretty obvious that your father would have left you a lot more than his portrait if you'd been anybody else but Mrs. John Aesgarth.
Oh, is that what you meant?
You haven't answered my question.
What about you? Have you any regrets?
Monkey Face, marrying you is the one thing I've never changed my mind about.
Do you really mean that, Johnny?
Yes, I really mean that. I want nothing but to spend the rest of my life with you. And if you were to die first, I'd never...
I were to die first.
Well, listen, what about you?
I couldn't stop loving you if I tried.
Have you tried?
Yes. Once.
When?
When I found out you'd lost your job with Captain Melbeck.
How long have you known?
Since last Friday.
Who told you?
Captain Melbeck. I met him.
Did he tell you why?
No. Suppose you tell me why.
Oh, well, we just didn't get along. I say, it's quite nice here. Shall we stop and look at the sea? Pretty, yeah. Be quite a drop off this cliff, wouldn't it?
Why didn't you get along with Captain Melbeck?
Oh, I don't know. He's a bit of an old fogey, you know. Monkey Face, I've always had the notion that the secret of success is to start at the top. The way to make money is to think in a big way. Look at all this land, for instance. Look at the view from these cliffs. Now, why isn't something done about it? If I had 10,000 pounds, or still better, 20,000, I could start a development here.
All you need is 20,000 pounds.
Uh-huh. For 30, next 10,000 wouldn't hurt a bit. 30,000 pounds. That's all I'd need.
30,000 pounds. Okay. Think you could swing it for that, old bean?
Of course. Now, you see, Beaky, this is the ground plan.
Wonderful, old bean. Then we could put the large hotel out there on the cliff, eh?
That's the idea.
Hello. What's going on in here?
Monkey Face, we're organizing a real estate company. We're about to buy a very beautiful piece of land right by the sea.
What a view. What sun. What air.
Then we sell part of it at a profit.
I see, but you need financing for all this.
Of course.
Well, have you found someone to put up the money?
Of course.
Who?
Me.
Oh, I see.
Well, the idea is mine, but the money is Beaky's. And the corporation, well, Beaky borrows against some securities he has in Paris. Now, the company is going to be in my name.
Yes, but...
Look, darling, now, let me show you how simple it is.
Does Beaky understand it?
Oh, perfectly. I think.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Aysgarth.
Yes, Ethel?
You're wanted on the phone, sir.
Oh, thank you, Ethel. Excuse me, Beaky.
All right, old man.
Now, Beaky, please explain it to me, will you?
Well, you see, my dear girl, we buy up this land, and then we sell part of it. That gives us 100% profit. Then on the other part, we build something or other.
Oh, yes, but from whom do you buy the land? To whom do you sell it?
Well, that shouldn't be difficult, do you think?
Beaky, isn't it about time you grew up?
I say, old girl, you're scolding.
Yes, you need a scolding.
Do I?
Yes, you do.
Shall I go and stand in the corner?
Beaky, you're not being fair to Johnny.
I say, old girl, that's a bit thick, you know. Why, he's the president of the whole Valley thingamajig. Gets a salary. Writes his own checks.
Yes, that's what I mean.
What's wrong about that?
Yes, what is wrong about it? Well, Lena?
I say, old Ben, Lena's telling me you're a bit soft in the head. Is that it?
Well, it sounded like that to me. Beaky, hadn't you better be changing for dinner?
Right, old Ben. I won't be a jipper.
What right have you to interfere in my affairs?
But I wasn't really. I was only...
You were only what?
Well, I was only trying to tell Beaky that he shouldn't leave everything to you. It's not as if you were both experienced businessmen.
What the devil do you know about business?
Oh, very little. I only...
Suppose, Beaky, you're taking me seriously. You'd have ruined the whole scheme. Do you realize that?
Yes, but if it weren't good...
Well, that's my business, not yours. If I say it's good, it's good. But I don't want any interference from you or anyone else. Is that clear?
Yes, that's clear. Yes, who is it? Yes, Johnny?
I thought you might like to know. I'm calling off the real estate plan.
Why? What happened?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps the land isn't any good. Or perhaps I don't like the idea of risking Beaky's money. Or perhaps it's a stiff job and I'm too lazy.
I don't know what it is, but every time I play anagrams, I can only make three-letter words. D-O-U-B, D-O-U-B. No such word.
Try this.
D-O-U-B-T. Doubt. Thank you, old girl. Your turn. Here, Johnny. I don't see why you want to call off this real estate scheme.
It's no good.
The corporation's formed already. The money's been put up in your name, old boy.
The deal's off, Beaky.
Why do we have to drive all the way up there to look at it?
Well, I won't be responsible for calling the scheme off without first proving to you it's no good. We're going up there early tomorrow morning and take a look.
Why are you so insistent?
Because, as I told you, I won't be responsible.
All right, old boy. What's that word you got there, Lena? M-U-L-D-E-R. No such word, is there? Try the R instead of the L. Murder. That's better.
Murder.
Johnny, I don't like going up there in the morning. Why do we have to go so early?
Now, Beaky.
Murder.
Oh, well, we have to. Let's get on with the game. Your turn, old girl.
The money in his name. Murder. The cliffs overlooking the sea.
I say, Lena.
The edge of the cliff. Stay away, Beaky.
Lena, I say.
He'll push you off. He'll kill you. Murder. Murder. Murder.
Lena, what's the matter?
Lena.
Give me a hand here, Beaky. She's fainted.
What time did Mr. Aysgarth leave?
Why, about 7, ma'am.
And Mr. Thwaite went with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Why didn't you wake me?
Well, Mr. Aysgarth said not to disturb you.
What car did they use?
Well, ma'am, I don't...
What car? Which one? Listen.
Oh, that's Mr. Aysgarth now, ma'am.
He's back. He's come back.
Morning, Lena.
Johnny.
Feeling better? What's the matter? You're white as a sheet.
Where's Beaky?
What?
Hello, girl. How you feeling?
Oh!
Any better?
Lena, what is it?
Oh, Johnny. Oh, darling, I'm so glad.
Oh, well, what's all this? I've only been away a few hours.
Oh, it seems like 1,000 years.
Yeah, seems like that to me, too.
Oh, shut up, Beaky. It was nothing.
Nothing? I came very near to losing my life. You call that nothing?
You nearly lost your life?
Came very close to it.
Let's drop the subject.
No,
Go on, Beaky. I want to hear about it.
Well, there we were on top of a cliff. I was trying to turn my car near the edge.
Was Johnny in the car?
No, it was a few feet away.
Go on.
Well, I didn't realize I was backing the car toward the edge, but I was. And if old Johnny hadn't taken a flying leap and grabbed the brake, I should have been kingdom come by now.
Johnny saved your life. Oh, Johnny, I can never tell you what this means to me.
To you, darling?
Yes, it means a good bit to me, too. You know, I think the old fellow deserves a reward. How about a night out? Spot of celebrating on me, old bean.
Oh, well, that's very kind of you, Beaky, but don't you have to go to Paris?
Paris?
Yes, of course, so I do. My securities. I've got to go over there and cancel the arrangements for them. Why don't you come over with me?
Oh, the cad seems to forget that I'm a married man. See, I tell you what I might do, Beaky. I might drive up as far as London with you. How about that, Monkey Face?
Yes, Monkey Face. I mean, Lena, do let him come.
Well, it seems to me that...
Yes, I know. A job. Well, it seems to me that I'll have much more chance of getting a job in London than I would around here.
Yes, of course he would. Do let him, Lena.
Well, I don't see very well how I can stop him.
Good girl.
Mrs. Aysgarth?
Yes, Ethel?
There's an Inspector Hodgson in the hall, ma'am. He wants to see Mr. Aysgarth.
Show him in, Ethel.
Very good, ma'am. Will you come this way, please, sir?
Thank you. Mrs. Aysgarth?
Yes.
My name's Hodgson, Inspector Hodgson from the county police.
How do you do?
I understand your husband's not in, ma'am.
No, he's been up in London for 2 days.
Well, perhaps you might be able to help us.
Yes, of course.
I believe you know a Mr. Thwaite.
Yes, he's a close friend of my husband.
Well, I don't know how to put it quite. Perhaps it would be easier if I showed you this in this afternoon's paper. Right here, ma'am.
Englishman found dead. An Englishman met with a mysterious death in a house in Paris. He's believed to be Mr. Gordon Cochran Thwaite of... Beaky.
I'm sorry to have to do this, ma'am, but we're making inquiries for the Paris police. They found some papers on Mr. Thwaite's person which indicate he just formed a corporation with your husband.
What did the French police think caused the death?
Well, this is a copy of a telegram that we received from Paris. Thwaite visited the place in the company of another Englishman. On arrival, Thwaite ordered a bottle of brandy.
Brandy?
According to one of the waiters, Thwaite's companion asked for the brandy to be served in large beakers. Apparently, as a result of a bet between the two men, Thwaite filled one of these beakers to the brim and drank it all. The other man was not present when the actual tragedy happened. I'm sorry, ma'am, but do you or your husband happen to know of any friend of Mr. Thwaite's who might have been there with him?
No.
Well, then perhaps you could enlighten us about this corporation.
Yes, I believe I can. My husband had planned a real estate development with him. Mr. Thwaite had gone to Paris to dissolve the corporation.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all. Good day.
Good day.
He didn't go to Paris. He's in London. Johnny's in London. He's at the club. He's got to be at the club. He didn't go to Paris. He didn't.
Hello? Hogarth Club? May I speak to Mr. Aysgarth, please? He left? Left when? Yesterday morning. No. No, it doesn't matter. Thank you.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars William Powell and Olivia de Havilland will return in Act 3 of Suspicion. And now, here's a very reasonable question from an American housewife.
Now that it seems likely the war in Europe may soon come to an end, why should I keep on saving my used cooking fats?
Why, Mrs. America? Because the need is still critical, perhaps more critical than ever.
But will fats be needed as urgently to manufacture war materials and medicines to send abroad?
After Germany's defeat, there's still Japan. Remember this, too. The Japs still have the fat. They hold the countries from which we used to import about 1 billion pounds of fats and oils each year.
1 billion pounds? That's a lot of fat.
It is indeed. Enough to help manufacture the supplies of ammunition, medicines, parachutes, and other war materials that must keep on going to our fighting men abroad. Remember, too, our domestic production of fats is short. It has had to fall off during the war.
Well, I guess I better keep that salvage tin handy on the stove just as I've been doing.
You're doing a necessary patriotic service when you continue to save every drop of used kitchen fats and turn them in to your butcher. Every bit you throw away may deprive one of our men of some vital thing he needs. The war isn't over till our boys come home. We need to keep on doing everything we can to get them home sooner. Fats are essential materials of war. Don't waste them. Save them every day. Turn them into your butcher. Remember, he still gives you 4 cents a pound and 2 red ration points for every pound you turn in. That's the message your government sends you. Here's what Mr. Lee Marshall, Director of Distribution, War Food Administration, tells you. Saving used fats is not a glamorous task. It takes effort. But it is one that only you, the American housewife, can perform for the country. We ask you to continue the wonderful job you are doing to help speed final victory. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
When the play is over, we hope you'll join us behind the scenes for an informal chat with our stars. Now here's Act 3 of Suspicion, starring William Powell as Johnny and Olivia de Havilland as Lena. In Lena's mind, the sharp sting of suspicion has given way to the dull, sickening ache of certainty. Certainty that her husband is a murderer. Returning to the house, he stands framed in the doorway, looking at her. She turns toward him with fear in her eyes.
You've read about Beaky, have you? I was terribly fond of Beaky.
Were you?
Yes, I loved that silly, generous, good-hearted fool.
Did you?
Of course I did. Next to you, I loved him more than anybody in the world.
Next to me?
Oh, poor monkey face. Here I am thinking only of myself, forgetting about you. You liked him too, didn't you?
I liked him very much. The police were here.
Oh, what did they want?
They wanted you to help them. They had a telegram from Paris. And it seems there was an Englishman who made a bet.
Oh, yes, I know. The whole story was in the late edition. What else?
The inspector wants you to phone him. He thought perhaps you could help identify this Englishman.
What did you tell them? Did you mention the corporation?
Naturally. I told him Beaky was planning to dissolve it.
I wish you left all that to me. Hello? Wichita Police Station, please. What else did you tell them?
That's about all.
Hello? Hello, Inspector. This is John Aesgoff. Yes. Well, I drove up to London with him Tuesday evening. Yes, I saw him off at Croydon Airport. No, I stayed in London until this afternoon at my club.
Lena, how nice to see you. Sit down there. Isabel, you know, I couldn't put my light out until 3 this morning. I was so interested in your last book, I had to come over and talk to you about it. That's the nicest compliment I ever got. I was completely fascinated by the way your villain enticed his victim across the footbridge, knowing that the bridge had been sawn through. And he also knew his victim couldn't swim. Don't forget that. Well, what I want to know is this. Would you call that an actual murder? Well, from a moral standpoint, there's no question at all. It is murder. I suppose it is. What does Johnny think? Johnny? Oh, I haven't discussed it with him. Well, I think he'd be interested. The same situation with his friend of his in Paris. The same? Well, that brandy business is just like my footbridge. By the way, this brandy thing isn't new at all, you know. It's been done before. Oh, yes, and in real life, too. I have it here. A book called The Trial of Richard Palmer. Now, where is that book? The Trial of... Oh, I remember where it is. It's in your house. My house? Yes. Johnny borrowed it a week ago. Hello?
Hello? May I speak to Mr. Aesgoff, please?
He isn't in. This is Mrs. Aesgoff speaking.
Oh, well, this is the Guarantor's Life Insurance Company.
Yes?
Would you tell Mr. Aesgoff that there's been a slight delay in replying to his inquiry? That we've written him fully and he should get our letter in the morning.
Dear Sir, replying to your inquiry regarding a loan of fire policy, we regret that such a loan cannot be granted. According to the terms of the policy, payment can only be made in the event of your wife's death. If you...
Morning, dear. Any letters for me? What's the matter?
Nothing.
Darling, you're not shivering, are you?
Oh, I've a bit of a chill.
Cold in all this sunshine? Oh, my poor little shivering baby. How do you feel now? Better?
Much.
Good. What are we doing tonight?
We're going to Isabel's to dine.
Oh, what a bore. Well, let's get back to that new book of yours, Isabel. You mean to tell me that a fellow sits down at a piano, starts to strum, and in 2 seconds later he's shot? Is that the idea?
Yes. A certain note on the piano was wired to a revolver concealed in the wall.
Oh, I don't care much for that, Isabel. You're slipping, old girl.
What's wrong with it?
Too complicated. You're going to kill somebody? Do it simply.
How would you do it? Simply, Johnny?
Oh, I don't know, dear. Just use the most obvious method.
For instance?
Well, poison. Just use the first one that came to my mind. Say, arsenic.
Arsenic can be traced in the body, of course.
But it isn't always.
No. This very minute, there are probably hundreds of murders walking about.
Johnny, do you suppose those murderers are happy?
Oh, I don't know. Why shouldn't they be? Well, anyway, Isabel, it seems to me that by now somebody would have discovered a poison that can't be traced.
What's that?
What about it? Isn't there?
An untraceable poison? Nonsense. There's no such thing.
Oh, Isabel, you're hiding something from me.
Johnny, you're locking up. What about Ethel?
Well, it's Ethel tonight off. She won't be back till morning.
What about Cook?
Have you forgotten? Cook's away on a holiday.
Oh.
Darling, you're shivering again. You suppose you're catching cold?
Yes, I think that's what it must be.
Oh, well, we'll have to tuck you into bed. Get you nice and warm. Come on.
No, Johnny, please. Please don't.
What's the trouble?
Johnny, I'm in a state tonight. I don't know why, but I'd like to be alone. Would you mind sleeping in your dressing room?
Of course I'd mind.
Please, Johnny, I haven't been sleeping very well lately.
Oh, I understand. You used to sleep badly when I wasn't here. Now you... All right, that's the way you feel about it. Good night.
Poison. Arsenic. Poison. Untraceable. In the event of your wife's death. Poison. In the event of your wife's death. Your wife's death. Your wife's death!
Come on, Nina. Wake up, dear. Feeling better?
Yes, I...
Hello, darling.
Yes, Bill.
I came over this morning. We were quite worried about you, Lena.
This morning. I've been asleep all day.
The doctor gave you a pill, darling. That's all you needed. Rest. I'll run down and tell Ethel to fix supper. Right back.
Ah, he's 1 in a million, that Johnny of yours.
Isn't he?
I warn you, if you leave me alone much longer with him, my career will soon be over.
He flirted with you, I suppose.
Flirted? Worse than that. He's worming all my secrets out of me.
Did you tell him anything today?
Did I? Oh, now, honestly, have you ever been able to deny Johnny anything?
It was about that poison, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And if he writes a story on that one before I do... Lena, imagine. A substance in daily use. Anyone can get it. And within a minute after taking, the victim's beautifully out of the way. And mind you, it's undetectable after death.
Is, whatever it is, painful?
Not in the least. In fact, I should think it would be a most pleasant death.
Lena, are you awake?
Yes.
I brought you a sandwich and a glass of milk. You might drink the milk before you go to sleep. I'll just leave it here. Good night, darling. Why don't you let me help you pack?
Oh, there's no need to.
What's the matter with you this morning? You're still annoyed with me, aren't you?
No, Johnny, really. I still don't feel well, that's all.
And a few days at your mother's will do more good than staying at home.
Well, it's not exactly that. Don't you understand? Mother telephoned me.
She got on that phone awfully early, it seems to me.
Well, Mother gets up early. I happened to mention that I was a bit nervy, and before I knew it, I'd agreed to spend a few days with her.
All right. I'll run down and get the car ready.
Oh, no. Don't. I'll drive it myself.
I prefer to drive you.
You're going so fast, Johnny.
Well, you want to get there, don't you?
Did you have to go by this road?
Why not? It's a short way, isn't it? There's the hotel site. Another thing I failed at.
He's going to kill me. That door is open. He's going to kill me. The curve up there. The door will swing. He's going to push me out. Down and down. Over and over. Murder. Down and down. Over and over.
Now! Get your hand off the door, Lena.
Let me go! Let me go!
Lena, come back.
No!
Lena.
Let me go!
Lena, what's got into you?
Leave me alone, leave me.
Stop it, you little fool. Stop it. I've had enough. How much do you think a man can bear? Listen to me. You turned me out of your room. You've been running away to your mother's. Now you shrink away from me, so you hated me. You're my wife, Lena.
But I thought...
You almost killed us both back there. Because you had to pull away from me even when I was reaching over to save you from falling out of the car. Well, you don't have to put up with me anymore.
Johnny, wait. Where are you going?
First, I'm taking you on to your mother's.
And then what?
Don't worry. I won't bother you again.
Johnny, you mean you're going to... Johnny, why were you asking Isabel about that poison? What were you planning to do with... Johnny, you were going to kill yourself. Oh, my darling.
Yes, but I've changed my mind. I'm going back to see it through. Prison time and...
You mean Melbeck? That money you took?
I can't pay it back. I made the last attempt to raise the money when I went away with Beaky.
Paris?
I went to Liverpool. I tried to borrow your insurance, but it didn't work.
You mean you were in Liverpool when Beaky... Then you didn't go to Paris?
Of course not. Do you think I'd have let some idiot give poor old Beaky that brandy if I had?
Oh, Johnny. If only I'd known. This is as much my fault as yours. I was only thinking of myself, not what you were going through. If I'd really been close to you, you could have confided in me. But you were ashamed to. Oh, if I'd only understood. Oh, Johnny, it'll be different now. We'll make it different.
People don't change overnight, Leah. I'm no good.
Let's turn back, Johnny. Let's go home and see it all through together.
No, that won't work.
It will work. I know it will. Johnny, please. You can't shut me out. Turn the car around and let's go home. Please, Johnny.
I'll get in the car.
Johnny, where are we going?
We're turning back. We're going home.
It's more than a matter of suspicion that tonight's performance will be long remembered by millions of listeners to the Lux Radio Theater. And for that, we can thank our stars, William Powell and Olivia de Havilland.
Thank you, Cecil. You gave us a great play when you picked Suspicion.
Now, you ought to be an authority on mysteries, Bill. One of the best bits of news I've heard is that you're going to do another picture in the Thin Man series.
But, Bill, for the Thin Man, haven't you been putting on a little weight?
Libby, how can you say that? Why, I'm scared of my own shadow.
Yeah. You mean it looks as if a crowd were following you?
What weight I have comes from my iron constitution. Every morning when I get up, I turn on those exercises over the radio.
And do them?
No, my wife does. I watch her.
Bill, I don't understand you. When I was your age, I used to think nothing of a 10-mile walk.
I don't think much of it myself. But look, if you want to know, I'm on an A diet.
An A diet? What's that?
A steak, A baked potato, A piece of pie.
Sounds like army rations.
Well, it goes to the front.
Well, in spite of all you say about me, I'll confess you're looking as lovely as ever, Livy.
Yes, isn't she?
And now that I've planted it for you, Cecil, you wouldn't like to tell us one of the reasons, would you?
Me? No.
Oh, come on.
Yeah? Plenty of fresh air, sunshine.
And Lux toilet soap? I'll say it for you.
Well, there's no need to be modest about it, C.B. I use Lux toilet soap faithfully, and it does wonders.
Well, thank you, Olivia. And I think we'd better take back all we've said about Bill's figure, or he'll dial us off his radio next Monday night.
Not when he hears what's coming up, C.B.
What do you have for next Monday, Cecil?
A play I think you'll like, Bill. The RKO romantic comedy, Lucky Partners. And our stars will be Donna Magee and Lucille Ball, with Jack Carson. It's a story of two young people falling in love who stake their future on a horse race. When you gamble both love and horses, you're riding for plenty of excitement.
But it sounds like another entertaining evening, C.B. We'll be listening. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. I have a suspicion we'll be back soon. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Lucille Ball and Donna Magee in Lucky Partners with Jack Carson. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Next month, October 16th, the Lux Radio Theater celebrates its 10th anniversary on the air. We'd like you to share in this celebration by helping us select the play and stars you'd like most to hear. Send your suggestions on a postcard to C.B. DeMille, Post Office Box 9, Hollywood 28, California. Or use the ballot which your Lux Toilet Soap dealer will be glad to give you. Suspicion was presented through the courtesy of RKO, producers of Bride by Mistake. Olivia de Havilland will soon be seen in her latest Warner Brothers picture, Devotion. William Powell appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture, Kismet. Heard in tonight's play were Charles Irwin as Beaky, Lois Corbett, Vernon Steele, Gloria Gordon, Charles Seal, Dwayne Thompson, Eric Snowden, and Claire Verdera. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And now, an announcement aimed straight at the fun-loving hearts of America's people. Your beloved old friends Amos and Andy are returning to the air on Friday night. Yes, the boys are back again with their big cast in their grand half-hour show. Their guest for Friday evening, John Charles Thomas, famous Metropolitan Opera star, will be a riot in his Amos and Andy role. There will be super music, and as you know, each broadcast is a complete episode. So see your paper for time and station. And don't miss Amos and Andy on this Friday. This is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Lucky Partners with Don Amici, Lucille Ball, and Jack Carson.
Spry, S-P-R-Y.
Better cook with Spry, 'cause you'll be a better cook with Spry.
Cakes, pies, fried foods, everything tastes better made with new Easy Mix Spry shortening. So for light, fluffy cakes, tender, flaky pastry, crisp, digestible fried foods,
Better cook with Spry.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Happy New Year, boys. Say, there's a lonesome touring car down the street. I was wondering if you happen to know anything about it.
Oh, I got a good cafe business. I don't know nothing about automobiles, what's been stolen.
Well, you might if some of the bright young men around here had anything to do with it, wouldn't you?
She's through. She's out of the way. That's what she is.
You're lying. You wouldn't dare.
I wouldn't, would I? I'll show you.
Rico, listen. I ain't gonna spill anything if that's what you're scared of. You think I want my neck stretched?
Well, you know too much. I ain't gonna take any chances. You're hanging around with me, see?
No, I'm not.
All right. You go back to that dame, and it's suicide. Suicide for both of you.
You believe me, Olga?
I want to believe you. What's that? What you got there, Joe?
Wait, Olga!
Joe!
There he is, the dirty yellow double-crosser.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Hi there, boys and girls. I'm Ranger Bill, here to tell you another story of the West. I wonder if you recognize that sound. Horse's hoofs, you'll say, and you'll be right. But they're a different kind of horse, a wild horse. Yes, there's still a few herds of real wild horses left in the West. Not very many, but a few. Folks say these horses are all descended from purebred Spanish horses, horses brought over here hundreds and hundreds of years ago by the conquistadors. Mostly they're what we call scrub stock, small and runty and not much good for anything. But once in a while a real beauty will turn up, a throwback to the original breed. Now remember, these horses are really wild and they can be very fierce and dangerous. Our story today is about one of those special horses, certainly the most perfect, the most beautiful horse that I ever saw. What happened to him and to Henry is what I call the story of the Snow White Stallion.
Paiute?
Huh?
You asleep?
Me no sleep. We on big hunt now. Me quiet. Me watch. Me look.
Okay. Me quiet. Me look. Me watch too, huh? It's just lying out here on the prairie in the sun makes a fella kind of sleepy.
I'm not Indian fella.
Oh. Say, you think we'll see any of those wild horses today?
I think so. Watch over by draw. Sun start go down pretty soon. Horses come out of draw. Go get drink of water at slough.
I never saw a wild horse.
Me see plenty.
Well, I was never in wild horse country before. I came with Ranger Bill. He's here to investigate something about grass on the prairie. He's a conservationist.
Huh?
Well, that means he takes care of the game and trees and flowers and stuff.
All Indian do same thing.
Yeah. My friend Grey Wolf, he's an Indian too.
Scrunch down quick. I think horses come.
Okay. Right down flat in the grass like this?
Wild horse have sharp eye. See everything.
How can you tell the horses are coming?
See over edge of gulch. See little whirl of dust?
Yeah.
Horse's feet make that. You watch now. Scrunch down. Good.
Okay.
KO. They get drink now.
Paiute. Do you see?
I see. That what I want show you. That why I ask you come. You see now?
Yes, I see. I'm seeing something I never saw before. A Snow White Stallion.
Him king of wild horses. Best horse in the whole world, me guess.
Snow White Stallion.
There they go. Back to gullies, gulches, bad country. We no see more today. Hey, what matter you? You sleep this time? Hey, you Henry. You sleep? You look like you have dream with eyes open.
Snow White Stallion.
Nice tent you got here.
That serves the purpose.
Sleeps four, I see.
Yep, me and Henry and Grey Wolf over there and Bill. He's the forest ranger. Him, that is. And they call me Stumpy. I'm the chief cook and bottle washer. Bill!
Howdy. Let me introduce myself. The name's Haverstraw. I understand you're the head man around here.
Temporarily. We'll camp out on the prairie here for a month or so. I'm making a comparative study of some of the prairie grasses for the government.
Conservation stuff, I presume. I'm all for it. Which brings me to my point in a hurry. I found out the ranchers and farmers in this area have been bothered by 2 or 3 herds of wild horses, stampeding, smashing fences, scaring cattle, beating down grain.
Well, it's been a hot summer. They'll go back to the hills and the wasteland as soon as we have a good rain.
Not if I can help it.
How's that?
Why, I made me a little trip to Washington, talked to a couple of the right people, and ended up with this permit to shoot up to 500 of them wild horses.
What? Shoot horses? Never heard such a crazy thing in my life. May I see the permit, please?
Yeah, I got it right here.
Thank you.
There you are.
All in order. Well, I can't stop you, Mr. Haverstraw. I just hate the idea of shooting any free wild creature, though, especially a horse.
Oh, don't be sentimental. Man, think of the money I can make on them hides and the horse meat I can sell. Why, you know, they buy it in South America.
I know.
Well, That's it, huh?
Yes.
Well, guess I'll be going along then. Maybe I'll see you around someday. I'll go polish my rifle. So long.
Then, when the whole herd came down to the edge of the slough to drink, this one horse stood off to one side.
Sure, he leader. He keep watch for danger.
Yeah, he looked like he was thirsty, too. But he waited until every single horse had a drink. Mares, little colts, and all. And then he had a quick drink. But he stopped between every swallow so to lift his head and look around.
Ah, he good leader, all right.
And then he gave kind of a snort, like a signal, and they all took off back into the scrub hills again, with him out in front. And Grey Wolf, you know what?
Huh?
He was the most beautiful horse I ever saw, ever. He was snow white. Not a mark on him anywhere, and he was taller and bigger than all the other horses. And his mane and his tail was as white as snow, too.
I think I hear of that horse. Plain Indian call him King of Wild Horses.
Yeah, that's it. That's what Paiute called him.
Who Paiute?
Oh, he's an Indian boy. Lives on the reservation. We're good friends. Met him over at the general store. He knows all there is to know about plains and stuff like that. Hey, say, Grey Wolf.
Huh?
Paiute says that the Indians used to catch wild horses and tame them.
Long time ago. No more. Indian ride jeep now.
Did you ever catch a wild horse?
No, not want to.
Why not?
A wild horse belong free. Born wild and die wild. You catch horse, he get sick and die of broken heart.
Ah.
Right. Wild horse got to be free. And you like freedom, like you.
But Paiute said...
Catch scrub horse, maybe. Cayuse, pinto, maybe. Not big, strong horse like you see.
Just the same, I'd like to...
You like to what, Henry?
Oh, nothing. Paiute, do you think we'll see those horses again today?
Not today for sure, me think.
Well, why not?
Like I tell you, you must forget awful easy. Me tell you, wild horse never drink 2 days same place. Maybe every other day.
Well, I did hear you, but I thought we might as well come out here just in case.
Sure. Nice place, lie down and rest. Plenty sun, plenty grass, plenty lazy.
Suppose that anybody was just to try to catch a horse like the stallion. What would he have to do?
Follow horses many days. Find out where they travel. Horses travel same way every few days. You understand?
I guess so. You mean they follow the same route over and over?
That what I said. Into hills, out of hills. Same way every time.
But how could... how would discovering their route help anybody?
Find gulch, gully, narrow place where horses pass through. Hide there. Wait behind rocks. Horses come by. Jump out very quick. Lasso horse you want. Bad to do, though. Dangerous. Only strong man. Very, very good lasso thrower can do.
I can throw a lasso.
What you say?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
But nobody ever catch Snow White Stallion. Too fast, too smart. Nobody want to break horse's heart.
Did you ever lasso a wild horse, Bill?
No, Henry. Never even tried. Don't want to try.
Not ever?
No, not ever. The wild horse is one of the very last of the free, wild, beautiful animals here in the West. It's a thrilling and inspiring sight to see a herd of wild ones sweep by. Makes you feel proud that you're free, too.
Of course. It'd be mighty fine to own one of those horses.
Well, the really good ones, the leaders, can't be trained, Henry. They value freedom more than life. To them, a halter is death.
Did you ever happen to see anybody just happen to lasso a wild horse?
I'm sorry to say I did. 3 Easterners came out here, hired a couple of renegade cowpokes, and lassoed several.
What happened?
Well, the men ended up with assorted broken arms and legs, and what scrub horses they did manage to catch broke out of their corral and ran away. The Easterners went back home disgusted.
No horses?
No horses.
Well, I'll bet that I could...
You could do what, Henry?
Oh, nothing exactly.
Henry, I hope you're not daydreaming about catching a wild horse. Be dangerous, foolhardy, above all wrong.
Wrong?
Yes. Henry, some things are just born to be free. Did you ever see an eagle soaring around high up in the sky?
Sure.
Looks mighty grand and glorious to see him up there, wild and free, doesn't it?
Uh-huh.
Have you ever seen an eagle in a cage?
Yeah, once. He was all hunched up. Why, he looked like a dusty old mop.
Of course. An eagle has to be free. And the wild horse is the same way. Tie him up, put him in a corral, break him, you break his spirit. With his spirit broken, he'll die.
Always?
Always. Without his freedom, he doesn't even want to live.
But maybe, just once. Just once.
No.
But a fella could try, couldn't he?
Try to catch a wild one?
Yeah.
No, Henry. If he really loved animals and was a good fellow, he wouldn't even want to try.
Henry, no be afraid, Indian dog. Indian dog, yep, but no bite.
I'm not afraid, exactly.
Hey, you dogs, quit now. This friend. We go see my uncle now. Just like you asked, we bring you. I bring. He sit over there under tree.
Yeah, I see him. Boy, he looks pretty old.
Plenty old. Know everything.
You think he has a lasso he'll trade me?
Maybe so. You ask. By way.
What?
My uncle, he no speak English. He understand, but no speak.
Well, how will I know what he says?
I be interpretator. Here he is. Hello, uncle. This my friend. He want make trade.
Hello, Mr. Indian. My name's Henry. I was just wondering if you had an old lasso you might want to trade for something. Any old lasso. I've got a fishing knife here, and this bell with its big brass buckle, and the sharpening stone. What do you say?
He say, what else you got?
Well, I got these number 4 fish hooks here, and this nylon line, and...
He nod head. You give him those things, he give you lasso.
All right. Here you are, Mr. Indian. Thanks. Thanks for the lasso.
Talat. Nakal only honde. Talad.
What's he saying now?
He give you warning. He know everything. He say, no use lash the white horses. He say, talat. That mean bad medicine.
Well, just the same.
Huh?
Oh, I was just thinking. Let's go. I want to practice with my lasso, okay?
And K.O.
Hey, Stumpy. Stumpy, you got time to talk.
A minute or so, sure. I got to practice this here new tune I'm making up.
Are you right, Tune?
Why, sure. I got the name all made up. All I got to do now is figure out the tune. There, the name is In the Moonlight on the Prairie West of the Great Divide. I long for my Indiana home back where the sun shines brightly all the day.
Name longer than Tune. Say, you see Henry?
Nope. I never see Henry. He's got that there Injun pal, and him is gone from sun up to sundown.
Yeah, that's right.
Looking for horses. You ever hear such a thing?
Young boy get idea. Plenty hard get idea out of his head.
Ain't no harm in watching horses, is there?
Have you seen him with that lasso?
I reckon so. When he ain't following them wild horses, he's practicing with his lasso. I showed him a few tricks I learned when I was a whippersnapper. Used I could lasso 10 head of cattle at once.
What?
Well, 5 anyways.
How many?
Well, 1 usually. He's getting mighty good at that there lasso.
That's right. Henry tell you what he want to learn lasso for?
Nope. Never asked. All he ever thinks about morning, night, and noon's that snow-white stallion that's the lead horse in that wild herd that hangs out around that mace in them gullies. The snow-white stallion, he says. And he gets a dreamy look, like he was imagining he was one of them there knights in a tin suit. Hold her, I just got an idea for a tune.
times we've been out now, follow horse's trail in the hills?
Oh, I don't know. 6 times, 8 times.
Every time we come back farther. By and by, we get as far as we can walk.
Each day we trail farther back. I'm looking for a gulch like the kind you told me about.
What kind that?
A narrow place where the horses go through, where a fella could lasso a horse. If he wanted to lasso a horse, that is.
You want to look for a place like that? You don't look any further. See down there?
Yes, I do. A real narrow place between those 2 big rocks. Hey, there are the herd tracks right in between.
That horse path we use every day. Every other day, maybe.
Say, let's crawl up one of those rocks and wait. Maybe they'll come by.
Maybe come by. Maybe not.
This is the place. This is the place for sure.
Place for what?
Just the place.
No talk loud.
All right.
Scrunch.
I'm scrunching.
Oh, you lucky. I hear horses.
Hey, I do too. Maybe it's... Oh, I hope it's the Snow White Stallion. I saw him. He was there, right out in front of the herd. Why, when he passed me, he wasn't more than 10 feet away.
You make good Indian. Horses no scared. No catch on we hear.
Did you see him?
Sure I see. Hey, what you do with lasso?
Oh, I just thought I'd see if I could, for fun, if I could throw the lasso over any old horse's head when it went by. Now, whirl it around a few times, and there. Wow. Boy, if any old horse had been there, why, that lasso would have gone right over his head.
And you'd be dragged to Montana by now.
Not if I'd have snubbed the end of the rope first, around this big stump here.
You pretty good cowboy.
And if a fella did have a horse like that, why, I guess he'd be the most famous horse owner in the world. Hey, who's that over by our tents?
I don't know. Look like important man.
Yeah. Hi.
Howdy.
Looking for Bill? They're all out on the prairie somewhere.
Well, it was, but you can give him the message.
Oh, sure.
Tell him Haverstraw dropped around to tell him he was ready to start.
Start?
Right, sir. I'm Haverstraw. I start shooting early next week. Just wanted the ranger to know it was me so that when they heard rifle shots, we wouldn't think it was Injuns on the warpath.
Shooting?
Right. Got all my spots lined up now.
But, there's nothing to shoot around here. Nothing big enough for a rifle.
Oh, yes, there is.
Oh, but...
Use your head, boy. There's some animals around here big enough to use a rifle on.
None that I ever saw.
Big enough to shoot. Then sell the hides and the meat, too.
Well, you can't. Oh, no. No, you can't do that. Well, you can't shoot those horses.
Who says I can?
Well, you just can't, that's all. Well, you might even shoot the Snow White Stallion.
Him? He thinks he's the boss horse out there. Why, he'll be the one to nab first. He can stomp lead, same as any of the rest of them.
No, you mustn't. You can't. You just can't.
Hey, what's the matter with you anyway? You act like it was your horse I was going to shoot. Them's wild horses. Don't belong to anybody.
No, it's not so. The Snow White Stallion is my... I'm sorry, Mr. Haverstraw. I got kind of excited, I guess. Maybe you excuse me now. I got something I have to get busy with right away. I've got to hurry. I've got to get that corral built before that old Haverstraw gets a chance to take a shot at my horse. Why, nobody can touch my Snow White Stallion. I'll catch him for myself.
Where Henry?
Gone out again. Saw him late before dawn. Had an axe and a spade and took along a lot of those big nails.
Look like young brave do foolish thing to learn how to do wise thing.
Got to hurry. I've got to work fast. There. Just about done. Best little corral I ever saw. Hidden away behind those rocks, not 30 feet, where I'm gonna lasso the Snow White Stallion.
I listen, oh great chief?
What? Oh, yeah, that's me, ain't it?
That what you tell me call you?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Say, have you seen Henry lately?
Sure.
Where? What's he up to? What's he doing? Where's he go?
I forget.
$4:30. 4:30 in the afternoon. This is the time those horses come by here every second day. I've timed the whole thing over and over. They ought to come along this path between these two rocks any minute now. Well, I'm ready. I can lasso the snow-white stallion. He's always the first horse, that makes it easier. I've got the lasso snug tight around this tree stump. Then I can chase him into the corral I built without unstubbing the lasso or letting it get off from around his neck. Then I can slam the corral gate, and the snow-white stallion is mine. I don't care what Paiute and Paiute's uncle, Grey Wolf and Stumpy and Bill said. I want that horse. He's mine. I saw him, and I want him. Here they come. I see him. I see the snow-white stallion. I got the lasso. Oh, I better get ready here. Oh, he must scent danger. Oh, he's coming on. He's out in front alone. Closer. Just a little closer. And now! I got him! I caught the snow-white stallion! In there! In the corral there! Hey, go on, get in there! There. I've got you. You're mine! You're caught! The snow-white stallion is mine!
Henry.
Yes, Bill?
Let me ask you a question.
All right.
You've been looking worried the last day or two. Something on your mind?
Well, no, not especially.
Anything you want to tell me?
No.
Well, if you ever do have anything that, weighs on you, just let me know about it.
Here come horse hunter Haverstraw.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Haverstraw. Come on over. Sit down.
Yeah, don't mind if I do. Can't do any hunting.
Why not?
Not a peculiar thing. Just when I was all set to start after the horses, the white lead horse disappeared, vanished. Without him, the scrub horses scatter, so I can't get a shot in.
The snow-white stallion is gone?
Haven't seen him and can't find him.
I see.
Say, what's the matter here? Everybody has a long face. I'm the one that ought to be upset. Gloomiest bunch I ever saw. Something wrong?
Maybe. Maybe not. Here's your friend Paiute.
Hi, Paiute.
Hello, Henry. Hey, where you been? I can't find you. Look, no find. Where you go all day?
Oh, around.
Well, you not been around here. At least 2-3 days. That for sure. Hey, why everyone so sad? Somebody sick?
No, Sonny, nobody's sick. Not exactly, that is.
Maybe we go look for horses tomorrow. Eh, Henry?
No.
My goodness gracious sakes alive. I thought them horses was... That horse was all that... Well,
Night, everybody. I'm going to bed. Bill.
Huh? Oh, Henry. What is it?
Bill, I want to talk to you.
Oh, I'm glad, Henry.
I haven't slept all night. I'm worried and scared, and I've got something I want to tell you. I didn't have the nerve before. Bill, I caught the snow-white stallion. I've got him penned up in a corral.
Yeah, I know, Henry.
Huh?
We all know. Grey Wolf and I have Seen you down there, trying to feed him.
You knew?
I knew all along, son. I was just waiting for you to tell me.
Bill, I'm so worried. He won't eat or drink water. I can't get that tight lasso rope off around his neck, and what do we do?
What time is it?
Nearly dawn.
Good. Let's go over to that secret corral of yours and pay a call on the Snow White Stallion.
Well, there he is, Bill. Looks kind of sick, doesn't he?
Yeah, he sure does, Henry.
Look how his hide isn't even glossy anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Eyes are dull. He got that rope off his neck, though.
All cowboys can do that.
But he won't eat, Bill, or drink water. Look how he hangs his head, how his ribs stick out. Looks like he might die. What'll I do, Bill?
Well, Henry, he's your horse. You wanted him. You caught him.
Everybody told me he'd die of a broken heart. I didn't listen. What'll I do?
He's your horse.
Bill, let's let him go.
Henry, I never heard you say a better or a wiser thing.
Here, let me cut the thongs on the gate.
Okay.
Pull her open.
There he goes.
Goodbye, Snow White Stallion. Go back to the prairie. Be free. Goodbye. I'm sorry I tried to break you. Go back and be free.
Henry, listen. Thunder. The rains have started. I didn't even notice the sky. Henry, I wonder, maybe the Lord approves of your decision. He thinks you've been honest in admitting your mistake and in trying to make amends, and so he's showing you his approval.
Oh.
That thunder, and now the rain. That rain will fill the creeks and runs, and the wild horses can go back to their own mountain valleys where men like Haversstraw can never find them.
They can go back and... There on the horizon. There they go. And leading them back to freedom is the Snow White Stallion.
See you next week for another thrilling adventure with
Ranger Bill!
How I got into this predicament, I'll never know. Absolutely incredible. I, Boris Dmitrovich Grushenko, about to be executed for a crime I never committed. It seems like only yesterday that I was a child, surrounded by my loving family. Uncle Nikolai with his great laugh. My father, a simple man who owned a small piece of land. I remember having strange and vivid dreams. I grew to manhood and fell in love with Cousin Sonia. To me, she was the perfect woman.
I guess you could say I'm half saint, half whore.
Here's hoping I get the half that eats. Then came the war.
Napoleon has invaded Austria.
Fellas, I'm a pacifist. I don't believe in war.
Boris, you can't be serious. You're talking about Mother Russia.
She's not my mother. My mother's standing right here, and she's not going to let her youngest baby get shrapnel in his gum. I recall the rigors of military training.
You're the worst soldier I ever seen.
the horrors of the battlefield.
Hey, get your red hots!
I remember my brief but torrid affair with the Countess Alexandrovna, the most exciting woman in all of St. Petersburg.
You're the greatest lover I've ever had.
I practice a lot when I'm alone.
Shall we say pistols at dawn?
Well, we can say it. I don't know what it means, but we can say it.
My duel to the death with the evil Ivan. And above all, my conquest of Sonia. Our marriage was the happiest time of my life, until she conceived the plan that was to be my downfall.
Let's assassinate Napoleon.
I tried to reason with her, but it was no use.
You find me attractive as a man?
Yes, I think that's your best bet.
The rest is history.
Woody Allen, Diane Keaton, Love and Death.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company, and they're all in uniform.
This is Bill Goodwin, inviting all you servicemen and women to enjoy another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, our tenor Jimmy Cash, and Felix Mills and his orchestra. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, now that Mr. Burns is running for political office, Mrs. Burns is more proud of him than ever. And here she is, feeding her little candidate his breakfast.
Would the second assistant substitute city councilman from the 3rd District like another piece of toast?
No, thanks.
Would the second assistant substitute city councilman from the 3rd District like another cup of coffee?
I don't believe so.
Would the second assistant substitute
Gracie,
city councilman...
stop calling me.
Well, you may as well get used to it, George. After the election, everyone will call you that.
They will not. I want people to call me what they've always called me.
Even my mother?
Well, in her case, I'll make an exception. And anyway, I'm not elected yet. Gordon Cates may win, you know.
Oh, don't make me laugh. Even the morning paper says that Gordon Cates has a very slim chance.
Really?
Well, not in those words, but that's all he could have. It says right here, George Burns has a fat chance.
Oh, fine.
Now, if you've finished your breakfast, dear, here are your appointments for the day.
My appointment?
Sure. Like all big politicians, every minute of your day is just crammed with important conferences of things. I've written them out for you, entitled it, My Day.
I can't read the scribbling.
Well, that's because I had to get on a bus to write it. It wouldn't be a real My Day if it were written at home.
I guess so.
Well, I'll read it to you, darling. Now, here's today's schedule. 8 a.m., breakfast. 8:30 a.m., interview with newspaper man.
Really? Which paper?
The Times. He wants us to renew our subscription.
Oh.
9 to 9:30 a.m., discussion of world affairs with Bo Carter and H.B. Kaltenborn. 9:30, turn off the radio and leave for office.
Let me see that schedule. Hey, I better dress up today. 12 o'clock, luncheon with Mayor at City Hall.
Mayor? Let me see that. Oh, that's Meyer.
Oh, Meyer.
He runs the lunch counter at City Hall. It's a good man to know, George.
Oh, yes, valuable.
Now, let me read it to you. 1:30, read fan mail. 1:30 and a half, answer it. 1:31, newsreel pictures.
Newsreel pictures?
Yeah, and don't be late. There's a wonderful march of time. And then at 2:30...
Look, I don't want to hear anymore.
Oh, that must be the postman. He's been taking a poll of the neighbors to see who's going to vote for you and who's going to vote for Gordon Cates. Excuse me, dear.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Postman. Did you complete your poll?
Yes, ma'am. I interviewed 100 people.
Oh, and how many are voting for Mr. Burns?
2.
2?
Well, I presume you and your husband are voting for him.
Oh, but But, Mr. Postman, surely you'll vote for my husband.
I'd like to, but I have to do what the party tells me.
Oh, which party?
Party I'm married to. That's my wife, Mame. She likes Mr. Cates because he's fair and square.
Well, George is fair. He's so square his hat wears out at the corners.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like to vote for your husband. But as Mame goes, so goes me. Well, good night, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Oh, this is awful. If George finds out, his sensitive little heart will be broken.
Well, what did the postman say, Gracie? How did the poll come out?
What, dear?
Am I out in front?
Yeah, a little, but exercise will take that off.
I mean the survey, the vote. How do Cates and I stand?
Well, he's just a teensy bit ahead of you.
Oh, good. I like a close race. What's the score?
98-0.
98-0? I might as well give up.
Oh, George, don't say that. This is like a horse race, and it's just started. Gordon Cates may be the horse out in front now. He may look back and think you're just an old plug. But when you cross the finish line, he'll be behind you, and then he'll see the real George Burns.
Thanks, dear.
Oh, come in. Good morning, folks. Well, I'm back. Oh, Mrs. Bundy, look, George, our cleaning woman is back in town.
I think I'll go and get dressed and go to the office.
What's the matter with you, Mr. Burns? Oh, George is running for councilman in the coming election, but nobody's going to vote for him. The postman took a poll around the neighborhood.
Well, if he expected to get votes for your husband, he should have taken a bat around the neighborhood.
You were out of town, Mrs. Bundy.
Why, you...
All
now,
right,
Mrs.
all
Bundy, George, please, don't fight.
Well, I'll see you later.
Oh, poor George. It looks like Gordon Cates will get every vote.
Gordon Cates? Is he running against Mr. Burns?
Yeah. Well, you better start cleaning, Mrs. Bundy. Here's the broom.
I'll bet I know one person who won't vote for Gordon Cates. Who? That movie actor, Ray Milland. I clean house for him, you know.
Oh, Ray Milland?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's cute.
You're telling me?
You know, the women in our club voted Mr. Milland their favorite give-up boy.
Give-up boy?
Uh-huh. He's the boy they'd most likely give up their husband for. But, what about him? Oh, why won't he vote for Gordon Cates?
Oh, it's so exciting. You see, it's no use. I just can't talk while I'm working.
Well, here, hand me the broom.
All right. Well, you see, Mr. Cates and Mr. Milland are next-door neighbors. They despise each other.
No.
Yeah.
Well, tell me, Mrs. Bundy, does Gordon Cates really have a lot of sex appeal?
Does he? If you ask me, that's one reason Mr. Milland doesn't like him. He's jealous of Mr. Cates' figure.
Oh. But Mr. Milland seems to have a nice figure on the screen.
On the screen, yeah.
Oh, you mean he wears a...
Well, Mrs. Burns, I don't want to say positively. But the other day when I opened his dresser drawer, it caught on something and snapped shut.
No!
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, goodbye, Gracie. I'm going to the office.
Oh, wait, George. Mrs. Bundy has just told me about a man who's not going to vote for Gordon Cates.
So what?
Well, if there's one, there must be more. I'll bet there are plenty of people who'd vote for you if they were only exposed to your personality.
You think so?
Oh, absolutely. All you have to do is go from house to house and smoke them out. And you're just the little smudge pot who can do it.
Thanks. Hello, folks.
Oh, you're just in time to go along with us, Bill.
Oh, really? Where are you going?
On a house-to-house campaign for George.
Well, you think you'll have any luck?
Oh, sure. Mrs. Bundy already knows one man who'll support him.
Well, that's a switch. A man supporting George.
Well, come on, boys. We won't rest until we've sold George Burns for councilman.
Gracie, I'll handle this myself. You gotta be brief and to the point. No beating around the bush.
interested in politics?
Yeah.
Are you interested in who becomes councilman, George Burns or Gordon Cates?
Yeah.
Well, I'm George Burns.
Well, I'm Gordon Cates.
Let's go home, Gracie.
Oh, no, wait, George. Mrs. Bundy said that Ray Milan lives next door to Gordon Cates and that they don't get along. So we're bound to get a good reception here at Mr. Milan's house.
Okay. Yes?
Oh, hello, Mr. Milan. Mr. Milan, you don't want to see Gordon Cates elected councilman, do you?
I should say not. I'd rather see a moron in office.
Oh, no. You see, George, I knew he'd support you.
I'm George Burns, Mr. Milan. I'm running against Gordon Cates in the election.
Well, come in.
Well,
come
thank
in.
you.
Well, you really feel strongly about Mr. Cates, don't you?
You said it. Why, I'd rather vote for I'd rather vote for your husband.
Well, thanks. And if I'm elected, I'll do my best. I'll clean up the city.
Cates thinks he's got so much sex appeal.
Well, if I'm elected, I'll do my best. I'll give this city
Gordon
a clean
Cates. Why, I'd rather see a baboon in office.
Well, if I'm elected, I'll do my best. I'll give the city a clean...
Gordon Cates.
Mr. Milan, you're not listening.
Huh?
Wouldn't you like to know how I stand?
Oh, yes. That's been puzzling me ever since your wife had drove me around.
Well, now, Mr. Milan, we need your help to win this election.
Well, what can I do?
Well, now, for one thing, George seems to have trouble getting the women's vote. Maybe you could give him a hint.
Well, maybe I can now. Let's see. Come here, George. Now, I'll show you how I'd ask a woman to vote for me. I'd take her hand. Here, give me a hand. I'd look into her eyes like this, and I'd say, oh, darling. Darling, I need your help. Will you vote for me?
Oh, yes, Ray, of course.
Well, thank you, Mr. Milan. George had better be going now if he expects to visit every voter in this district before election.
Is that how he's trying to get votes?
Uh-huh. Is there a better way?
Why, certainly. Put him on the radio.
Oh, say, that's an idea. And television will be here any minute.
Yes, there's not a moment to lose.
Oh, this is a wonderful idea. The George Burns for Councilman program. We'll sell George over the air just like he was a liver pill. Or a rebuilt second-hand car. I'll go and get the script ready.
Yeah, I know the guy who manages the local station. I'll go arrange for the time.
What do I do?
Well, you're the product, George. What do products do?
Well, let's drop him in the water and listen to him says.
Well, never mind.
And we'll see you at the station tonight, Mr. Milan. And thanks for helping us get George elected.
I'd do anything to get even with Gordon Cates. Why, I'd rather see a weasel in office.
If I'm elected, I'll do my best.
It Had to Be You from the picture show business, George and Gracie, Felix Mills and the orchestra, salute Eddie Cantor on his 35th anniversary in the theatrical profession. And here's Jimmy Cash to sing it for you. Jimmy?
It had to be you. It had to be you. I wandered around and finally found a somebody who could make me be true, could make me be blue, and even be glad just to be sad thinking of you. Some others I've seen might never be mean, might never be cross or try to be boss, but they wouldn't do. For nobody else is
Well, it's now several hours later, and we take you to the radio station, where the George Burns for Councilman program, written by Gracie, is about to take the air.
We're on the air in 15 seconds, folks.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Announcer.
Now, don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. I've been an announcer for years. Yes. Yes. Just be calm, very calm.
Sure.
Presenting the George Burns for Second Assistant Substitute City Councilman for the 3rd District program. Featuring Mrs. George Burns, Ray Milland, Felix Mills and his orchestra, and yours truly, Glenn Hall Taylor. We bring you comedy, drama, and music. But first, a word about our product, George Burns.
With men who know politicians best, it's George Burns. Who's he?
Don't be fooled by imitations. The original George Burns comes in a shiny blue serge suit with padding in the shoulders.
Act now. Help us put him in office. Our slogan is, let's start, get George going.
LSGGG.
Let's start, get George going.
LSGGG.
Don't forget the name, George Burns.
Spelled backwards, it's much harder to pronounce.
Remember, his name is George Burns.
No other candidate can make that claim.
And now you will hear the voice of George Burns himself.
Thank you. If I'm elected...
Lovely voice, hasn't he? Well, on with the show.
And now we bring you an episode of your favorite radio serial, Just Plain John's Other Wife Can Be Beautiful Backstage. We take you now to the home of John and his wife, a typical, happy, wholesome American couple whose simple little problems are just like your simple little problems, or my simple little problems, or the simple little problems of the simple little family that lives in the simple little house next door.
Oh, would you like more coffee, simple little John?
Thank you, dear. Where is Bertram, our son?
He won't be here. The police arrested him for murder.
Really? Whom did he kill?
His fiancée.
Oh, too bad. They'd have made such a charming couple.
I wonder if Bertram will get the hot seat.
Yes, I wonder.
Was there any mail this morning, dear?
Only a letter from Chloe, our daughter. She's married to a soldier.
Oh, such an impulsive child. Just yesterday she married a sailor.
No. No, that was a Marine, dear. The sailor was day before yesterday.
I wonder if she'll ever settle down.
Yes, I wonder. Darling, this coffee tastes a bit peculiar.
I know. I'm afraid I made a silly mistake and filled a sugar bowl with arsenic.
Oh. Well, you really should wear glasses, dear. I wonder if we'll be able to reach the doctor before the arsenic is fatal.
Yes, I wonder.
Well, will Bertram get the hot seat? Will Chloe settle down? Will John and his wife reach a doctor in time? You'd like to know, wouldn't you? Well, if you don't vote for George Burns, we won't tell you, so there.
Naturally, before you vote for him, you want to hear George Burns' record. So here he is in person to tell you about it.
Thank you. Well...
But George Burns' record speaks for itself. Let's listen as his record speaks.
George spelled George so close for him, if small or large, before he's under lock and key. C-G-O-R-G.
And now, on with the show. Mystery, suspense, action. It's Crime Busters. Listen carefully as we show you how officers of the law, working step by careful step, solve the case of the Eagle Rock bank robbery.
Oh!
That man is now in prison for life. Crime does not pay.
But it's no crime to vote for George Burns. Do it on Election Day and do it often.
And now a word from our candidate. Friends, and that word reveals his whole lovable character. On with the show! Are you tired, run down, logy? Do you have saggy shoulders and tattletale tummy? Then vote for George Burns. He's your type of man.
Hey, what's going on here?
Quiet, Bill. We're on the air.
Out? Well, okay. Just let me say hello to my friend Ray Milland, will you, George? Hi, Ray.
Hi, Bill.
Ray, I sure enjoyed that Lady in the Dark.
You did?
Yeah, send me another one sometime.
On with the show! We bring you now 15 minutes of uninterrupted recorded music with Ray, the night watchman.
Thank you. Yes, sir. 15 minutes of solid music. No commercials. No talk about politics. Just music. This number is dedicated to Hal and Jesse, who announced their engagement on the same day that George Burns announced that he would run for second assistant councilman from the 3rd District.
And also to Mr. and Mrs. Conway, prominent citizens of the 3rd District, where George Burns is running for second assistant councilman.
And to Oscar Brodney, conductor of the crosstown trolley, which runs past the house of George Burns, candidate for second assistant councilman from the 3rd District.
And to Mr. and Mrs. Lewis, who recently became the parents of a baby girl, which was kissed by George Burns during his campaign for the office of second assistant councilman.
And now, back to the music.
You have just heard 15 minutes of uninterrupted music presented by Ray, the night watchman, and sponsored by the George Burns for Councilman Committee.
And now our candidate will outline his political platform.
Well, if I'm elected...
If he says, get on with the show! How does the man in the street feel about voting for George Burns? For the answer to that question, we turn you over to Gracie, our inquiring reporter.
Thank you. Beside me at the microphone is the man I found in the street. Tell me, sir. Tell me, who are you going to vote for?
Who am I going to vote for? Good old Alf Lander, that's all.
Oh, but Alfred Landon isn't running.
Isn't running? How do you like that? Leave the convention for 2 minutes and they switch candidates on you. On with the show! On with the show!
You are listening to the George Burns for second assistant substitute city councilman from the 3rd District program. And now the entire remainder of this hour will be turned over to Mr. Burns for his campaign speech.
Fellow citizens, 12 o'clock Pacific Win the Wartime. And this station now leaves the air. The George Burns for Councilman program was a paid political broadcast and did not necessarily express the views of this station. In fact, we think George Burns is a jerk. What? And now we're signing off. This is station KGC, owned and operated by Gordon Cates. Good night.
Our young tenor Jimmy Cash sings the romantic ballad, Speak Low. Sing low, James.
Speak low when you speak low. Our summer day withers away. Too soon, speak low. When you speak love, our moment is swift, like ships adrift, we're swept apart. Speak low, darling, speak low. Love is a spark lost in the dark. Too soon, I feel wherever I go that tomorrow is near, tomorrow is here, and always too soon. Time is old and love so brief. Love is pure gold and time a thief. We're late, darling, we're late. The curtain descends, everything ends. Too soon, I wait, darling, I wait. Will you speak low to me, speak love to me, and so...
Here they are, George and Gracie.
Gracie, I've got a thrill for you. Next week, our guest star is going to be Lawrence Tibbett.
Lawrence Tibbett. Tibbett. He sings, doesn't he?
And how? He's one of the greatest singers in the world.
As good as you?
Oh, honey, you can't compare me with Lawrence Tibbett. I can't hit those deep, low notes like Tibbett. He brings them right up from his diaphragm.
Where's that?
His diaphragm is right below your chest.
Oh, well, then you ought to be able to bring up the lowest notes in the world from down there where your chest is located.
Take it easy, take it easy. Don't you know it's more romantic when a dance is slow? Take it easy, take it easy. What's the good of feeling high when all the lights are low? Take your time, dance it with ease. Take your time, slow as you please. Take it easy. We've got lots of time ahead of us, the night is young. Hey, take it easy. Don't you know this music should be swayed instead of swung? To make the rumba jump, take it easy, take it easy. If you don't, I fear that our romance will hit a bump. Don't you know it's time for romance when the music's sweet? You should really try to make your heart control your beat. Take it easy, take your time.
There is a creature of the night, whose very name strikes terror in the hearts of man. He fears only mirrors, the scent of garlic, and the sight of a crucifix. He feeds upon human blood. Only sunlight or a stake driven through his heart can destroy him or those whose blood he drinks. His name is Dracula.
I love you, and I can give you eternal life.
I knew it, an insurance salesman. I've already got Prudential.
I love the nightlife. I've got to boogie on the disco yeah.
Oh, my, are you biting me?
Oh.
It was wild.
How many times did he bite you?
Oh, that. Just once. I told you it was our first date.
I won't let him get her.
I love the nightlife.
Well, Count, what do you say to that?
I would say leave Cindy alone and find yourself a nice Jewish girl, Doctor.
That's the other one, isn't it?
Dracula in New York. His style is irresistible. His curiosity is irrepressible. And when he takes a bite out of the Big Apple, his appetite is insatiable.
If you're hungry, Master, we could ring for the night maid.
When you is gone, nobody's gonna bring you back here once you is dead.
Good evening.
Master, please be careful.
What is it?
You nearly stepped on my dinner.
Bon appetit. I heard a rooster crow.
A rooster in New York City?
I cannot believe what I'm hearing.
It's him!
Yeah, or a rock group.
The second way to kill a vampire, Count. 3 silver bullets through the heart.
No, Rosenberg. That is a werewolf.
Really? Are you sure? I've lost her forever. He's drained all the blood out of her.
George Hamilton.
His blood in your eye.
Susan St. James. Richard Benjamin. Dick Shawn. Sherman Hemsley. Isabel Sanford. And Artie Johnson as Renfield.
Finally, after 712 years, to have someone bite me again.
Love at first bite.
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The city bus lines had become headline news. Accident after accident had occurred, all seemingly unrelated, and yet with startling regularity.
Driver, look out for that truck up ahead.
Hey, what the? What?
He's turning right in front of us.
Well, being secretary to Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, isn't easy, since all these complaints about the city bus line have been pouring in. What stand is the Daily Sentinel going to take, Mr. Reed?
If the city transportation department doesn't do something soon to stop this sort of thing, naturally the Sentinel will have...
Hi, Reed. Hi, Casey.
Did you bring the photographs I sent you for, Axford?
Sure. That's what's in this big envelope, Reed.
I'll have a look at them. Did you get a picture of every accident that happened on the bus lines the past week or so?
Yep, every one. Look at that one. Ain't that something?
And that's the one where the bus overturned on a curve at the foot of a hill. There's one where a bus hit a truck.
Look at that funny-looking little man off to the side there. See? With that cap on and those big ears. He looks like, well, a weasel or something.
Let's see. Oh, you mean in this picture? Ain't he a scream, though?
No, not in that one, Axford. I mean here in the one where the bus hit the truck.
Huh. Yeah, he's in that one, too. He looks like he... Hey, now, how come he's in both of them pictures, I wonder?
Hold on. Isn't that the same man in this third picture?
Where?
See, they're off to the left.
Well, it is the same one. It doesn't seem possible he could have been on the spot in each of those cases. Each of those accidents was in a different section of the city. Say, there's more than just coincidence here, I should say.
Now, how the devil do you suppose that little runt got to all them accidents? And why would he want to be there?
He could have gone there in a car, Axford. By following a bus he knew was due to have an accident.
Holy crow. You don't mean to say you think them accidents might have been planned, do you, Reed?
Well, they could have been, I guess. Though I won't go so far as to say I actually think they were. However, I'm curious to know why that man was at the scene of each accident.
If there was some way to find that man, maybe the police could find out if he knows anything about those accidents.
I have an idea.
Yeah? What is it, Reed?
Take these photographs downstairs. Have them make enlargements, eliminating the picture of the wreck, leaving only the head and shoulders of that man as he stands in the crowd.
What good will that do?
We'll publish the best one in the Sentinel.
What for?
Publish it?
Yes. Remember, the Sentinel's running a contest this month. That roaming photographer thing where a picture is taken here and there throughout the city of small crowds. And some one person's face is picked out and enlarged.
Sure. And the person whose picture is put in the paper comes in and gets tickets to a show.
That's right. We'll publish that man's picture, telling him to come in for his free tickets. When he appears, we can get a line on him and the police can question him.
Say, Reed, that's a swell idea.
It is a good idea.
I'm glad you agree. Axford, you get the pictures made up, and I'll have Gunnigan run one of them off. After that, we'll sit back and wait for results. The following day, in his room in a remote part of the city, the little man in question looked up as the door opened and his girlfriend, Mamie, entered carrying a newspaper.
Hey, Monk, your picture's in the paper.
My picture? What for?
Oh, well, take it easy, fella. The coppers aren't after you yet. It seems like you want a prize or something.
I didn't try for no prize.
It's right here in the Daily Sentinel. Look.
Well, read what it says, Mamie.
Okay. It says, winner in our roaming photographer contest. If the man whose head is encircled in the above photograph will come to the city desk at the Daily Sentinel, he'll receive 2 tickets to the hit musical Music in the Air, currently showing at the Playhouse.
So, that's what it is. Yeah, the devil with other money tickets.
Hey, are you nutty? tickets for that show are selling for $4.40 a seat.
So what?
So I want to see it. Oh, come on, Monk. Go get the tickets and take me to that show.
But I tell you, Mamie, I don't want to
Oh,
go.
Monk. Won't you do it for me? Please?
Yeah. Okay, Mamie, for you, I'll do it. Get on this afternoon, pick up the tickets.
Well, gotta get it after 5 o'clock, so I'm going home. If there's anything else...
Say, Chief, I was trying to get in touch with you a while ago. That guy whose picture was in the paper came in for his ticket.
He did, eh? Good.
Well, he gave a phony name and address, as we found out by checking. But the cops picked him up as he was leaving so as to question him.
Have you heard what they found out?
Not yet. I've been waiting for a call from Axford. He went down to police headquarters with him, but nothing's come through yet.
I see. I'll be anxious to know what information they get. When Axford gets in touch with you, be sure to have...
Oh, here he comes now, Chief.
Hi, Reed. How you doing, Gunnigan?
I thought you were going to give me a ring when you got
Wasn't
the
any
dope
use,
on it.
Gunnigan. The cops couldn't get a thing from that weasel-faced guy. They finally had to let him go.
I see. Well, I guess I'll run along. If you hear anything exciting, call me a phone.
Okay, Reed. See you later.
Britt Reed left the Sentinel building and went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. Britt told Cato about the man in the photographs.
Do you really think little men have something to do with bus accidents, Mr. Britt?
Well, doesn't it seem strange to you that he should show up at each scene of an accident, Cato?
Oh, yes. That seemed more than coincidence.
Well, that's the way I look at it. I have a feeling that man is connected in some way with those bus accidents. Just what his motive would be is hard to guess. Just how he could be connected is a puzzle.
Will police get no information from him?
None, Cato.
You not content to drop matter, then?
What do you think?
Well, I think you try to do something to make sure if little men have anything to do with accidents.
Right. I'm going to a show tonight.
You go to show?
Yes. I'm going to see Music in the Air. And I'll have a seat directly behind those occupied by that little man and whatever companion he brings. If he did have any connection with those accidents, I'm going to find a way to make him break down and show just what that connection is. Before I go into the theater, Cato, I want to give you a few directions.
Yes, sir. What I to do?
You go back to the apartment and bring the Black Beauty.
I bring Hornet disguise, of course.
Yes. Park in the alley across from the theater and wait. I'll join you there right after the show, unless you leave sooner. Then, of course, I'll join you then.
Well, I meet you, Mr. Britt.
Good.
What you hope to accomplish?
I'm hoping our little friend will lead us to others with whom he'd be working, if he had anything to do with those accidents.
Why do you think he go to see others after show?
If my plan works out, that will be the first place he'll go. I'll see you later.
Gee, Monk, that sure was swell. I never saw anything like it before in all my life.
Glad you had a good time, kid. Especially since it didn't cost us nothing.
Monk,
Yeah?
you got the stubs from them theater tickets?
I don't know. Maybe I threw them away.
Oh, Monk, I wanted to save them in my scrapbook. Look in your pockets and see if maybe you put them there.
Okay, Mamie, but I... Hey, what's this?
Looks like a letter.
Well, don't I know that? Didn't have no letter in my side coat pocket.
Open it and see what it is.
Nothing on the outside of the envelope. Let me see. Yeah, it's a note. Printed.
What's it say?
Hey, Mamie. Look at here.
What's the matter?
It's a note. Signed by the Green Hornet.
The little man, known as Monk, stood for a moment staring at the note he had found in his coat pocket as he emerged from the theater. At the mention of the Green Hornet, Mamie gave a gasp of fear.
The Green Hornet signed that note you say, Monk.
Yeah, I read it. You can fool the cops, but you can't fool me. I'm out to get the gang you're working with, and you'll be in the net with them. Green Hornet.
Gee, Monk, that guy's dynamite.
Yeah, I think she is, anyway.
I'm scared. Monk, what are you going to do?
I'm not going to do what he thinks I will. You can bet on that. Come on, Mamie, let's get going.
We have good view of theater front from here, Mr. Britt. Yes. People are coming out now. I don't want to miss the man we're watching for.
Well, that's right. If he come out...
Look,
then...
there's the man and girl now. They're reading my note.
We're not able to drive into traffic in front of theater.
No, we'll watch to see them get into the car. Then we'll go through this alley to the next street and spot them at the corner.
Oh, good thing Black Beauty's facing the other way.
Yes. There they go, Cato.
They're going toward Coupe down the street.
Yes. Take a good look at it.
It show up dark red on the street light.
They're getting in. Okay, Cato. Get going so we can see them pass the next corner. I don't want to miss them.
They're going into old house over there, Mr. Britt.
Expert reported to me later this afternoon that the police followed the man home. This is where he lives. He's pulled a fast one on us.
Fast one?
Yes. He must have guessed that I expected him to go straight to the leader of the gang with that note. Come on, we'll do a little snooping.
Well, lights come on in room on first floor.
The windows are low enough for us to get a look inside. Let's go. Meantime, Monk was talking to Mamie inside his room.
I got a hunch that Hornet followed us here, Mamie.
Followed us here? Gee, Monk, what if he...
Don't go getting scared. I know what I'm doing.
What are you going to do?
Now, look. You run across the hall real quick. Tell the landlady to call the cops and tell them the Green Hornet's hanging around here, see? And beat it right back.
But why don't you go phone your big boss?
And the landlady get wise. You know she sticks by that phone. Now, go ahead, do like I said.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Make it fast in case the Hornet's snooping. And he won't know we're doing any phoning.
When girl go out of room a while ago and then come back, you think she go use phone, Mr. Britt?
She wasn't gone long enough for that, kiddo.
We wait a long time now. They just sit and talk. Maybe if Green Hornet go in, little man gets scared.
That might bring results. Come on, I'll go in.
The police come, Mr. Britt.
Yes, run, Cato. We've got to get to the Black Beauty.
Well, why do you think police come here?
That little man in there must have pulled another fast one, Cato. He's smarter than I thought.
Here, Black Beauty.
Good. Tell me, Cato, do you have those small glass balls filled with gas?
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt. Here you are.
Yeah.
Also filters to wear beneath mask as protection.
Good.
Be sure you wear filter if you use shells of gas.
I'll be sure. Get in. You're going to be on your own, so listen and do just what I tell you.
We sure put one over on that Hornet, Mamie. The cops are in full chase.
Yeah, but maybe he'll come back if he gets away, Monk. And if he does come
Don't worry, we won't be here. Now, come on, we'll go see the big boss. He arranged another hideout for us.
Gee, Monk, you sure are smart.
You said it, kid. Let's go.
In another part of the city, a meeting had been underway for some time in the basement recreation room of Councilman Robbins' home.
I asked you to come here tonight, Stacy, because things are progressing very rapidly in regard to the city transportation system's bus line.
Fine. Of course, if things go our way, Robbins, you'll get the monetary reward we promised you.
I'm not very well liked on the city council, Stacy. Nearly everything I go for, the others are against. That's what I've been counting on in this case.
Well, of course, we'll have to be assured that if they vote for private ownership of the bus lines, it'll come to our company.
I know it will. Didn't I tell you that you had the best bid when they thought about private ownership last year and called for bids on it? Of course, the bids were all kept confidential, even though they decided not to give up ownership.
I know. When you came to me with the proposition that you had a plan to force them to give it up, I was skeptical. But it looks now as though you might succeed.
Now, listen. When we met today at the council table, the first thing I did was to make a strong speech about the city keeping ownership. When I finished, nearly every other councilman wanted to vote on giving it up. That's a sure bet. They'll vote on it tomorrow.
And with our proposition before them, with promises of new equipment, low rates, we ought to get it,
If I wasn't sure of it, I wouldn't have come to him. One thing, though, Stacy.
Yes?
Before the boys come for their instructions, how about some sort of written agreement?
Well, sir, I thought of that. I brought this over. Drawn up according to our talk the other day.
Yeah. I am to receive 10% of the stock in $20,000 for services rendered. Good. Of course, this isn't something that could be shown, but it's a protection for me. They're the boys now. Come in.
Oh, hello, Evans.
These are the three men I placed in the bus barns. No use going into introductions.
That's right.
Sit down, boy.
Thank you.
Here on the table, I have a schedule of buses that run later tonight and in the morning.
Okay, boss, give them to us.
There's one for each of them. The bus that's to have difficulties is marked in red pencil with a suggestion in the margin as to how you might go about it.
We'll see that things happen. Just like you want them to, boss.
Good. I have a man checking up to see that the scheduled accidents do happen. He's been at the scene of every accident, and will continue to see that you do your job.
You haven't any kick coming so far, have you?
No, not at all. I think you've all done a good job. That must be Monk now. Well, who's the young lady, Monk? You should know better than to bring
She's
her.
okay, boss. Helped me get rid of somebody who was getting on our trail.
What do you mean?
I mean the Green Hornet.
All right, quiet, everybody. What makes you think the Hornet?
This note. I went to show with Mamie, and this was in my pocket when we came out.
You can fool the cops, but you can't fool me. I'm out to get the gang you're working with, and you'll be in the net with them. Signed, the Green Hornet.
What are you going to do?
You don't have to worry. Monk got rid of him quick, didn't you, Monk?
Yeah. I can't go back to my place to stay anymore, boss. He knows where I live now.
How did you get rid of him?
I called the cops. Last we knew of the Hornet, the cops were hot on his trail. He sure must have got a surprise.
Monk's smart. He knows all the angles.
Maybe so, but that Hornet's smart, too. We'll all have to watch our step. It won't be long now until we've accomplished what we set out to do.
Never finish what you've started, Big Shot.
Green Hornet.
Hey, how'd you get here?
In the luggage compartment of your car, wise guy.
This is preposterous. You can't hope to get out of this room with all that's here.
Don't worry, Stacy, he won't. My men carry guns. He won't leave here.
That dope. He goes from one trap into another.
I already got him covered, boss. So we fill him full of lead.
Wait a minute.
Hey.
What's that?
This thin glass ball is sort of a bomb. One move from any of you, and I'll throw it.
Now, wait, everybody. He's bluffing. That's probably nothing but a Christmas decoration.
Well, sure. Thought it looked familiar. I've seen lots of them just like that.
Don't say I haven't warned you.
If that was a bomb, it would hurt you as much as us.
Don't count on that.
You're bluffing. And I'm calling you. Come on, boys, rush.
You asked for it?
Hey,
Throw it.
What is that? Here's something else that'll get you.
I can't breathe.
I held a finished crook.
Hold it. The gas will take care of it.
Well, that's good.
You're wearing a filter beneath that mask?
Yes, I am.
We give up. We give up.
Line those three mugs up and tie them.
I do it quick.
see what this lug has in his pocket. Robbins. Councilman Robbins has a deal with Stacy of Citywide Bus Company.
I'm getting men tied. They're going to sleep.
That gas is very strong. Bus schedules, directions marked for causing accidents. This is all the evidence the police will need. I'll phone them to come get these crooks. Later in the city room of the Daily Sentinel.
Golly, Gunnigan, wait till Reed hears about this.
Yeah, we sure got a haul this night. Holy mackerel, Reed's hunch about that little guy having something to do with them accidents turned out to be right after all, didn't it?
Sure did. Reed told us about his suspicion, and we went to work on that runt, but we couldn't get anywhere.
It took the Green Hornet to do the trick.
What's that about the Green Hornet?
Chief, the cops
Reed,
got all
wait
the
till you hear what
Let me
happened.
tell you what went
One at a time here. One at a time.
You tell him, Ashford.
No, you tell him, Gunnigan.
No, you tell him, Sarge.
Well, for Pete's sake, somebody tell me something.
Okay, Mr. Reed. We got the gang that was causing them accidents. So they weren't accidents at all.
Councilman Robbins was at the head of it. He was to get a lot of graft from a guy named Stacy who wanted to own the bus lines.
Really?
The cops got them all with plenty of evidence.
Funny thing, too. We got a call from some woman to come to that runt's address to pick up the Hornet. He must have doubled back and followed that weasel-faced guy to the gang headwood. And being sore, turned them all in. We almost got the Hornet that time, too.
Almost is right.
Ah, listen, Mike. You know as well as I do that Spalpeen's full of tricks. He used a smoke screen to get away and a gas bomb to trap the crooks.
Well, at least we know the truth about the bus lines. The city will continue to run them.
Accidents will happen, of course. But thanks to the Hornet, they won't be made to happen from now on.
We'll give Mr. Reed a little credit for suspecting what was going on. But the main credit for busting the thing wide open has to go to the Hornet, I guess.
Okay by me, Sergeant. Far be it from me to be envious of the Green Hornet at any time.
What are you doing here?
I'm arranging with George to get a divorce.
George is my lawyer. My personal lawyer and my business lawyer. Now, look here, George. If you help Susan divorce me, you'll lose my business and my business's business.
That would do it.
What?
If you went crazy, Susan couldn't divorce you for 5 years at least.
She couldn't?
Why, even if you showed symptoms of insanity, would require a postponement of at least 30 days before they could find out if you were crazy or not.
Look. I'm a teapot. What's the matter? Is my face tickling your foot?
My friend, I set you free. Henceforward, you are a free man.
You can't free me, sir. I'm free now.
My friend, if I can't set you free, then why am I Abraham Lincoln?
Oh.
Madam, your husband is not sane.
Doctor, all I'm saying is that I know Steve hates cold baths. If you put him in a cold bath for 20 minutes, you'll suddenly see how sane he can be.
I'm very sorry, madam, but I assure you that medically speaking, your husband is as nutty as a fruitcake.
Oh, darling, that makes my head feel so much better. Could I have another?
No.
Mrs. Ireland, I wish you would cooperate. We never frustrate our patients here.
But I didn't frustrate him once. Why do I have to not frustrate him again?
Oh, darling.
those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order on the western frontier of the United States. It was his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness that brought peace and security to the new country, and the memory of his deeds will remain as long as the memory of the early West itself. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading south for the Rio Grande! Hail, Silver!
For more than 30 years, old Asa Wiggs had prescribed for the aches and pains that afflicted the citizens of Harmony and the surrounding territory. A widower with a grown daughter, he was loved by those who knew him for his wisdom and tolerance. He and his daughter Nancy made their home in a rambling frame house, and the dim parlor served him for an office. It's there we see him late one morning.
Just a second. Hmm? Oh, howdy. Thought it might be you, Graham.
Yes?
You're the only fella new enough in town to knock on the door before coming in. Step in.
I will.
Have a chair. Mighty glad to see you. Kind of hoped you'd be around before long.
I'll stand, thank you.
Something wrong?
You called on Nate Castle last night.
Oh, that. Shucks, Nate sort of used to me in my ways of doctrine, so he sent his boy in to get me,
Mrs. Castle sent for me first. I examined her husband and prescribed the correct treatment.
Now, you must
I particularly told him that he must do no more riding until his condition was better.
Now, I know.
But you ruined what good I might have done. This morning, when I went to his place, I found him in the saddle. He just returned from a ride to Spring Valley and back. He told me you had said he could ride if he wished.
I did.
Any doctor who would tell Nate Castle that isn't fit to practice medicine.
Just what you tell him, son.
I told him the truth. I told him that if he didn't have rest and quiet, he wouldn't live the year out.
You did, huh? Sit down.
No, I'd rather...
Young fella, you sit down.
Well...
Now then, you answer me this, and you answer me straight. Even with all this rest and quiet you're talking about, how long do you figure Nate's going to last?
He's in bad shape. A year at the most.
Mm-hmm. And if Nate goes on the way he always has, riding and drinking and cussing when he's a mind to, how much would you take off that year?
6 months, possibly. Anyhow, he won't live a year, that's certain.
How well acquainted did you get with Nate in the month you've been here?
I never met him until I called on him the other day. Just the same, I feel competent to say that...
Not so fast, young fella. Don't be in such an all-fired hurry to tell me what you're competent to do. The fact is, you ain't acquainted with Nate hardly at all, are you?
Well, no.
But just the same, you think you're capable of telling him what to do.
Are you trying to tell me I didn't diagnose his case correctly?
Nothing of the kind. Son, what I'm getting at is this. Some folks, they're more common back east where you come from than around here. Some folks would think a few extra months added on to their lives would be worth all the nursing and coddling and quiet and rest they'd have to stand for in the meantime.
But I don't...
Don't butt in. Now, there's just one kind of folks, young fella. But if you got to knowing Nate, you'd see where he's different. Nate, he's the kind that wouldn't give a continental to go on living if he couldn't have the feel of a frisky horse under him once or so a day. When his throat's dry, he's plumb convinced there ain't nothing like whiskey to lay the dust. And when somebody or something's crossed him, he'd like to bust till he lets loose a flow of language to ease off the pressure. Now, you tell a gent like Nate he ain't to ride or drink or lose his temper, and he'll just naturally lose all interest in living anymore. And if you put it up to him straight, one day he'll live in the way he likes, again a year the way that's good for him. He'll take the day and tell you to take your year and go jump in the creek. And by thunder, young fella, Nate would be right.
Which is just what I'd expect a faker like you to say.
Faker?
You never studied medicine a day in your life. I've heard about you. You came here with a quack medicine show. You haven't any more right to call yourself a doctor than the blacksmith has.
The blacksmith's real handy. He helped me set a mighty bad fracture once.
That's exactly what I mean. You won't even be serious.
Shucks, son. I'm too old to be serious.
Anybody posing as a qualified practitioner of medicine who isn't is a menace to the community.
Now, ain't you being just a little hard on me, young fella?
You...
Father, here's a letter for you from the state capitol, Father. Oh.
Reckon you're acquainted with Doc Graham, Nancy.
I've met Dr. Graham.
How do you do?
If you'll excuse me, I'll see what this letter's about.
Of course.
What are you doing here, Dr. Graham?
Why, there was something I wanted to discuss with your father.
Indeed. Perhaps you've been explaining the remarks you passed in town concerning my father.
Miss Wiggs,
Graham?
Yes?
I'm going to trouble you to answer one more question. This here in my hand is a letter from the state board. Someone sent the board a report. Was it you? Was it?
Yes, Mr. Wiggs, it was.
You feel you done right, son? You feel you know enough to be qualified to decide what's right and what ain't in a case like this?
I did right. I know I did right.
Father, what is it?
Nancy, I've been healing folks for a good many years. Maybe the knowledge I got wasn't gained from books, but there's plenty that will say it served just as well as book learning most times, and sometimes maybe you might better.
Well, what are you...
Healing folks is the only thing I know how to do. And come to think of it, it's the only thing I ever cared to do. But now the state board says I can't no more. They got some newfangled regulations. Either I take some special examinations, which same I ain't likely to pass, never having took the trouble to learn fancy names for plain everyday ailments, or I'm to take down my shingle. Well, I reckon it'll have to be that last. Thunderation, I kind of feel like Nate must have when Graham here said he wasn't to ride a horse or cuss no more.
Dr. Graham, did you do that to my father?
I did it only because I thought...
Get out.
No, honey.
Dr. Graham, you should be ashamed of yourself.
I'm sorry. I thought
If it hadn't been for my father, you wouldn't even be here now. The men who fought the Indians and outlaws to make it safe for Easterners like you came to my father when they were wounded or sick.
Good day.
Oh, I could just slap his face.
Shucks, you wouldn't slap a good-looking young fella like that, would you, Nancy?
Oh, he's hateful.
Honey.
Yes?
You listen to me. Don't you be too ready to misjudge folks. Now, take that young fella, for instance. I'll bet he feels real bad about this. Yes, sirree, I'll bet he'd rather have broke a leg than gone through with it. But he done it. Because according to his lights, it was something had to be done. 'Twa'n't nothing personal to it. I reckon he figures he's done the folks hereabouts a real good turn making me shut up shop. And as for me, well, That ain't so doggone important. Who does my work don't matter. All that matters is when I step aside, there's someone there to take my place.
A dozen miles to the west, a man was waiting in an abandoned lion cabin. He stood in the open doorway, his eyes searching the brush-covered hills. Suddenly, high on a ridge, he saw the sharp reflection of sunlight on metal. He dodged, too late. Half an hour later, a masked man and an Indian drew rein before the cabin.
Silver. Wagner.
Oh, there, feller.
What's... Shot, huh? Wagner, can you hear me?
Him lose plenty blood.
Tonto, someone found out Wagner planned to meet us here. Is his heart beating?
No. Him still live.
Can he stand being carried to town? And we've got to get him to a doctor at once. You could look after him, Tonto, but this is just the time when you can't be spared. There's too much for us to do. And if it isn't done, all our work is wasted.
Not right.
We'll take Wagner into Harmony. Help me with him, Tonto.
Me get him.
On this way. I'll carry him on Silver.
That evening, young Dr. Graham sat in his darkened office, gloomily staring out at the street. His thoughts were as gloomy as his face indicated. And without being aware of it, he spoke them aloud.
There wasn't anything else I could do. You've got to have standards and hold to them. Well, after all, he's just a quack. He hasn't a right to practice. Pretty daughter, though. I wish I... Who's that? Who is it?
Dr. Graham?
Yes?
I have a patient for you outside, Doctor.
One moment. I'll light the lamp.
No.
But
we'll do without a light.
You're masked?
Yes.
An outlaw?
No.
Is this a holdup?
I said I have a patient for you. He's been shot and lost a lot of blood.
Then bring him in, man. Bring him in. If he's badly hurt, we'll...
Wait.
Well?
If I bring him in, you'll have to care for him until he can leave.
I have quarters behind here.
That isn't all. Nobody must know he's here. No one at all.
I don't understand.
You're new in this section, aren't you?
I've been here a month.
Not long enough. It would do no good to explain. You'll have to accept my conditions and take my word for it. You'll be involved in nothing outside the law.
Take your word? The word of a masked man?
Yes.
Don't you think that's asking a lot?
It is.
I can't do it. Bring your friend in. I'll be glad to treat him. I'll do it for nothing if you can't afford to pay me. But the sheriff will have to be told.
There's no law requires it.
Perhaps not here in the West. Nevertheless, it's a matter of ethics. In a case like this, it's clearly my duty to make a report.
Even if you know this man will have to do without your help if you don't agree?
I'm not refusing to help. I'm merely refusing your conditions.
That's your last word?
It is.
Very well.
But what about
Doctor, you've got a lot to learn.
I know my duty.
You're fortunate you find your duty so easy to recognize.
Look here.
And here's something to think about. I'm armed and you're not. An outlaw wouldn't try to persuade you with words, Doctor. He'd use lead.
Circling town, the masked man and Tonto made their way to the home of Asa Wiggs.
Wait here, Tonto.
Me, wait.
Want me?
Oh, I didn't see you there.
Shucks, me and Nancy can usually be found out on the porch this time of evening, stranger.
You're Dr. Wiggs?
Well,
Father, this man's masked.
You needn't be frightened.
Honey, don't get upset.
But he is, Father, he is.
Well, Nancy, ain't he usually masked?
You know this man?
Wouldn't go so far as to say that. Did hear what he called his horse, though, and the name he gave the feller he rode up with. Lone Ranger, what's on your mind?
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger, having failed to extract a promise of secrecy from young Dr. Graham, explained the situation to Asa Wiggs.
So you want this fella doctored, but you don't hanker for anyone to know it. Is that the way it is?
Right.
Just where is this fella you're speaking of?
Across my saddle. He needs attention just as quickly as he can get it.
Well, I'd sure like to help you, but...
You mean you won't?
Stranger, I can't.
But I
You
thought...
don't understand. My father isn't allowed to practice medicine anymore. If he does, he'll get in trouble.
In trouble?
That's it, Lone Ranger. Nancy's telling you the truth. Got my warning today. Seeing as how I ain't a duly qualified doctor, the state medical board says I ain't to practice no more. Seems as if a doke of ipecac or swig of castor oil won't do you half the good coming from me as it would from a fella that can sport a fancy printed license to hang in his office.
It's all the fault of Dr. Graham. He reported Father.
Graham, huh?
So you see, friend...
Just one thing.
Huh?
I'll have to trust you.
Trust me.
There's more than this man's life depending on your help, Asa.
Yeah?
What do you mean?
I've been investigating certain activities going on in this district. Through Arizona Lawson, a friend of mine, I got in touch with the fellow I brought here. He agreed to meet me and give me the evidence needed to complete my work. When I reached the meeting place, I found him wounded and unconscious. Unless he lives, everything Tonto and I have done so far will end in failure.
The smuggling. Father, the masked man must mean the smuggling.
Not too loud.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But was Nancy guessing right, friend, was she? Is it the smuggling you've been working on?
Yes, but that's in confidence.
Of course.
We're to be trusted.
Dope has been brought across the border and delivered at a spot not far from here. Then picked up and sold to the Chinese laborers building the railroad.
I heard a few things.
More has been brought over. Tonto and I know where it's hid. We're not touching it, however, because sometime tomorrow it'll be called for by part of the gang.
Yeah?
As soon as they have it in their possession, I'll send a smoke signal. Tonto, having ridden ahead, will repeat the signal. The Border Patrol will be watching, and the gang will be arrested with the evidence on them.
Then this wounded man, you won't need his evidence after all.
I will. The chief of the smugglers won't be with his men, and that's the fellow we want most of all. And it'll take the testimony of the man I brought here to identify him.
Why didn't this fella go to the law with his testimony instead of you?
He was a member of the gang once himself, Asa. He'll tell his story to the authorities, but only if I'm on hand to see he gets justice.
Yeah, but even so, I don't savvy why his being wounded has to be such a secret.
Because I have reason to believe the leader of the smugglers lives here in this town.
Oh.
Wagner was shot and left for dead. But if word got out he was still alive, and if that news reached the wrong men, there'd be another attempt on Wagner's life. And the second might succeed where the first failed.
You explain all this to young Graham, friend?
No.
Then what
I
can
couldn't take the chance, Asa. He's too new to the district. Perhaps he could be trusted, and perhaps he couldn't. I had no right to risk it. You're an old-timer, though. And what's more important, you recognized me. I think I can depend on you.
Gosh, I don't know.
What do you say? Take care of Wagner, and Tonto and I will be on our way.
You in all that hurry?
We think the dope will be picked up tomorrow. But for all we know, it might be tonight. And we have to be on hand.
Well,
You can't do it, Father. You can't. If Dr. Graham learned you went against the board, it...
Doggone, honey, I was just going to say that the masked man better make some other arrangements.
It would be best.
But now I ain't. Blast it, maybe I am as poor a doctor as the young fella thinks. Maybe I'm just a stubborn old fool that can't get halter broke to doing things legal.
Father.
But by the great horn spoon, in over 30 years, no man could ever say I turned him down when I was needed. And that's a record I ain't spoiling if they jail me for it. Come on, friend. Show me that wounded fella.
Turning Wagner over to old Asa, the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode swiftly from town to carry out their part in the campaign against the smugglers. But during the night, young Dr. Graham had thought over the visit the masked man had paid him. The more he examined the incident, the more firmly he became convinced that it should be reported to the sheriff. And in the morning...
Well, morning there, Doc. A little early for you, ain't it?
Oh, not very. Good morning.
Howdy.
Morning, Doc.
Just a second, Doc, and I'll be with you. Sandy.
Yeah?
First thing you better do this morning is ride out to Charlie Bates' place. He's been complaining about wire cutters and raising holy Ned because we ain't investigating.
Uh-huh.
And you, Ed, you ought to see if you can get a line on them prowlers that the widow says she's seen. If it weren't just her imagination.
Excuse me, Sheriff.
Yeah?
I don't want to interfere, but maybe you'd better listen to me before you send your men out.
Huh? You're really here on business?
I had a call from a masked man last night, Sheriff.
You was held up? Why in blazes did you wait till the morning to tell me? Now the trail will be cold.
You didn't let me finish. I wasn't held up. He brought me a patient, a man who'd been wounded.
Oh.
He asked me to treat the fellow in secret. I refused. I told him I'd have to report to you, so they left again.
And what about it? You figure they'd been holding up a stage or something?
Either that or a gunfight.
Oh, I ain't heard of nothing.
That isn't the point. The masked man told me his companion had been seriously hurt. Evidently, he had to be taken somewhere for attention. I think you should investigate. It's possible they went to Asa Wiggs.
Old Doc? All right, what if they did?
Well, don't you want to know about the suspicious characters that come to town?
If they went to Old Doc, he'll handle them. And if the law's needed, he'll say so.
Evidently, you don't understand the circumstances. If Asa Wiggs accepted a patient, he's defying the state authorities. He has no right to practice medicine. And he's been informed of the fact.
What's that? You're joking?
I'm not. Wiggs is not a doctor. If he accepts a patient, he's practicing fraud.
You sure you're feeling all right, young fella?
I know what I'm talking about. I happened to be present when he received orders from the state medical board to stop.
Young fella, anybody says Doc Wiggs ain't qualified to be a doctor don't know what he's talking about. And I don't care if it is this your board you speak of. You just try and tell the folks he's took care of he don't know his business. Go to talking like that, mister. And there's some of these old-timers around here that'll just about chaw your ears off.
Just a second. Mind if I ask a question, Sheriff?
Well, go ahead.
Doc?
Yes?
This masked gent now, what do he look like?
Well, it was dark, and of course I couldn't see his face.
Was he long or short or thin or fat? What'd you say?
Well, he was tall.
Anything else?
And broad-shouldered. I noticed he spoke as though he'd been educated.
That all?
Yes. Oh, no, one thing more. When he rode away, I heard him call his horse Silver.
Not much to go by.
Think you had a lead, Sandy?
No, just wanted a description is all, Ed.
Well, Sheriff?
Well, what?
Are you going to look into this?
Why in blazes should I?
Because I insist on it. I know you don't like me, Sheriff. You're just like everyone else around here. Because I speak and act and dress like an Easterner, you're prejudiced against me. Well, Easterner or not, I know my duty, even if you don't. And I demand that you investigate what I've told you. If Asa Wiggs didn't take that fellow in, I'll apologize. But if he did, he's liable under the state law, and as sheriff, you have to enforce that law.
Come on, boys.
Sure thing, Sheriff.
If it's the law, it's got to be done. But you listen to me, Doc.
Well?
You get some of them stiff-necked, highfalutin ideas out of your head, or you won't be as popular around here as a skunk in a clothes closet.
It was an hour later. High on a shelf of rock, the masked man fed greasewood to a crackling blaze. A great column of thick, oily smoke rose into the air.
Fowler should see that, Silver, old fellow. And when his signal smoke is lit, those smugglers are trapped.
A brief interval. Then to the north, an answering smoke. And still farther to the north, a small group of border lawmen knew that smugglers, opium in their possession, were on the move. The Lone Ranger drew back from the fire he'd built.
That's it, boy. Now, a wagoner. Someone coming, Silver. Quiet. Silver, it's Asa's daughter. Hip. Hello there.
Wait.
Steady, boy.
Whoa, there, whoa. Lone Ranger.
What is it?
They're at the house. They're trying to make Father admit Wagner's there.
Who's at the house?
The sheriff and his deputies.
How'd they find out?
Dr. Graham.
How's Wagner?
He came to. He can talk, but he's terribly weak.
What's your father doing? Is he going to let them have Wagner?
Well, he won't let them search the house. He's holding them off with a shotgun, but he can't hold them much longer.
You won't have to. Get there as fast as you can. I'm riding ahead. Come on, Silver.
Get along, boys.
Silver! Away!
Old Asa Wiggs, his eyes flashing fire and his voice shaking with indignation, stood before the door to the wounded man's room with a shotgun held firmly in his hand.
No, you don't, Sheriff. So help me, you take one step closer to this here door, and I'll let you have it. I'm a man of my word, Sheriff, and you're one that knows it. Don't you make me do anything we'll both be sorry for.
Asa, get some sense.
You get back.
You're concealing someone in there.
You can't prove it, young fella.
We could if you'd let us in.
But you ain't getting in. Yeah, and that goes for you too, Ed. You quit edging around to the side there. Stand where you are so I can keep my eye on you.
I wasn't going to try nothing, Asa.
You would if I give you half a chance.
Take it easy, Ed. Ace'll come around if he'll just let me talk to him for a minute.
Hey, where'd Sandy get to?
He was here a minute ago.
He must have sneaked out.
Why, the doggone!
What's that?
What's going on in there?
Fight!
Open that door.
It's latched from inside.
Stand away. Ed,
Bust the door in.
come on, together now. It's coming. One more now.
There!
Hey, what the...
A prisoner for you, Sheriff.
That's Sandy. That's my deputy you got there.
And that's the masked crook I told you about, Sheriff.
Put up your hands, mister.
Your mistake, Ed. You put up your hands. Stand away from that masked man. I still got my shotgun here, and I'm still plumb willing to use it.
Ace, you
You're
can't
gonna
do
let that masked man explain, and then you can decide what to do.
But I can...
Wagner, can you talk now? Can you tell the sheriff what you were going to tell me?
Sure, friend.
Tell me what?
Sandy Chapman there. Your deputy, Sheriff. He's the dirty coyote that's head of all the smuggling that's been going on.
That's a lie, Sheriff. He's framing
I
me.
can prove just what I said, Sheriff. I got orders was wrote out in Sandy's own hand. I can tell you the names of the breeds that have been working with him on the other side of the border. And I can give you the names of the fellas in his gang.
He knows all that, Sheriff, because he was once a member of the same gang. I told him the law would deal lightly with him if he gave this testimony.
If this feller can back up what he said, he won't spend an hour in jail.
I can back it up, Sheriff. And I will.
And now maybe you see, Sheriff, why I didn't want it known this fellow was here. I was trying to keep anybody from getting at this fellow to close his mouth.
Then the masked man isn't a crook after all.
Him a crook? Why, you blamed idiots, don't you know who he is?
I...
He's the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger?
And there he goes.
Well, doggone.
Mr. Wiggs, I guess I made a fool out of myself.
You did that. But when a gent that's been a fool admits it, there's some hope for him. Son, a little more aging, and maybe you'll do to take along.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Yes, in Paris, everybody does it. The butcher, the baker, even the friendly undertaker.
Everything about you is perfect.
I'm too thin, and my ears stick out, and my teeth are crooked, and my neck's much too long.
Maybe so, but I love the way it all hangs together.
9 o'clock. Oh, no, that's much too late.
5 o'clock. 4 o'clock.
In the afternoon? When do you work?
Whenever I'm not busy.
Gary Cooper, fabulous as the world's greatest connoisseur of women, who has hunted the species from Stockholm to Siam. No wonder he was named Man of the Year. matchless technique always begins with gypsy music, keyed to fascinate any woman. Audrey Hepburn, delightfully, completely innocent. How can anyone blame her for being dazzled? Maurice Chevalier, the most famous love detective in Paris, who kept a box score on every game that was ever played.
He's certainly the most handsome man in your files.
He's certainly the most utterly no good.
He's got such an American face. Like a cowboy or Abraham Lincoln.
You know what happened to Lincoln? And right in the middle of a performance.
Love in the afternoon, when a girl with no experience turns the tables on the most experienced man in the world.
How many other men were there?
You mean before I met you, or since I met you, or all together?
Quit stalling.
I told you I have a date.
The man you live with?
No, this is another man, a younger man, the man I play with.
Wait a minute. You mean there's one man you live with and another man you...
Let's check what's coming the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. They said my son was killed in a drunken brawl. I know he wasn't. He was a good boy. He was murdered. Why, I don't know. If you come to 733 Winship Avenue...
If you'll come to 733 Winship Avenue anytime and listen to my story, I'll be grateful to you forever. Mrs. Catherine Daly. And that was the letter to Box 13. Just a few lines. But, brother, what those few lines led to.
And now, back to Box 13.
I get some funny letters through Box 13. Some don't mean a thing. Others are from people who answer all the ads. But this one from Mrs. Catherine Daly, it had a real ring to it. I get so I can spot the letters from cranks and curiosity hunters. They're full of big phrases. It's the simple ones that count, like Susie said.
Well, it's short, Mr. Holliday.
Uh-huh.
What are you going to do about it?
Well, what would you do, Susie?
Well...
You know, Susie, I don't know how you manage to get right to the point of things so quickly.
Oh, it's easy.
Okay, you talked me into it. I don't know what I'd do without you.
I try to make myself indisposable.
The word, Susie, is indispensable.
What's the difference?
None, I guess. All right, Susie, I'm on my way to 733 Winship Avenue. Mrs. Catherine Daly was a little woman, maybe about 50, 60. It was difficult to tell because gray hair was pushing hard against the brown. It was her eyes that got me. Maybe not too long ago they'd been able to smile. But now they were dead, lifeless. Something had been taken away from well, inside. She led the way to a little living room, furnished cheaply but neatly. She sat down, pointed to a chair for me, and then...
Are you serious about that advertisement, Mr. Holliday?
Well, yes, I am, Mrs. Daly.
I haven't any money. That is, not much. I can afford something, if it's not a whole lot.
Oh, now, look, Mrs. Daly, I'm a writer, and sometimes Box 13 leads me to a good plot. You see, I don't take money because I get paid very well for the stories I get. You see, I used to be a newspaper reporter.
Newspaper reporter?
Anything wrong with that, Mrs. Daly?
Arthur, my son, he was a reporter.
Oh? What paper?
The Evening Record.
Your letter said that your son was killed.
He was. They said he was drunk, that he got into a fight in a cheap saloon. Arthur was never drunk in his life, and he hated fighting.
That his picture on the table?
Yes.
In uniform. That's the Distinguished Service Cross, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, Mrs. Daly, start from the beginning. Tell me how you want me to help.
I'm sure Arthur was murdered.
Murder's a tough word, Mrs. Daly. Tough to say and tough to prove.
But for a week before he was killed, he kept telling me that we could get out of this house soon, that he was going to make a name as a reporter.
But he didn't tell you why.
No. Then, the night he was killed, he got a phone call.
From whom?
I don't know. He hurried out, and the next time I saw him was when they asked me to come down and identify him.
That's as much as you can tell me.
It's every word.
Mrs. Daly, this may sound brutal, but your son's dead now. Why would you rather have it said he was murdered?
I want to show everyone he couldn't have died in that cheap, shoddy way.
Well, that was that. I believed her. Maybe it was the way she talked. Maybe it was her eyes. I don't know. Anyway, I left her house with nothing to go on but what she had told me, and that was little enough. Just that he was on to something would make a name for him as a reporter. Anyway, I went to see what Lieutenant Kling knew about it.
About what, Holiday?
About the kid that got killed in the saloon brawl.
Well, that's what the records show.
They show anything else?
No, they don't.
You know, I like you.
Thanks. You can have the next dance.
I'm serious.
Okay, so you're serious. What about?
You're not satisfied with the Daly case either.
What makes you think I'm not?
Just the way you talk. You don't believe it's right.
I believe what the witnesses in that dive said. The Daly kid got drunk. Somebody said something to the girl he was with. Nothing bad, but Daly got mad and started swinging.
And?
And he ended up in the red.
You didn't arrest anybody?
Look, we get a dozen calls a night from down at the Hill places like that. Somebody's always getting pushed around, roughed up, killed. Some of the things don't even hit the newspapers. Run-of-the-mill stuff.
Sure. But look, Kling, what kind of guys get killed in places like that? Bums, winos, characters who hang out in those joints. But not a kid like Daly. And you're an honest cop.
What was that crack for?
For a compliment. The Daly thing bothers you because you know as well as I do that something's wrong about it.
Then you tell me.
I'll try. Later.
Now, look, Holiday, I'm not on the case anymore. Homicide's got enough to do without running down a fight in a saloon. But,
But what?
I don't like it, you're right.
I knew I liked you.
Okay, I'll marry you in the morning. The place you want is 183 River Street.
Oh, nice neighborhood.
Great. The cops go in quartets down there.
Thanks. See you later.
And for the love of Mike, don't end up in the meat wagon like Daly did.
Kling was right. It wasn't a neighborhood to raise kids or anything else. And the place I wanted was called the Riverview. Fancy name. Oh, a great place. I stepped over a couple of boarders spending the night on the doorstep and walked inside. There was a tinny piano played by a guy mechanically banging out a tune that its own composer wouldn't have recognized. The bar was set at the back facing the door. I went over to it. The bartender took a long, good look at me. I must have looked strange. I was wearing a necktie and a shirt. He walked over.
Yeah? What's with, bud?
How are you?
Awful. You?
Practically dead.
Okay. Now that we know each other, what's on your mind?
What do you got to drink?
Arsenic? Want some?
Straight. Water on the side.
Funny man, ain't you?
Sure.
Look, what do you want?
A drink, maybe?
No, you don't. That suit you got on cost maybe 150. The tie, $5. Any cookie comes in here dressed like you don't want a drink.
All right. You win.
Swell. Slumming, huh?
No, looking.
For what?
Last week there was a fight in here. A kid got killed. Arthur Daly.
I didn't see nothing. My back was turned.
Did you ever see the girl who was with Daly?
I told you I didn't see nothing.
Oh. All through the fight, you just kept your back turned.
Yeah, I hate fights. Can't stand the sight of blood.
That what you told the police?
Same thing.
Who were the witnesses?
Look, when a fight starts in here, there ain't no witnesses. Everybody's blind.
That makes it easy.
You a friend of this Daly character?
Yeah, a good friend.
Uh-huh. I still don't know nothing. Now blow, mister. Out. Get it out.
He knew something, all right, but he was clammed up tight. I left and walked up the street. I was close to the spot where I'd parked my car when I heard something. I stopped. Somebody was tailing me, following me from the saloon. Okay, somebody didn't like me nosing around. I walked past my car. Just ahead of me was an alley, and pulling out of the alley was a truck. I walked a little faster. I got to the alley, skirted around back of the truck so that my trailer would lose me for a couple of seconds. Then I stepped inside a doorway. It was dark. The truck pulled away. I waited. Then I heard the steps. He didn't know where I'd gone. But if he was going to pick me up again, he'd have to pass the doorway where I waited for him. Come here.
Oh, let go. You hurt me.
Shut up.
Oh, please, mister, I ain't no crook. I wasn't going to put this thing on you.
What's the idea of tailing me?
I heard you talking to barkeep back there. I wanted to talk to you, honest, that's all.
You could have caught up with me before this.
Gee, mister, I didn't want anybody to see me, honest.
All right, talk.
Oh. You want to know something, huh?
Come on. What do you want to say?
Well, honest, I might get in trouble. Look, I got to know I'll get something out of this, eh?
Still what you've got, and we'll see how much it's worth.
Maybe a $5?
Maybe. Go on, talk.
Look, I could get in bad trouble.
You are right now.
Oh, all right. All right, make it a $5.
What do you know about Arthur Daly?
I saw the fight. I saw the whole thing.
Did you tell the police?
Me? I don't get nothing to do with the cops.
All right, tell me.
This guy that was bumped, he didn't start the fight.
Who did?
A pug. Ex-pug named Billy Connor. The Daly guy didn't have nothing to do with starting it. It was a frame.
Was Daly drunk?
No, he had one drink. The girl slipped something in it. I saw her. She was a good looker, so I was watching her.
Do you know her?
Me? Me know a dame like that? Nah.
All right, well, here's your $5. Now keep your mouth shut, understand?
Oh, sure. Maybe you'd like to know something else, huh?
What?
Oh, mister, it ought to be worth something.
All right, here.
Oh, thanks. You ain't been out of the joint down the street more than a couple of seconds when the barkeep goes to the phone.
So?
I heard him tell somebody that you was nosing around. Mister, something tells me that you're in bad trouble right now.
And now, back to Box 13 with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, I had a few facts now. First, Daly knew something that might have got him killed. Second, the girl who was with him put something in his drink so he'd look drunk. Third, an ex-pug named Billy Connor started the fight. Why? The answer to that would put me on first base. So I asked around a little and found out that Billy Connor, a third-rate fighter down at the heels, suddenly came into money, and right after the fight in the saloon. I found him in a second-rate nightclub.
You the guy that wants to see me?
If you're Billy Connor, I'm the guy.
Who are you?
Knowing that won't make it any prettier.
Oh, you're a smart boy, huh?
Maybe. But you're not acting smart.
What are you talking about?
You're making too much splash, Connor. The boss doesn't like it. People might start asking questions about the money. The money you got for killing Daly.
Me? Oh, no, I just started the fight. Then I ducked. Somebody else banged his head for him, not me.
Ah, that's the way it was, huh?
Sure, you know. Who are you, anyway?
Forget it, Connor.
Wait a minute, fella. Why'd you say that's the way it was? Didn't you know?
Sure I knew.
You ain't from them.
From whom?
You dirty sneak. You a copper?
Maybe. Think it over, Connor. Hard. I left him standing there with his mouth open. I thought I'd found out what I wanted to know. But Kling told me...
Doesn't mean a thing. You can't prove anything, Holiday.
What if I get proof?
How?
You've got the name and address of the girl Daly was with the night he was killed.
And you want him, is that it? You could get hurt.
Meaning you won't give me the girl's name.
Meaning that if I do, you're on your own.
I'll take that chance. Do I get a name and address?
Eileen Simmons, 4674 Roberts Drive. And I hope you get more out of her than we did.
I hope so, too. I didn't like walking up a blind alley with murder at my back and maybe in front of me. I got to the girl's home, a boarding house in a shabby section, and took a look at the mailboxes downstairs. While I was walking up to her flat, something tingled the back of my neck. Something that screamed a warning. I got to her flat. She didn't answer. Then I smelled it. Gas. I stooped down, and one look at the crack between the door and the sill was enough. It was stuffed with newspapers. There was only one thing to do. Eileen Simmons wasn't going to talk to anybody. The room was heavy with gas. The window I broke let in some air. Scared faces stared into the door. It smashed open, then I yelled at them. You call the police. Ask for Lieutenant Kling. Go on, hurry. I took a quick look around before I left. In one closet was a fur coat. And from what I knew about fur, this one took money to buy. It had her initials embroidered in the lining. But it didn't fit with the cheap flat. Well, I thought it was about time to make a trip to the Evening Record, where Daly worked as a reporter. Some of the boys knew me, so it was easy to get to talk to Daly's editor.
I don't know, Holiday. All I know is that Daly promised me a big story. Something he was working on.
Now, look, Charlie. Any idea what it was?
None. The kid was close-mouthed.
Oh, but you must have some idea. Didn't he give you any hint?
Just that it was big and would blow off the top of the building when we printed it.
How long did he work for you?
Oh, about 6 months, no more.
What big assignments did you give him?
None. Routine stuff. He didn't have enough experience. Just out of journalism college when the war broke. Mm-hmm. Went through it. Then served at the war trials in Germany.
And in the 6 months with you, there wasn't anything important enough to get him killed, huh?
No, there wasn't. Oh, let's see. We sent him on a routine assignment to San Carlito and...
San Carlito? What's that?
Just one of those little islands in the West Indies. The paper's doing a series on Latin American neighbors, and we...
Anything there that might have been the big story?
You mean what he was talking about?
Yeah, that's it. How long after he got back did he begin to talk about the something big?
Hey, just about the same day he walked in here.
Where's his desk?
Just outside this office.
Oh. All his stuff in there?
Most of it. We were going to send it to his mother, but, well, you know how things are. It was too soon. We figured we'd wait.
Come on, let's take a look.
Just the usual stuff.
What are these photographs?
Never saw him before.
Full face, profiles of men. You know him?
Not from Adam.
Oh, Charlie, can I have these?
Well, I don't know, Holiday.
Just one ex-newspaper man to an editor. Come on, let me have them.
Okay. I didn't see you take them.
Thanks. Now, mind if I go through the rest of his stuff?
No, help yourself. I'll be at my desk.
Right. I went through Daly's papers. There was one little notebook with an entry in it that read, "Got to be careful, never be alone. They won't dare make a try for me unless I'm alone. I've got proof on film, photos of the men I recognized." Okay, so Daly's notebook gave me another lead. But where to? Well, maybe Daly's mother would know. I looked at my watch, but it was after midnight, so I figured it was too late to see her, and I decided to wait until morning. I wish I'd have gone right then and there. The next morning, I went to see Daly's mother, and I found her in the middle of an excited bunch of neighbors. When I got her alone, she told me what was up.
There were burglars. They ransacked Arthur's room.
Well, let's take a look.
But there's nothing missing.
Well, let's look anyway.
They went through all the drawers.
You didn't hear them?
No, I slept right through it.
Uh-huh. Mrs. Daly, what could they have wanted?
I don't know. There's nothing of value here.
Look, when Arthur came back from San Carlito, did he bring anything with him?
Why, I don't think so.
A camera, maybe?
His own, but he took that with him when he went.
Now think hard, Mrs. Daly. Did he take any film out of that camera when he got back?
I think he did. Yes, I remember. He hurried out with some film to have it developed.
Where is it?
I don't know.
Did he get it back from the shop where he took it?
Don't think so. I think he'd have shown them to me if he had.
And the roll of film he took out of his camera is still in the shop. It must be. Mrs. Daly, we've got to find a check for that film. The kind you get when you leave film to be developed. Come on, let's look. We looked and looked and looked. No check. Began to seem as though whoever ransacked the room found the check, and if he had, well, the thing was over. After half an hour, we gave up. But there was still one more thing to find out. Mrs. Daly, would you mind taking a look at these photographs? Do you know any of these men?
Why, I'm not sure. They look familiar, but... His scrapbook, the one he brought back from the war. There are pictures like those in the scrapbook.
Well, show it to me, will you?
It's in my room, right next door. Here it is.
Here they are, the pictures.
But I don't see...
I think I do. But I'm afraid to believe it. Look, Mrs. Daly, whatever you do, stay with your neighbors. Don't be alone for a minute. I left the house, and the idea I had was buzzing around inside my head. If I was right, then the whole thing was fantastic. But the pieces began to fit together. Maybe I was thinking too hard. I didn't see the big black car that turned down the corner. I didn't see it until I was almost staring between its headlights. I jumped back and up, and the fenders of the car took the skin off my legs, and the car roared away. That big black buggy had my name for a license plate. It would have looked just like an accident. But it told me something. That whoever was doing the dirty work didn't have the check for the film. Because the proof of what Daly knew was on that film. And if Mr. Accident Maker had it, he wouldn't have risked another accident. I called Kling, got him on the phone.
What do you want me to do?
Check every photo shop in the city for a roll of film mailed just before Daly was killed.
How do you know he mailed it?
Because he wouldn't have been fool enough to take it to a photo shop. He knew they were tailing him, waiting to grab that film. So he mailed it, with a note that he'd called for it.
Okay, I'll pick up the film, if I can find it.
Oh, no, Kling, don't pick it up, please.
But you just said you
Kling,
want...
tell me where it is, call my office, and I'll pick it up.
Look, you're asking for a crepe wreath in your door. If those babies are what you say, they'll cut you in little pieces.
You want them, don't you?
Sure, but I don't...
The only way to get them is to make them come after that film. And they won't call it headquarters for it, Kling. But they will try to get it from me. I waited. Finally, Kling gave me the word. I picked up the film and printed the little finishing shop. Kling had given orders that I was to have it. I got in my car, looked in the rear vision mirror, and saw a big black sedan pull in behind me. This was it. I couldn't spot Kling, and the squad car he said would be handy. Maybe something held it up. I didn't know. I got to my apartment. The sedan pulled up behind me and parked. I walked up to my apartment, went over to the window, and saw a man get out of the sedan. He walked slowly and disappeared into my apartment building. I sat down with the film and prints burning a hole in my pocket. Then... Who is it?
Mr. Holliday, I'd like to talk to you.
I took one more look out of the window. The street was empty except for the sedan. No squad car, no Kling. Brother, if ever I wanted to see that big guy, it was now. I walked to the door.
Mr. Holliday?
Uh-huh. Who are you?
My name is, we'll say Stefan.
Okay, you're Mr. Stefan. So what?
I shall be brief. You have a roll of film and some prints. I am a camera enthusiast. I shall pay you a good price for the film.
How much?
You're going to be reasonable. Huh? That's fine. Shall we say 10,000?
That's big money for a strip of celluloid.
I am very enthusiastic about photography.
You know, I like pictures myself. Especially pictures of some nice little Nazis who got out of Germany with a lot of money.
Oh? You guessed, huh?
Yeah, but Daly wasn't guessing when he recognized them in San Carlito. He wasn't guessing that San Carlito's a little island with lots of deserted coastline. Easy to land on.
Yes, very handy.
And they paid well to escape the trials in Nuremberg.
You just talked yourself out of $10,000.
Oh, now that's very funny. You would have killed me anyway, as you killed Daly to keep him from spreading the story.
You're so right. Now, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, that gun didn't look nice. He had it right at my head. I sat still. Stefan came slowly toward me. The black hole in the barrel of his gun looked like the business end of a cannon. Then...
Get the floor, Holliday, down!
Cling, at this particular minute, you're the most beautiful thing in the world.
Then what happened, Mr. Holliday?
Well, at that moment, Susie, Lieutenant Kling landed and took over.
Sorry I drew it so close, Holliday, but I had to let Stefan talk a while.
Yeah. But by the way, where was that squad car?
Well, there wasn't any. The squad car would have scared Stefan away. I had to make it look safe. The boys and I were right next door. Had been for an hour.
Now, he tells me.
It's up to the Federals now. We're clean on this end.
Gee, I sure... Oh, Mr. Holliday, you might have been killed.
Oh, it's okay now, Susie. It's all over.
But you might have been killed. And I like this job so much. What'd I say?
Very funny, Kling. Nothing, Susie, nothing. Good night.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville with original story by Russell Hughes and original music composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker and Lieutenant Kling by Edmund MacDonald. This is a Mayfair production.
Everybody loves my baby, but my baby don't love nobody but me. Nobody but me. Yes, everybody wants my baby, but my baby don't want nobody but me. That's plain to see. I am his sweet patootie, and he is my loving man. Knows how to do his duty, loves me like no other can. Everybody loves my baby, but my baby don't love nobody but me. Love me or leave me, let me be lonely. You won't believe me, and I love you only. I'd rather be lonely than happy with somebody else.
From 10 cents a dance to a place in the spotlight, the fabulous story of Ruth Etting, a determined girl reaching for fame and fortune, singing her way into the hearts of a nation. From the mob-ruled days of Chicago's lurid past to the glitter of the zig-belled folly.
Proving that there's a way to chase your cares away. If you would lose your weary blues, shake 'em away.
But behind the glamour and adulation, Ruth Etting lived another life in a shadowy world, dominated by a fierce little man who was crazy with love for her. Marty the Gimp Snyder, a mysterious and dangerous man that no one really knew.
Whoever I am, kiddo, I'm what makes you tick. And don't you ever forget that.
Then let me help you. I'll get you to the right people. I'll work with you, and they'll want you. Don't worry. They won't have to be strong-armed or blackmailed or shoved around. They'll want you because you're good.
Oh, try it, Ruth. Try it that way. You got what you wanted. I brought you this far. I did, nobody else. But that don't count, not with you. A high-class dame like you.
Love Me or Leave Me is the picture you will talk about. A new entertainment sensation that critics and preview audiences have acclaimed, the musical that is more than a musical because it is a drama about real people. James Cagney, with his aggressive characterization of Marty the Gimp, renews the hard-hitting, smashing sort of portrayal that first brought him fame. This is his best. The dramatic perfection of Doris Day's performance is an unforgettable treat. Her singing, sensational, as she thrills you with the songs that will forever belong to Ruth Etting.